Здравствуйте. Меня зовут
Good morning. My name is Guy Ims. I am Chair,
экологическому строительству.
Director of the Board from HBC.
Открыть сессию.
Let me open that session dedicated to the modern standards of construction and design of cities.
На этот и много других международных форумов
At this and many other international fora and conferences, the cities
стандартов в 2000
usually are regarded through the prism of standards. In 2020, these standards have become as relevant as ever.
планирование и
It is the quality
зависит безопасности
of the cities that determine the security of the people. Amid the pandemic, reducing the risks for the health has become a top priority for the development, whereas
рассматривается
the standards in the design and construction are regarded as the key tools to create comfortable and very convenient and secure environment for the cities. During that session, we will
издание
present
посвящено
several research dedicated to the
повестке об
standards in construction and their design, as well as we will portray the international and Russian cases of introduction of these standards. Let me introduce to you the participants in that session. Nikita Rumyantsev,
аналитический
head of the Analytical Center of the Moscow
Антон
Forum. Anton Finagenov, Deputy Director General
Дом
from Dom.rf Fund. Peter Bishop,
профессор
Professor of City Building,
Лондон
University College of London.
Анна-Мари
Anne-Marie Aguilar,
вице-президент
Senior Vice President
Европы и
for Europe and Middle East International Wellbeing Institute, or IWBI.
Борис
And last but not least, Yuli Borisov, co-founder and Director General, UNK Bureau Project.
Наша сессия
We'll have the following format. I will give you 6 to 7 minutes for your interventions, and the rest of the time we will dedicate to the discussion.
меня представить первого спикера,
Let me introduce to you our first speaker, Nikita Rumyantsev,
аналитический
head of an analytical center of the Moscow Urban Forum.
Никита.
Nikita,
Москва в некотором роде
Moscow, to some extent,
времени. В прошлом году в рамках
is ahead of the time. Last year, in the framework of the Moscow Urban Forum, we had a Congress of Urban Health, which
рассматривались
looked from these different perspectives the issue of health for the citizens. Today we are getting back to that question as we are realizing the importance of that topic.
масштабов
Application of different standards for design and construction
противостоит
allows
вызовам,
to
создаваемым
counter external challenges and thus creating favorable conditions for life.
выпущенный аналитический отчет
The analytical report, which you have published,
международный стандарт.
discusses different cases of international standards as well as it assesses its impact on the territory of one of the Moscow districts. Tell us, please, what conclusions have you made as a result of that research? Thank you so much.
Презентацию, да.
May I have my presentation, please? I really represent the Analytical Center, which is almost 2 years old, and we are dealing with the city as a healthcare and city as a sustainable development item. We started our activity
Что
2 years ago, and we noted that you can actually note a gradual change in the urban planning, urban construction design.
который пытается настроить
The city,
тонкие эффекты,
which actually is ready to become more favorable in terms of health.
наша работа
In the framework of that work, we have prepared a report, as you have already said. We have embraced the best practices in construction and design.
ее можно
This is what you can see on this slide.
несколько копий.
You may download that
В нем
from our website, or you may have several copies of it from our office. We analyzed the 3 main directions of the international standards. We analyzed that
стандартов на
through the prism of how the standards are applied throughout the life cycle of the object, starting from its design and ending with its demolition.
принцип Urban Health на разных
Urban health principle being incorporated in at different stages of design, starting from apartments and ending with streets and districts. And we looked at how the standards embrace the whole diversity of urban health, physical health and mental health,
в самой
environment friendliness, etc.
подробно рассмотрели
The very book discusses 6 most popular standards in the area of construction and design.
лид
BREEAM, well, lead, active design.
по разным причинам, по которым сейчас я не буду вдаваться, мы
And for some reasons,
адек-
we
адекватными для задач Москвы определили как 4 стандарта.
opted for 4 standards, and the first 4 ones, and only 3 of them could be applied in the short period of the research. Something I will tell you in more detail, except for BREEAM standard.
О нем надо сказать чуть подробнее.
I
Первый
will speak in more detail about that.
разработал
Healthy Street Standard was developed in London,
мэр Лондона.
and it lies in the foundation of the Mayor's Office of London.
На самом деле очень похож
And actually, it
в области социальной
pretty much looks like what Moscow does. We also have a Might Street project, but there is some difference in those two approaches. Health State was implemented as an approach to create healthy city to address the healthcare issues. So first of all, actually, this standard helped to set up a database about the academic knowledge, what factors of urban environment
здоровья людей,
may impact people's health, and then
набор практик,
a
инструментов.
set of practices have been developed, number of projects which would bring this impact down. And you may see on the slide what effect
Стандарта
is to be achieved by the proponents of that approach. Reduction of morbidity in terms of the mental diseases such as Alzheimer's disease. The main objective is to create necessary conditions that people move a lot, increase their mobility, to reduce the risk factors, and that the urban environment could proactively bring the healthcare risks down. The whole
индикаторов. Я не
standard consists of 10 indicators, which I'm not going to list. Clean air,
на улице, чтобы
something to do in the streets,
места, где можно скрыться от солнца и ветра и прочее, прочее.
areas are protected against wind and
Большая
the
база
sun, but actually all these factors are backed by the academic knowledge about what factors may impact people's health.
чуть подробнее.
Another thing which I'm going to highlight, active design guidelines, which was created in 2010 in the city of New York, and it is being applied in many cities and countries, including Dublin, Toronto, etc. It is based on the
Когда мы проектируем городскую среду, мы должны создавать ее так,
concept of
здоровым выбором. То есть, чтобы человек
healthy choice. So it means that a person
junk food,
doesn't eat junk food, but rather healthy food, does sports, doesn't smoke, etc. It does exist in the format of design of standalone buildings or constructions, and it is also can be applicable to the whole urban environment. It regulates a lot of spheres, starting from how you move outside these buildings and within the buildings, what services you have access to, etc. What first conclusions we can make proceeding from that analysis and overview of these practices? We may say that all the standards in terms of the design and construction, they are applicable at all the life cycle stages. When you do the design, you have to understand how this building, how this
Вторая важная вещь,
venue is going to live, starting from the design and ending with the demolition.
если изучать их как бы в ретроспективе,
All these standards
смещают фокус и расширяют
retrospectively
экологическое и устойчивое.
actually extend and move us from the environmental friendliness or environmental sustainability to people's health. So, and even BREEAM, which originally was more with a focus on the environmental friendliness or sustainability, now is more focusing on the public health. And actually, these standards can be regarded as an investment. How much we're going to invest into the urban environment and what productivity we may gain. Now I'd like to tell you very briefly about our field work. We selected 24 streets which were included into the My Street program when we decided to look at that through the prism of two standards, because actually the Moscow practice may comply with the best practices. We actually took an active design approach to Moscow. So gray and blue stand for the period before this approach and after that approach. And we see the rise in the categories which are being estimated by that standard. On the side, you may see an absolute gain in terms of the categories. And we see that in certain streets, we had figures ranging from 2 or 3 points. So it means that there is a dramatic increase in the indicators. And the other approach doesn't show much of the increase. It means that we can assess as to our interventions in Moscow affected the people's activity or public health. We can do that proactively, immediately saying what actions may result in improvements for the economy and for the people's health. And some other conclusions which we can make. All the standards in the area of urban design and construction are based on empirical data and big knowledge database. These international standards allow you to assess all these items, all these objects very quickly. It means that you can change the urban environment very quickly. And the colleagues who are going to speak after me probably would correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that BREEAM Healthy Street, well and active design are most relevant for Moscow. We said that after My Street project was implemented and after the renovation or gentrification project was launched, we see that the healthy standards are also incorporated into that approach, just like other international standards. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nikita, for your presentation. So let us proceed with our next speaker and let us look at how the construction standards are being applied in the UK. I'd like to pass the floor to Professor of Urban Construction of University College of London. In his past, he used to be the director for urban design and planning of central regions of London, Peter Bishop. Peter, your experience is clearly very interesting, as far as you could work both for the city administration, which defines the common policy, and you worked for the architectural bureaus, which act as executors. Apart from the UK, you are working with the cities from Romania, South Korea, and China. Tell us, please, what advantages these standards can bring, and who should initiate these standards? How can we convince stakeholders that it is necessary to apply these standards, and how can we work together? Peter, over to you.
First of all, thank you. I'm delighted to be with you. I'd rather be in Moscow, but I'm here in London. And thank you for the generous invitation to join you. A short presentation. At the moment, we have this dual challenge. We are building cities and we are renewing them at the same time. And we also have a dual challenge about how we adapt our cities for the 21st century. First of all, the impact on climate change, and how we can develop strategies to build complex urban forms based on natural systems, to look at the appropriate urban management systems. And I'm very impressed by the work you've been pioneering here in Moscow in looking at the comparative urban management systems and actually choosing the ones that suit the conditions of your city. We're facing completely different circumstances now than even 20 years ago when I was working for the Mayor of London. The need to look at sustainable materials, low energy consumption, and flexible buildings that can be reconfigured as needs change in the future, and how we think about encouraging behaviors. At the same time, we're facing public health challenges. The 20th century dealt with a lot of the traditional diseases, but we're now looking at obesity, we're looking at air quality, and we're looking at the behaviors around what people eat, how they exercise, how they move around the city, and how we can actually provide decent standards. What is happening is that all of these are coming together into very, very complex, overlapping urban agendas. You can't deal with one without looking at the other, which is why I'm impressed by this kind of dual approach of Moscow between looking at healthy streets, at well, and as BREEAM, as the three standards you're bringing together to apply to the challenges of your city. In London, we have an integrated London plan that looks at all of these aspects, from housing to transport to development to the natural environment. We have rethought our housing to provide decent standards, not just internal standards, but thinking about how housing works, what it's like to live in those houses. And it's beginning to develop a new vernacular in the city, which is based on the traditions of the city, but looking at applying contemporary technologies. We're using new materials in terms of building and beginning to experiment. And we're putting in very, very strict requirements through processes like BREEAM to make sure that our buildings are adaptable and are climate efficient. And in particular, we're looking at the reuse of our fabric. Huge embedded carbon cost in our existing fabric, so let's reuse it rather than demolish it. Secondly, we're looking at the city in relation to its natural environment and how we incorporate nature. We've developed green grids to integrate where people live with the countryside. We've restored natural landscapes in parts of the city. We're starting to reclaim streets as places where you can sit and enjoy, and where we can plant, as opposed to purely for transport thoroughfares. And we're looking at things like food production, not just for the health benefits, but for the education benefits, but also for the benefits of social cohesion, to bring people together, to use spaces which were otherwise ignored. And we're using spaces in terms of active sports to get people involved in using their public spaces in ways which we wouldn't have considered 20 years ago. And then finally, our transport policies are focused on two things. The first is air quality. We still have a significant problem with air quality, and we've introduced very, very strict low emission zones to reduce the impact of particulates, which are causing a huge problem in terms of disease and the shortening of lives. We are using things like the Well Streets, the streets programs, look at how we promote a hierarchy, which is walking, using all of the criteria around comfortable walking, safe walking, shade, shelter, encouraging cycling. We're putting in cycling lanes, We are removing a lot of the carriageway from the private car. We're increasing the bus lanes of the bus networks. And we are then introducing systems to actually not to prevent people using their cars, but to make it far more costly than the alternatives. And what we have seen is a very significant modal shift in transport away from the car towards the train and the bus. And if I put cycling and walking on top of this, you'll see a similar kind of pattern. And finally, this is our present mayor, Sadiq Khan. And he uses public transport. He doesn't have a car. Our previous mayor, Boris Johnson, cycled. Before that, Ken Livingstone used buses. We've had 3 mayors who've actually demonstrated that they believe in healthy transport, in responsible transport, and of all 3 promoted environmentally friendly and health improvement policies through integrated city strategies. And this is my final slide. I mean, this is the kind of city that we're now trying to build, cities where people can enjoy, use them in unexpected ways. So thank you for my time. I think what you're doing in Moscow is really exciting. You've analyzed best practice. You've chosen the elements that fit your requirements, particularly around housing, renewal, and transport and open space and air quality. And I'll be very interested in following this story and see your successes in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Спасибо за ваши презентации.
Thank you so much, Peter, for your presentation. Next, I would like to pass the floor to the Senior Vice President for Europe and Middle East, International Wellbeing Institute, Anne-Marie Aguilar. The book, which was mentioned by Nikita, more than once mentioned international standards for construction and design, including WELT standards. You are working apologize. You are working building structures and whole blocks of flats, and you are disseminating tools for certification of the buildings. Tell us, please, about your approach to the assessment of the objects of the buildings and the standards. What role is played by the people's health there? Will the demand for this standard increase in 2020? And will the attitude of cities and businesses to this standard change? Do the Russian companies often turn to you? Anne-Marie, over to you.
Thank you, Guy. Yes, we are seeing incredible growth in both cities and buildings coming to us to look at the opportunity for health-rated certifications. I'm going to quickly turn to my slide deck now and walk you through some of our work that we've done recently in this space. So I'll just share my screen. Great. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great.
You can see it.
Okay, so I just really wanted to initially say thank you for having the opportunity to speak here today. I think that exactly what we were saying previously, what the work that's happening in Russia and in Moscow is incredibly impressive. I think that in reviewing the 2020 standards for construction and design of cities, this report really helps practitioners, urban planners, and governments become aware of the tools that can be used to deliver healthy and sustainable buildings and cities. A critical quote that I just wanted to reiterate is as follows. Being implemented worldwide, the design and construction standards for healthier urban environments cover all aspects of activity in human life: better air quality, better drinking water, natural light, greener spaces, the prevention of noise pollution, the promotion of healthy living and healthy eating habits, comfortable air temperature, and ergonomic furniture. All of this contributes towards better physical and mental health. And when those standards are followed, the incidence of disease is gradually reduced and the average life expectancy improves. Across the board, enforcement of health-focused urban design and construction is actually an investment in human capital. It's a really important statement, and it seems like it's such a simple statement, but it makes so much sense. So what I'd like to do now is just run quickly through a
Anne-Marie,
couple
we
of.
don't see your presentation apparently.
Oh, okay. Let me double check and
Can
see
you
if you.
share it, please?
Yeah. How's that? Can you see that now?
Yes, now we can see it.
Fabulous. Thank you. Okay. So we actually spend 90% of our time in buildings. And most recently, with the onset of COVID-19, that percentage is higher than ever. And as the first building rating system to truly optimize human health, we have spent years combining public health, medical practice, design, and operations into a single platform that actually has measurable output. The Wellbeing standard uses 10 critical concepts to advise our clients to provide evidence-based strategies, measurable design guidelines, and operational facilities management reporting. Today, we are existing in over 65 countries. We have risen beyond 700 million square feet. And we're really excited that we currently have 7 well projects within the Russian Federation. What's critical here is the evaluation. As we evaluate contemporary standards of design and construction, we like to see the Wellbeing standard used as a tool that brings together policy, public health, buildings, and nature into mutual conversations. So what have we learned about COVID-19? Well, today, workplaces, buildings, and facilities of all types around the world are temporarily closed or are subject to occupancy restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Research is currently telling us that there are 2 dominant transmission routes to this disease. The first one is droplets and particles that are emitted while sneezing, coughing, or talking. And the second is through surface contact, hand to hand and hand to surface. Even though this pandemic is affecting millions globally, the most vulnerable that we need to worry about are the elderly, the obese, and those with heart and lung complications. This is putting enormous pressure on architects and designers to understand how we can design buildings and communities that can provide positive impacts to the health of the people that use them. So this has led to a call to recognize buildings as the frontline resources for fighting pandemics like COVID-19. So what if you knew that the design and operation and policy decisions about your building had been vetted for your potential health impact? Mm-hmm. How can we go beyond the current building standards to voluntary standards that elevate well-being? So we are starting to really understand the questions that the occupants of buildings will need to have when they re-enter. And we need to be able to understand how we can communicate employee and occupant confidence coming back to these buildings. So I really want to talk about what I think is the hallmark of the Wellbeing standard, and that's third-party verification, which is really on-site performance verification. And this is absolutely critical. And as you can see on that third bullet point, we evaluate close to 67 performance indicators as part of our certification process. which requires 20 types of tests to be performed on site using over 10 types of equipment. So the critical areas that we're measuring, which we all are really very determined and desperate to know about now, are things like air quality, ventilation rates, particulate matter that is sitting inside the air. We will also look at acoustics, lighting, and our water quality. So where these buildings have been sitting vacant for months at a time, it's really important to understand what that water quality is when folks return to those buildings. So how did we mobilize our community? In March of 2020, when everyone was returning back to their homes to start working, the IWBI set up a COVID-19 task force to really understand how can we support the built environment community to understand the medical impact of this virus. And part of the responsibility of these 600 professionals from around the world was to prepare a new set of guidelines called Prevention, Preparedness, Resilience, and Recovery. And their second goal was to really help us understand, are there specific viral loads and issues around pandemic prevention that we as a healthy building standard needs to recognize? And we were really positive because we had our China team experiencing the outcomes of the pandemics 3 months before us. So we were very aware of what was coming down the road, and we were able to kind of use that guidance and advice to help buildings operate and prepare for re-entry. So this evolving dialogue has helped us create specific features that will be deployed in Well version 2, and has helped create a brand new rating system called the Health Safety Rating. We're really proud to have had Joseph Allen, who is a lead professor at the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, and he was able to really help us understand that buildings and ventilation systems have the opportunity to make you sick or keep you well. So one of the critical differentiators in understanding how we need to get buildings reopened. So where does this leave us today and the frameworks that we need to look at for design? Well, we're very proud that both the Well Building Standard and the Well Community Standard marry best practice in design and construction with evidence-based medical and scientific research, the first time harnessing buildings and communities as vehicles to support human health and well-being. And from single buildings to well communities, the Well Community Standard aims to impact individuals, not just within the walls of their home and workplace, but throughout the public spaces and public realm where they spend their days. One of the most important aspects, and I know that both Guy and everyone on the panel I'm sure will allude to today, is the importance of marrying planetary health and human health. Well standards are aiming to be synergistic with green rating systems, and therefore the Well certification system offers points for buildings that are certified under sustainability rating systems as well. We're very proud to have released in May this important report, which helps document and serve as a roadmap towards a brighter and healthier building occupation as we move out of COVID-19 and start to reoccupy our buildings. Within this report, you will see that there are 8 key features that help organizations activate. We'll be releasing this report to all the attendees today, and we will understand that there are some really key areas that most of our occupants are going to be looking for when they come back into spaces. Some of the hidden and invisible qualities of the pandemic have been mental resilience, supporting movement and comfort while people work from home, and as Peter said, is really championing community resilience and recovery. How do we really bring our communities together when there's been such a tremendous amount of isolation? So that is my last slide. I just want to again say thank you to the panel and to the Moscow Urban Forum for inviting me to speak on this incredibly important discussion point. Thank you, Guy. Back to you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and stay with us for questions at the end in the discussion. Следующее слово хочу передать Антону Финогенову.
And I would like to give the floor to Anton Finagena, Deputy Director of DOM RRF Foundation. The standard for the integrated development of territories was developed by the Ministry of Construction of Russia and DOM RRF together with the Strelka KB on behalf of the Prime Minister of Russia. This is a great, huge document in 10 volumes and 6 catalogs, touching upon the development of new and built-up areas with the prioritizing features for multi-functionality, density, and safety of housing and construction. Anton, tell us, please, whether the document meets the challenges of 2020. Which provisions turned out to be the most relevant and in demand? What is the attitude in Russia to implementing these standards? And is it possible to scale up this process in Moscow and in the regions? Thank you so very much. Clearly, standards are so that people think that this is kind of a document with some strict rules and regulations. Some people think that the standard is something which should be used instead of the normal standards. It is not like this. The standard is an attempt to find a balance between understanding of specific Russian post-Soviet construction and legacy. This legacy is of industrial cities, and the majority of the Russian cities are industrial, and even Moscow is still somehow industrial. And the target of the standard is trying to find balance. It can be based on the industrial model of a city with very firm zones. How these can be changed? This is the target of the standard. We cannot just copy the experience of the United States of America or Europe. We need to go our own way. We have people who do not want to develop industrially in the paradigm of the post-Soviet city. This idea seems quite simple, but we need to refer it to the developers, and this is quite tough sometimes. Clearly, things will change when people will vote with their money for that. When they buy or when buying new apartments, start asking, what is your apartment and the block of flats look like? Is it something really new, or is it kind of a stony sack, like a lot of ones which were built in the Soviet times? Actually, what we experience today has been forecasted and prognosed by us. Speaking about the megacity, we have several models, and low storage model is one of them. And this is a balance of the wishes of different people. 70% of people, in accordance with the questionnaires, want to feel more individual. Certainly, a city cannot be like a village, but low-story construction with 2, 3, or 4 stories is a kind of a compromise, a balance. What can we see now? Recently, the trends of the suburban areas developing is what we see now.
Постепенно снимается острота базового ограничения.
We can see that there is less limit.
В российских агломерациях и городах должен был сесть в машину.
Well, originally, in the normal Russian traditional cities, every person had to take some transport, a bus or a car, and go a long way to the place of work. Now things are changing. After the pandemic, we can see how things will change, and there will be less limits, actually, for the people. Number two trend. In Moscow and St. Petersburg, these suburban areas are rapidly developing. And these are not just houses and blocks, but the infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, etc. And this process is speeding up all the time. As a result, in these suburban areas, we'll finally see not only just houses for just ordinary people or really elite spaces for really wealthy people who have houses and yachts and drivers. This is how it was before. Now, a lot of middle class will move to the suburbs, and this will change everything. And this is a challenge for the construction companies. And this low-story model will be in demand. Recently, the prices for the real estate go up. And this is despite the pandemic. And many people would prefer to invest in low-story houses or individual houses where they feel more comfortable and where it is easier for them to control the cost of everything. Number two trend is the quarterly trend. People becoming more and more active to buy something next door in the neighborhood. They prefer to use less the public transport or even the personal transport. They prefer to have everything in the neighborhood. When you don't have to go to work, when to the center of Moscow, say, or other city, when it takes less time, you prefer to spend more time for entertainment and preferably next door. And this is a trend which goes not from upside down. It is not initiated by the government, but by people. And the areas, different areas, they change into kind of social spaces with co-workings, with cafes. And cafes become a kind of gastronomy journeys for people who no longer prefer to go to the center of Moscow, but prefer to do the same but next door. So the old projects of business centers and especially the new ones, they take this trend into account, and this helps to provide with the 30 functions, but just housing in the suburbs. Now, when we construct a trading center, we are still in the trends of what happened recently. But now you can see that we'll be able to meet these trends very soon. A very important question. Are these standards just elite? Are these just trends of the Moscow real estate market, which is the most developed in the country? No. A lot of consumers everywhere around the country attach a lot of importance to what is happening around them, and especially in the dormitory districts. So what we can see is something beyond the standards. And the standard is something which started to be a trend. And now we have the new standards in Ekaterinburg and Tyumen. We have the new construction in accordance with these new standards. And this is not the capital. These are just the cities, but the standards go on there. And the last but not the least, I want to highlight it, is the scale of changes in people's apartments. We can see the principles of projecting and design of apartments. We have today was started in the Soviet times in 1960s or 70s, and the apartments were meant to be more industrial, just for personal use. Now, people have new demands, and the standards have changed. And the whole planning and design of apartments we did last year is really in demand today, because it meets the demand of people regarding the apartments, regarding the blocks of flats with the social environment, where people can also work. Because several years ago, many people would think that having a room, an office at home was kind of a luxury thing. Now things change, and this will be in demand, and also co-working offices, the ground floor, will also be in demand for people. Also, there is a demand to regulate the consumption of resources. People spend more time at home. They do understand that they would spend more light, more water, and this is what they want to manage. And the smart home system also becomes in demand in all the price segments, not only in the top segments. So the COVID has sped up the trends. The specialists and the urban planners have been talking for 20 years. So now, we, as the Federal Institute for Development, need to create tools for developers, for municipal and administrative companies, so that a lot of funds are there supporting the multifunctioning projects in the cities, and also to support the projects with the apartments having space for this new extra function. Mortgage is also an instrument here. So this instrument is really important. So thank you for raising this topic. Thank you so much, Anton. We've touched upon the standards in Russia. Let's go on. And I would like to give the floor to Yuri Borisov. Yuri is in charge of the UNK project, which develops projects with a focus on the international standards. Among your products are the Water Sports Palace Luzhniki, the Miro Residential Quarter in Scholar Smart School in Irkutsk. Tell us, please, what requirements you have to your architecture, and if you are oriented to Russian or international standards, which of the existing construction standards do you consider the most objective, efficient, and useful? In 2019, one of your projects, the Academical Business Center, was certified by BREM. Can you tell us how this certification and the requirements of this certification relate to the architectural realities in Russia? Is it possible to make such certification practice a mass one? Thank you so much. I'll speak about my projects for a little while. For 20 years, we've been dealing with this kind of projects, and eco aspects and green aspects are really vital for us. Now there are new norms and standards which improve the efficiency, so we are on top now. So we need new measures to improve the standards. We have increased demand by our customers and, most important, by the users of the buildings. They want them to be more functional, more comfortable, helping to create healthy atmosphere. For instance, this building is a good example. The top engineering systems were used here. The parking is here, and it was planned originally in the underground. But you can see that this one is used not only for the cars, but bikes, motorbikes, etc. If you look at the facade, you can see the energy safe measurements, the batteries, and also there is a canteen there, which is located so high to improve the air here. Another example, Земельный переулок, Moscow. Briam will be the name of this building. The previous one was called Brim. This building will be the first one to have a green facade. And the previous speaker said this would be a trend. In Moscow, we do have a lot of engineering systems. We can purify the air, but we don't have enough of parking and green things and plants because of the city which consumes it. And now we say we can have more nature, taking it back from the nature. So we'll have the vertical plants here. Anton spoke about the previous plants, Miro project in Skolkovo. It was also certified in accordance with the LEED certificate and the smart home system. Could you please share your screen with us, because we cannot see the slides?
Есть демонстрация?
Так, студия видно?
Слайды не меняются.
Не меняются слайды.
Сейчас попробуем.
Слайд ДЦ Академик.
Хорошо, мы сами сейчас там.
Так, не меняются,
Вы
да?
скажете, когда нужно следующий слайд, и мы
We'll change the slides then ourselves.
И где малоэтажная застройка? Квартал Мирода. Есть, да, слайд?
Да, слайд мы видим.
Да, соответственно, вот...
Oh yes, here we are. This project, which is quite old, with a low-rise residential development, and here the smart home system used here, and also each apartment has a lot of space and special space to work. So the ideas we actually started quite long ago. They work now, and a friend of mine who lives there tells me, you know, we are just having great thing, and we can live here. There is a lot of nature here, and we can work here. Thank you, he says. We also use LEED standards inside the apartments, and they are in demand by international companies. That was the office of the Mars company. Also, we have the same demand from the state national Russian companies. We're currently working with Rosatom. They say we want eco-friendly and healthy space. Please do this for us. And this is what we use, the international certification system. And so we can see and measure how good our office is. And there is a very interesting example, a school in the city of Irkutsk. And many experts say this school is the best in Russia. It was not certified in accordance with these standards. It wasn't required, but working with the customer, we realized that we could do that school more eco-friendly, because our mission is also to teach our kids to be responsible and to save the resources of our nature. So let's have a look at the roof, and the roof accumulates snow in winter. And as you know, snow is a good isolation material, and this helps to save a lot of energy for the heating. And you know, in summer, Irkutsk is the second city in Russia with the biggest amount of sun. The sun is there all day long, and we also use special systems on the roof to save the cooling systems. One more example, please. And you can see how the engineering of the buildings can make the buildings better and more interesting. So this is a stadium, a water stadium. There is also water stadium there. And let's look inside. In summer, you can open the roof, and the people who are there, the athletes and also the visitors of the indoor water park, can feel as if they were outside. And also it saves money for ventilation. So when the developers and the engineers and the customers work together, it helps to construct the buildings which are beloved by the users and also are efficient. And this is the building for Roskosmos company. It is really huge, 250,000 square meters, and the best practices will be used here concerning energy safety and ecology and design. And all the parties, the customer, the designers, the investors, everyone should see how efficient they are if they have more allocations for a more comfortable environment for people who will work there. So in this combination, work for the best people, best minds, saving the natural resources. Many thanks for your great presentation. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being so brave. And I would like to thank all the presenters. Unfortunately, we don't have time for discussion, so I have to close this session. Thank you so very much for your participation.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья. Мы начинаем нашу дискуссию, посвященную теме редизайна системы. Какие трансформации ждут систему и инфраструктуру здравоохранения? Ни для кого не секрет, в общем-то, что этот год очень сложный для системы здравоохранения, это если мягко сказать. Поэтому я думаю, все, что мы можем сделать как граждане, это только поблагодарить всех работников системы здравоохранения, которые сейчас сражаются.
So I'd like to thank all the healthcare workers who are on the front line, the doctors, the nurses, and the managers who have to take the decisions almost every day, depending on the situation. Therefore, thank you so much. But we do hope very much that those lessons of the pandemic, which we are getting, would also be translated into the future. That's why we're going to discuss that. So we have a foresight session on how the pandemic may impact the trends for the development of the infrastructure of healthcare. Today with us are Eldar Hayrulin, Director General, Moscow International Medical Cluster Foundation, Andrei Asadov, CEO Architectural Bureau, Asadov, and you all know him very well. Online with us would be Brigitte Ernst, partner, Architema Architects, Alberto Sana, Director, Research Center for Advanced Technologies in Health and Wellbeing, San Rafael Scientific Institute, and at 12 o'clock we'll be joined by Tancred Stobe, Emergency Coordinator, Médecins Sans Frontières. My first question goes to Brigitte Ernst. We know that this is a well-known Danish bureau which works with healthcare institutions, hospitals, and there are several innovative projects which were implemented in the recent years. Brigitte, please tell us what elements are so important, the ones which you incorporate into your buildings, which you design, how it all impacts the key performance indicators of the building, how does it impact the people who get medical services in these buildings, and in your viewpoint, if we take the current situation, what lessons we can learn? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalia. I'll just find my presentation. Sorry, can you see my presentation? Thank you. Thank you, and good day, everyone, and thank you to Moscow Urban Forum for this invitation. I am pleased to participate here today to share with you our work within Scandinavian healthcare architecture. And I will, through the next 7 minutes, answer Natalia's question of how we design architecture here. As Natalia said, I'm Brigitte Ernst, partner in Architema Architects, and I'm responsible especially for our Danish healthcare buildings. And as you can see, we design healthcare architecture as you can see, we design all kinds of healthcare architecture from large scale new hospitals to life science buildings, psychiatric hospitals, and healthcare centers. And we are Scandinavian with offices throughout Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And we have a Scandinavian approach in our architecture with a tactile and people-centered design that naturally comprises healing architecture. So I'm going to share with you 3 of our recent works and how what is important to us in these works. First is New Østfold Hospital It's in Kalnes, south of Oslo, Norway, and it's our most recent fully equipped acute care hospital. It's part of the Norwegian government's strategic efforts to optimize and enhance the Norwegian hospital system. And the hospital is designed to ensure optimum logistics and flexibility, and its layout ensures close contact with the surrounding landscape that we know is life-affirming and supports patients' recovery process. The project is one of the largest new built projects in Norway, and it sets a new standard for Norwegian hospital construction based on the concept of reducing length of stay for the patients and optimizing staff workflow. It's designed for optimal logistics and flexibility, and it's also the first Scandinavian hospital to offer private rooms with en-suite bathrooms for all patients, and this is a pillar in healing architecture. The majority of these enjoy the healing view to nature as well. So covering 90,000 square meters, the building is based on an advanced digital 3D model, which was used throughout the design and planning phase to create one of Norway's most cutting-edge hospitals. The project won the title of Best BIM Project of the World in 2014 by Building Smart International. The aim of the architectural design is to provide confidence building settings where patients, visitors, and as well as staff feel highly prioritized. And the central plaza, which you see here, is the natural hub of the building with easy access to all of the clinical functions. Elements of healing architecture such as ample daylight, the use of wood and space creating furniture for privacy makes an inviting healing environment. Projects like the new Østfold Hospital has in many ways been a forerunner for the Danish hospitals reform, where we're currently centralizing into few but highly specialized hospitals, the so-called super hospitals. The aim is to deliver the best healthcare for all, and the centralization ensures specialized skilled staff and top-notch medical equipment. Here's Argentima's own Gudstrup Hospital, which is currently being built. Now, as a consequence to this centralization, the number of healthcare centers serving several different healthcare functions locally is growing in Denmark. A significant example of this is the Holstebro Healthcare Center designed by Argentima, which received the award of the Best Healthcare Building 2018 in Denmark. The center brings together regional, municipal, and private healthcare facilities under one roof, and the center offers a wide range of public, private, in and outpatient healthcare services, and even has an acute care and psychiatric care service. The healthcare center is a place that ensures safe and local environment where it's possible to go for checkups, rehabilitation, and initial tests without having to go to the hospital itself. A central reception hall, which is bright as well as welcoming, contributes with its large skylights, balconies, and walkways to establish a dynamic and open environment. The center aims to become an important part of the city's social life and acts as a hub not only for the many different healthcare-related functions, but it's also open for the city and the region as a whole. We always strive to create architecture that will make a difference to the people working and visiting our buildings. So one of our main goals was to make visitors feel welcome, both upon arrival and while moving around in the building. The Danish psychiatric hospitals are also undergoing a major transition. In 2017, Argentima's psychiatric hospital opened in the Danish city of Vejle. Since its inauguration, it's become widely recognized for its healing architecture. And this was highlighted when the hospital won the mental health design category at the 2018 European Design Awards against mental hospitals buildings around the world. The new hospital supports the treatment of patients with severe and complex behavioral disorders requiring hospitalization. The design process focused on creating the best possible environment for patients and staff. This is achieved by providing ample daylight throughout the building, easy access to nature and open spaces, transparency throughout the building for safety and security, as well as a thought-out layout. The design focused on forward-looking healthcare design that encourages physical activity and minimizes coercive intervention. As a result, forceful intervention is reduced up to 50% compared to the old premises. So we can make a difference with a mix of care, extra thoroughness, expertise, experience, and knowledge on healing architecture. Thank you.
Бригитта, спасибо большое за ваше выступление. Очень
Brigitte, thank you so much for this your contribution. Really very interesting cases and projects. Tell me, please,
аккумулировать весь ваш опыт.
if we accumulate all the experience, what are the main recommendations which you can make to all the healthcare systems in terms of construction of hospitals? What standards we have to pursue?
Yes. Well, when we design hospitals, we always begin with function and logistics. This is always the main aim, so that the staff doesn't have to run so far. The workflow can be organized in a good, in a proper way, so they will have more time with the patients. And also, all the elements of healing architecture are so important for the patients to feel well. When they do this, when they feel secure and comfortable, they focus less on pain, and the stay becomes more comfortable. And also, there's evidence that the stays will be shorter in this environment. And I believe that, and of course, you have the single bedrooms, you have access to daylight, you have access to nature, all these things that comprises into healing architecture. And I think also in this pandemic, we should also think these elements into our architecture if we can. At least we can do our best now to prepare for the next pandemic, which is probably to come at some point.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Saying that, I would like to turn to Catherine, who is with us today. We listened to the contribution from abroad, and a lot of very interesting things take place in Russia. What are the main criteria which you follow?
Объектов, да, потому что Бригитта тоже говорила про комплексные объекты.
Brigitte spoke about comprehensive buildings, where on the one roof you may find a hospital and rehabilitation centers. What are the standards applied in Moscow, which may be widespread all over the world? Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I'd like to share the Russian experience, including our projects on setting up an rehabilitating environment. I'm a CEO of the architectural bureau myself, and I'm an architect in the second generation. And for 30 years that we are creating lots of facilities in many formats, and we came to understanding how an urban environment may look like, the way that the whole environment would have a rehabilitating effect in order to create an urban environment which would have no reasons to stay ill. On the contrary, the urban environment may have healing effect. There is a whole set of parameters which we have to follow in order to create this urban environment. As a result, we will find a very inspiring environment. This is a whole series of criteria which may be applied to different facilities, different buildings in the city, but in healthcare, it should be even more pronounced, because healthcare centers and buildings not only have to have a healing effect, but also a rehabilitating effect, if you want. It should help 100% recovery of the patients. I'd like to showcase that on 3 examples, how such an approach may work. First of all, this is a Demorgachev Center of Children's Hematology, which we developed along with Transumeta, a big Russian-German project. And a whole number of experts were engaged, and other design bureaus were involved, but those who were behind that project, who masterminded that initiative. These were the doctors, a brilliant team of Galina Novichkova's center. The whole team of that center asked us to create an environment which would be totally different from a conventional hospital, which, with its view, would make a totally different sentiment, a totally different mood, different shapes, different colors, to invest this healing effect. This is what we tried to do. This is a big, multifaceted, multidisciplinary center. Early in the year 2000, we found new ways to actually treat cancer, especially blood cancer, and this boosted the development of the Russian medicine all over the world. And apart from the healthcare part, we also have a block of buildings dedicated to R&D work. The doctors and researchers from all the world may meet there. And this bunch of colorful buildings, which we call a Tree of Life, is the one which is accommodating children along with the parents. They have to live there for rehabilitation. Therefore, unfortunately, this is a little city within a city, so to say, which incorporates a kindergarten and a school. So our main idea was to create a healing and rehabilitating center. And actually, probably, the picture is more colorful than it is in reality, but we wanted to set up a reviving or resuscitating atmosphere which would change the person's mood so that he could switch from pessimism and depression to more open, more assertive, so to say, mood. The interior was designed along with our German colleagues. We tried to bring some of the home-like coziness using the wood finishing materials, antibacterial curtains, which again make it all very cozy, along with a number of charity foundations which are involved in the rehabilitation of the children, the recovery of the children. We have reshaped the whole environment. It is full of life. And the whole environment correlates very much with what is going on there. And this is a very inspiring atmosphere to the extent it is possible in such grave situations. Next, our case is maternity and gynecology center in Moscow. Until recently, it looked very depressive, but this is actually where the life comes true. And we had to restructure these buildings originally erected in 1980s. We retained the architectural forms, but tried to invest easier and lighter traits. On top, we built a new therapeutical facility with a whole range of services offered. We retained the volume and kept the colors, the facades, again, are rather colorful. And this is one of the first steps to renovate the facades. All the main elements of the original building are retained, but now this looks more joyful. As far as actually the main aim of that center is to deliver life, and it has to look joyful. And the third example, this is not a standalone building, but this is a whole set of buildings, and Ildar will tell you more about that. This is a cluster where a healthy urban environment is present in all its manifestation. We invested into the design of the master plan and developed a pilot project, a kind of a headquarter of the whole medical cluster. This is a diagnostics building, which consists of a number of areas or zones. And apart from the clinical medical functions, it also accommodates an R&D center, a conference convention center, where doctors may meet and discuss different topics, looking for new formats and new medications. And in that project, we implemented 5 major principles of healing architecture.
The first principle is about the facade. It should be light and it should look friendly. And the whole space should look friendly, because the concept of the medicine of the future is preventive medicine, which means total checkup of the body, and you got to the medical institution voluntarily as to a fitness center, to a gym, and the environment is meant for the overall checkup of your body and any deviations or impairments at early stages. And this is the concept of the center, just overall investigation when you feel calm, when you get there regularly and not an emergency, and when you investigate all your systems. Healthy body, healthy soul is the second motto of ours. So the facade is important. It is used and made of very efficient glosses, preserving heat. And then the next concept is maximum light and maximum air. And the whole atmosphere of the internal spaces is part of your rehabilitation mentally on the molecular level. This space, when you get there, just calms you, and you have high spirits and good motivation. So a lot of light colors, natural environment, natural colors, together with the medical cluster team. Andrei, sorry for the timing. Sorry. So we did our best to have natural trees and natural wood and natural green colors. The entrance room and other functional zones, the zone for the conference, the scientific block, the block for research, for outpatient patients. So all the spaces are light and functional. And the fifth concept is comfortable environment. So the environment is comfortable enough to solve all the problems of our patients. And this is the environment, summing all things up, which can motivate people and help achieving anything, developing, having the best potential. Thank you so much, Andrei, for your great presentation. Actually, this is your last project, which gives the floor to Ildar, actually. So, Ildar, how should this human-oriented institution should look like, as you see it? And could you please share with us the ideas of the Moscow Medical Cluster? We were launched in 2012 after the federal law regulating our activity was was approved. We are in Skolkovo, and we have 58 square hectares there. So planning, we tried to study all the international best practices. We did it during design and planning and also during the construction. Speaking about the planning, for bigger mega cities is one thing, and there are other trends for the regions. But the first common trend is as those. So the outpatients care and the emergency care should be as close to people as possible and should be accessible for everyone. But on the other hand, there should be multi-profile hospitals with uninterrupted processes covering all the branches of medicine. And this is a very good example. Well, all the high-tech medical care is located in one space. This was an example from the city of Ankara, Turkey. And Moscow also goes forward. Kommunarka, the hospital, is part of this trend of trending for the medical institutions and the medical clusters as part of a mega city. Andrei has stopped on the basic principles. We stick to designing and planning our medical facilities. Number one thing, they should be technologically universal and multifunctional. We've seen how it works in Rotterdam, in the Erasmus hospital. They faced a problem. The medical technologies are developing rapidly, and we need to implement them on the hospitals which are quite old, and this is what we are doing. Multifunctional medical centers, medical malls, at what we are planning now. There will be a lot of hospitals, and all of them have potential to increase and to decrease, to change, and all the construction and design changes should be adaptive to different solutions. We have calculations, we have the plan for the engineering systems, and the construction is in process, and it will be ready at the beginning of the year 2022, beginning of 2023. The next principle is patient and staff-oriented. The patients, and Andrei is right to have said it, should feel comfortable. Nothing should remind of the burden of the old hospitals of Russian Soviet Union. And the staff should also be happy, so we need to work with the feelings and emotions of our people. Color solutions, tactile solutions, ventilation, smells, feelings, all this we have to make part of our solutions during design and plan of our facilities. There is one more trend, and this one is international. Medical institutions try to create one system which is uninterrupted, and there are several systems. GCI system is one of the common international systems. This is a standard, actually. And these standards, the GCI standards, they also mean special construction solutions. So all our clinics will have to undergo GCI survey and get the certificate. So all our facilities have to be certified in accordance with the LEED system, leadership, energy, and design during planning and during exploitation. And there is one more trend, which is forever now: digitalization all the stages of planning, construction, and use of the medical facilities. During the design stage, we can change something, specify something, but during the use, this will allow us to use the infrastructure in a maximum efficient way. Thank you so much, Ildar, for your complex presentation and systemic, and thank you for being on time. One question I have for you. Launching all these projects for the medical clusters, what indications, what KPIs you're planning to reach? So clearly this is meant to be internationally oriented. So we'll have more than 15 clinics and hospitals and more than 300,000 people, and 15% of the staff members will be international medical doctors. So this will be a kind of a medical city. Yes, a medical city targeted and transferring of the best practices, best technologies, and best management. Thank you so much, Ildar. And I would like to give the floor to Alberto Sana, Director of the Research Center for Advanced Technologies in Health and Wellbeing from San Raffaele Scientific Institute, Italy. We've said that the institutions work as a team. So what technologies will be most in demand? Because your institute is an international institute. It works with the best venture systems for healthcare.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and I hope you are seeing my presentation correctly. Can you see my presentation?
Да. Так, кто-нибудь скажет?
Okay. So thank you for the invitation, and I will very briefly give a vision of what we do in the research environment. So we are studying the future of hospitals in the present. And San Raffaele is part of the San Donato group, which is in Milan, in the Lombardy region of Italy. And it's a part of a much broader group with other 18 hospitals in the Lombardy region of Italy. You have here a bird's eye view of the main site. And in this main site, we have all components of a city, all components. We produce the energy. We have a private metro connecting to the public system. We have hotel on site. We have a sports facility on site. We have kindergarten, high school, university. We have a bigger retail area with more than 4,000 square meters with supermarket, bookstore, jewelry, restaurant, travel agency, and so on and so forth. We have a heliport and parking. So everything you find in a smart city, in a city, you find in this compound. This is why we have these 3 research programs. One is the Hospital of the Future, second is Life of the Future, and third is City of the Future. And I will be presenting this very briefly to give the sense of this, let's say, ecosystemic approach to health and well-being. So how do we do this research? We do this through research projects. All of that you can see here are research projects dealing with the European Commission. So they are called Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe. So big international European project dealing with all aspects of these ecosystem. For example, yesterday we had the kickoff of the last project on drones on site. A week ago we had the kickoff of a project on energy on site. And this is the, let's say, the infrastructure as smart city domain. But let's have a look at some aspects with pictures, because I don't have time to go in details. But what we have been working on, we are working with for introducing new technology. As has been said, the digital and robotic transformation is so fast that we have to design now hospital for the future, not design for the present, because technology will go faster and faster. And so we have to see the future to design the present and to design a resilient present. So we are working a lot on robotics, what we call healthcare 4.0, which is the automation of logistics, automation of manipulation of tubes in the transportation of drones, also in the introduction of technology like these robots in the pediatric department to have a more, let's say, engaging environment for kids, together with all the other humanistic aspects that are fundamental. So, and you see also here an ambulance which is connected with 5G to the hospital within a project, and all of this will fit. This is a brand new part of the hospital that is going to be open in some months from now. All of this must be put and must be adapted with these advanced and wonderful container architects are fantastically able to design. So it's important to consider all this transformation. Here you see, as I said, what we did within a 5G project to connect tele-robotics from far away to an operation theater that was inside the hospital, or as you can see, the connected ambulance that enable the remote presence of emergency doctor already in the van where the patient is coming. So I give you now the sense of what we do in this environment for the 25,000 people that every day, not in COVID day, but there will be come soon those times, will come in this smart city. So we design and test application for healthier life. So we start from the healthcare record, which is one of the treasures of hospitals in the world, and we design personalized services for personalized medicine to promote healthier lifestyle. And we tested it inside our living lab because we have all the facility to test it. So we test it, and you have here some example of this, testing the support in taking autonomously medication at home, supporting the right nutritional choice when you're choosing in real time at the supermarket shelf. We're designing the vending machine, or together with the top Italian chef, we designed some cooking, let's say, video lesson in order for people to motivate people to have a healthier lifestyle in terms of nutrients. We design app to support a diet that help you in staying in the nutritional habit. We design system that you can wear with sensors so you can understand a lot of aspects of your behavior, if it is correct or not. You see, we design video games for kids to teach them in educational way how to eat better, how to move better, how to trust medicine and doctors. And we design also cars, okay? Cars that adapt for your body, so you're not having problems in driving. And all of this starts from the healthcare record. We design also system that enhance the capacity of these of the people to commute to the hospital to minimize stress and effort and traffic and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, all these concepts have been transferred in different environments, or not only the hospital smart city environment, but we are redesigning the urban park of the future to motivate people to go and stay outdoor and have a healthy and fruitful life in the open air, together with people socializing, with the support of motivation and of sensor that helps you in understanding if you're doing the right things or if you need some help. We are redesigning smart districts. We are redesigning the social and well-being services of new districts that are going to be built here in Milan, to have already smart district designed for this, as well as for touristic and nice places where it's nice to be there and co-work and live, where the health delivery is the key essence of staying safe in a nice place, where we can have business as well as leisure, as well as live not far from the city and commute when you like, as this is some of the new things that we learned after this COVID experience, that we would like to stay in better place and move more in a more flexible way, and not all together, for example, in the weekends and so on and so forth. So this is the overall messages of my presentation. So the hospital is a container that has to contain the future, and the future of processes and future of people, and digitalization and robotics is a revolution. We have to be resilient to this revolution. Hospital is a social hub, hospital is a well-being hub, and hospital can teach and extend this blueprint in smart cities. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Андреа. Во-первых, за столь интересное выступление, а во-вторых...
Thank you so much for your great presentation and also for your doing so that our speaker will dwell on his presentation. So today we have new demands during the pandemic time. Andrei has said also that health does not start in the healthcare institutions. It starts with our good habits, our diet, our activities. This is what we are going to discuss today, what the city should do to save our health, to stimulate us to be healthy and not just referring to the medical institution when something has happened, but to be preventive. We have now our new speaker, Tankert Störbe, Doctors Without Borders. Tankert Störbe, are you here with us? No, we don't have you online yet. Okay. As soon as Tankred is here, he will be with us online. Then, dear friends, Andrei and Eldar, let's go on our discussion. What new facilities do you think should emerge in the Moscow and just the Russian healthcare system to meet these new demands in the maximum possible way? Yes, we have new facilities. Yes, we know we have a great program of preventive investigation of the Moscow parks when every citizen could come to a park and have primary checkup right there in the Moscow parks. What else do you think should emerge? Maybe something should happen with our schools, as the previous speaker said. Maybe something should happen with the redesign of the healthcare system as a whole. Yes, Andreas has shown a great vision with us. He said that health starts much earlier than people come to the medical facilities, but in the environment we live in every day. This all starts with the traffic, the green zones, the pedestrian zones. I don't mean just outdoor spaces, but the spaces in the facilities. All these elements, they support the right rhythm and closeness to the nature. And this all is an energy safety technology, which improves the spirits, the tone, and this is the positive environment. Speaking about schools, schools are important, and we're also experienced in working with schools. For me, a school is a city in a miniature, in a model, and this should be a model for communication of people, especially children. This is what we are lacking in living online. Because normally the city is horizontal ties interaction. This should happen in school. So the more we interact, the more we develop. This is the normal development of the city, and this is what should happen at schools. There should be theaters, cinemas, social areas, probably not having some particular functions, but for spontaneous communication. And this is what we try to do with the elements of the natural environment, with a lot of light, with all the functions. So the trend is transformable. Light spaces of light colors, flexible, because things develop so rapidly, and any city facility should have the opportunity to transform.
Andrew, thank you so much. And now we are joined by Tancreda Stobe, Médecins Sans Frontières. Good afternoon. We welcome you at our Foresight session. Doctors Without Borders, or Médecins Sans Frontières, always work in extreme conditions during different pandemics or during some emergency situations. So tell us, please, what lessons we have to learn from COVID-19, a totally global phenomenon, because you as an organization work in different locations during the outbreaks for fever, etc. And usually, actually, it would be an individual fight, but now this is a global pandemic. How the healthcare system should change and what lessons we may learn from the experience of that situation. What standards you are implementing, you applying during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Good morning. And sorry, my Russian is not good enough to do this in Russian, so I will switch to English if you allow. And I know we have little time, so I will jump right into the subject. Thanks for the introduction. And yeah, what I will bring in here is how we as a global medical humanitarian organization are dealing with this pandemic, which of course is a huge challenge for all of us. I will just give you a few elements to see where we are. So I had the privilege to work very early on in the pandemic in January and February this year in Asia. Our goal was there to prepare the countries and the populations that they will not be affected badly by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. I will also talk a little bit about best practices in healthcare, how we can assure access to treatment, maybe now also to vaccines. And I will share some lights on how things are dealt with in Asian countries, but also in European countries, and the challenges we face. And then maybe as a conclusion to see how the shifting of care models are done, what COVID-19 is forcing us to change, which I think is interesting, and I'm very glad to be with you today, because I think it is a very important subject to focus on the different challenges that COVID-19 brings along. My first stop was in Japan early in the crisis. This was end of January. As you see on the upper picture, this was before COVID-19 hit Japan. Hardly people in Japan in winter do wear masks as a normal precaution, which is there for years. Yeah? They didn't have to train this. They didn't have to be pursued to do this. So this is a regular precaution we see. MSF, of course, normally we do not intervene in countries where there is a strong health system like in Japan. The trouble, or one of the challenges in Japan, were the cruising ships. There was the Princess Diamond, which had a lot of infectious staff member and travelers on board. But then there was also the Costa Atlantica cruise ship, where they also had more than 600 staff members tested, out of which almost 150 were positive. And here MSF tried to evacuate them, give them first aid. So with our expertise in global pandemic fights, we could help a strong system like Japan, which of course doesn't have to deal with epidemics every day. Interestingly, if we look, the first case in Japan was on those cruise ships on 16th of January. Today, they have still a low number compared to the closeness to China and Asia, with 166,000 infections and 2,300 deaths related to COVID-19. So a country that is doing quite well. From Japan, I traveled to Hong Kong. Hong Kong, of course, is a very close link, almost now part of China, with dozens of border crossings. And there was a big fear in the city that COVID-19 would spread over to the city. Early in the pandemic, by the end of January, our teams in the city did health education training sessions for neglected parts of the city, refugees, asylum seekers, cleaning personnel who were very much afraid about this virus. You see on the lower picture how we did those sessions. We also distributed some basic treatment there. We did also some mental health counseling. And by mid-February, we did a donation of more than 4 tons of protective gear to Wuhan in China, but also to Hong Kong. Again, cities where a city like Hong Kong is a very modern, rich city that normally doesn't need support from MSF. But in this case, they were very helpful. Interesting here, if you look at the numbers, of course, Hong Kong was affected early on, but until today, they were able to keep the numbers, both infection and death rates, pretty low. From Hong Kong, I moved to Cambodia. Cambodia is one of the very poor countries in Southeast Asia, and with very close tight links to China. Thousands of Chinese travel to the country every single day. MSF, we do have a cohort of hepatitis patients in the country, and we were very much afraid that those patients with hepatitis are having an impaired immune capacity, and they need protection. So what we did in the hospitals, and you see it on the upper picture, we did a sort of a checkup before they entered the hospital for every patient and every visitor and every staff, to check the temperature, to ask questions, to give hygiene articles. In the lower picture, you see a training where we do train the hospital staff how to use protective gear. After this preparation work, by the end of March, we paused all our hepatitis activities in the country and shifted our activities to the border to help the border screening from Thailand, because we realized that this is the main challenge for the country to keep the infected people under control. The figures in Cambodia, we have to keep a little bit in question. They are not that reliable, but here again, Cambodia was lucky to be not heavily affected by the pandemic so far. In Cambodia, we knew there is another even poorer country which has a direct border to China. This is Laos, and we did what we called an Explo mission. We moved to Laos in a team with 3 doctors. You see them on the lower picture. And we visited actually every single hospital in the northern part of Laos. And the question, is a country which is poor automatically ill-prepared? Our findings were, no, it is not. Yeah? So despite having a direct border, despite having just a handful of ventilating machines in the country, they did do well. They had the hospitals prepared. The public was well informed through radio and other media forms. But of course, there was a huge economic impact because of the closure of the border, and we see it in the upper picture. All business were down, and there were no support systems, so the people were heavily affected by the economic impact of that border those closures. Interestingly, only in late March they had a first positive tested case, and today only 40 cases and no death. Again, Laos, we have to be cautious with the numbers. But those countries in Asia, of course, they know SARS-1. They know other pandemics, so they knew a very early and robust reaction is mandatory. So why do we talk about Spain? You see on this upper picture, MSF for the first time in our history, we got involved so heavily in Europe, in all European countries. I just take Spain as an example, where we did support hospitals in Madrid and Barcelona, along with our health authorities. We set up 30 hospitalization units with some extra 4,000 beds in these two cities. We distributed gloves and other protective gear. We trained health staff in other regions of Spain. We started a phone hotline and a website. And all this we multiplied in other European countries like Italy, UK, and France, realizing that in Europe there is very little understanding of a pandemic. We have all different diseases here, but we have not dealt with a viral pandemic like SARS-CoV-2. As you see, heavy affected Spain again now in the second wave with millions of infected and tens of thousands of deaths. Here you see a makeshift hospital. Of course, what our capacity as MSF is to set up quick and for big numbers health facilities. What are the challenges we see? It is all mega policies are affected. You see them in Russia, we see them everywhere in Europe, in Northern America, in Central South America. So there is no country on earth, no city on earth, which is not affected by this pandemic. And of course, in cities where people live cramped together, these challenges are even bigger. And at the same time, we see a global breakdown of all logistics. Flights are stopped, airports are closed. We use additional aircraft to send our supports, our supply to remote areas. But of course, all health staff is affected. Thousands of doctors and nurses have been...
I'm sorry,
yes?
we have only a minute.
Okay, I'm almost done. So, and now if you look at vaccination, of course, the distribution, I just read yesterday that almost all vaccines of the two big Western manufacturers, BioNTech, Pfizer, and Moderna are sold off already. So we need those also for poor countries, for health workers in the frontline areas. And of course, as we speak today, there is no drug for COVID-19 available. And that's where we are. Thank you so much for your attention. If there's room for discussion, I'm happy to answer your question. And спасибо.
Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation, very interesting report, how different countries cope with such a difficult situation. Really, a lot depends on their capacity, on the level of development, on the maturity of the healthcare system. Unfortunately, we have no room for discussion because our next session will start in 15 minutes and it will be dedicated exactly to the transformation of the urban environment and to the lessons which we may learn from the pandemic in terms of how the urban formats may change. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists. And really, the principles which were highlighted there, they are almost the same. All the speakers echoed the same views of the client-driven approach, of the new approach to design and construction, energy efficiency, resource efficiency, creating good mood in the places of pain, as Edgar Collins called them in his book. And we hope very much that we will see post-factum research how these spatial changes improved the healthcare systems. We'll find out why such different cases may improve the recovery of the patients and achievements, really, whether it has any healing effect and what new habits are being developed. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. And we finish our today's session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья. Мы
Good
продолжаем.
afternoon, dear friends, and we're going on our online conference, and now we're in for the discussion. And the topic is new challenges for urban planning, the impact of the pandemic on city organization. Let me introduce our speakers. Sergei Kuznetsov, Chief Architect of Moscow, and Marina Lepeshkina, General Director, Research Territory Development Architecture. Today, and they're with me online, we have Michael Kor, Executive Fellow, Center for Livable Cities, and Tim Stoner, Managing Director, Space Syntax UK, and Maketa Kuta, Professor of Land Use Planning, Department of Built Environment, Aalto University. And somehow, Maxim Liksutov, Deputy Mayor on Transport, will join us. We all know that the year is difficult. The pandemic has changed our lifestyle, hopefully temporary. There is a lot of discussion how the city environment will change. There are many theories and concepts which existed actually before the pandemic time. There are different reports how different cities have reacted and plan to react the new trends and the challenges we have because of the pandemic. Many cities and towns tend to be green cities and develop more green areas. Moscow is the bench-making city here. Many Russian cities have a lot of green spaces, actually, and the question is how they are used. Speaking about the energy-saving, resource-saving technologies are also relevant and vital today. Despite the problems we have lacking socialization, we do move on. Sergei, the first question is for you. How will the policy of this Moscow city change, and will it change concerning planning, concerning some zones of the city development? Thank you so much. Quite by chance, I've got slides for you, and we can start the slides. Allow me just to say a few words regarding the previous urban forum. The previous one was offline, and you probably remember that the urban health was the topic of the forum. We had a lot of projects last year, so before the pandemic, motivating people through the city environment to have more energy and to invest their health and energy into the city environment. And now we do see that all these healthy issues are good and relevant regarding the pandemic issues. Let me show the slides to you. Actually, they have a lot of in common what you saw last year and before that. So, my topic is accessible environment, what changes has the coronavirus brought to the city's development. What is the major topic today? Innovation is a famous Moscow project, and it includes not only new apartments and more square meters, but also environment. On the map, you can see where the renovation is, and the majority of Moscow areas are part of this map for changing. And this is the most important thing. You can see the older blocks of flats which become parts of the new environment where more attention is paid and more importance is attached to lifestyle, to comfort, so that people could spend their time more comfortably. Service is also very important, so the ground floors, they house a lot of cafes and infrastructure, and also some stadiums and places for jogging. Let's look in Prospect Vernadskого and the changes there are due to the format I've mentioned. This is what is being constructed now. So step by step, we have a new infrastructure here. You can see that the materials are of higher quality and the architecture is of high quality. On the other hand, the project is quite good concerning the economy. The Yauza River and the embankment, look here, the embankment is very long, and this is what we have there today. A lot of kilometers. Luzhniki, the stadium, also houses a great new designer project. So the river is the second important topic today, as well as new routes for bicycles. You probably remember this map, but the idea is to fill the city with comfortable environment and comfortable roads prepared for bicycles. One more project, the health of the city and Luzhniki, the stadium. We started this project earlier in the year 2018. We are finalizing it. You probably know some buildings here, but look at the environment. So many people can do sports there. I think I'm okay with the timing. Yes?
Да, вопрос, собственно, вы частично рассказали про это в докладе.
Thank you very much, but I have a question for you. You've mentioned the quarterly construction. What are the principles? Actually, the idea started 50 years ago, and this is what we do now, quarter after quarter. But the principles change. Well, the principles we had 50 years ago have changed. I don't think we can call this quarterly construction, but zonage, where there are different zones, where the zones are subdivided into the living areas and social areas, where people can feel privately, where the ground floors can be developed into the public spaces. It actually started in the 30s or 40s of the last century, but then that process stopped. I don't think we've invented a will here. We're just developing, but there are new specific features. Today, we have to construct more. We have new norms, we have new standards. Also, we have a legacy, and sometimes not a positive one, that 5-story blocks of flats of the Soviet times. So engineering is important, but this is not all. The whole team works, transport plus engineering, and the environment. We are trying to improve the whole environment in a complex, and this looks much better than before. Thank you so much, Sergey. And we are going on to Maxim Liksutov, who is with us now. We've discussed the public spaces and the construction. Could you please tell us, Maxim, Moscow really is the leader in public transport, and a lot of changes have happened. But we know that the transport department conducted a lot of questionnaires in different regions. What else is necessary? How will the public transport system of Moscow change in 5 or 7 years? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. This format of our urban forum is quite unusual because we're used to see each other in the rooms physically. I hope this unusual format will not last forever because we are really glad to see all of you as guests in Moscow, showing to you how the public transport works, how it really works. You will see everything. You will try the buses, the electro buses, and the Vela roads. Actually, in Moscow, there are a lot of people who like bicycles. And we've been dealing with this plan for a long time. Bikeways are popular. Unfortunately, it's impossible to do everything within 1 year. It depends on the whole infrastructure and also with the highways, but step by step, we go to the whole bikeways infrastructure, which is not just pieces of separate bicycle paths, but a system for mobility. Especially in the time of a crisis of the pandemic, people have started to go out more. They have started cycling more. They have started to use their personal public transport less. So this is a priority for us. Let me add one more thing. We've conducted a lot of audits concerning the quality of our urban environment together with our doctors and medical doctors. And all the analysis in all the labs say that our public transport is safe. There was no one proved event when the virus was just going in the transport. And the measures taken before the pandemic period played a major role. Yes, the public transport lost up to 70% of the passengers. But what we managed to do was the social distancing. We started the new train Moscow 2020. And each car is equipped with the automatic disinfection system. And this train goes along different metro lines. So this is a metro train where with the system of disinfection inside, like in the operation theater, killing all the disease microbes. We also have a new project, a mobile help to the passengers. We did it before, but in some particular hours. Now, starting from 5:30 in the morning until 1 p.m., this service for people with disability, if they need help, they can get it. And we have a special app which makes this function automatic. And if a person with disability goes by metro somewhere, they will be met. Electrobuses. 550 electrobuses go along the streets of Moscow. So In 2020, we've had new buses, which became electro buses, and this is what we're going to develop further. The mayor of Moscow has taken this decision, and there is a decree already that starting from next year, Moscow will no longer buy a diesel bus, but only electro bus. We've improved and renovated a railway station, and also there will be a recreation zone on the north of Moscow, next to the northern river boat station. We have more personal cars, about up to 150,000 a day. But the mortality rate has decreased. This happened thanks to the work of all my colleagues and the whole Department of Transport, because we did our best to make our roads safe. We also started the system of recognizing faces. Facial recognition system helps to make our system safe. And the next step will be the payment through this facial recognition system. So the passenger enters the metro. There will be a scanning the passenger's face, and the payment will go through from the debit or credit card. So this is a revolutionary system. We're starting to test it, and our staff members will be the first to test it, and after that we'll launch it. The route cameras will also know how to see the passengers with some health problems, with a heart attack, for instance, and we'll do our best so that the system helps to give the care, the emergency care to our passengers. Forbes in London awarded us for part of this system. And this is the MaaS system, Mobility as a Service system, which will unite all the city transport in one mobile application. It will launch the route considering the preferences of each passenger individual, including the underground and the public transport and the bicycle and everything. You will have a choice. The time will be calculated, and we'll do our best so that the Muscovites can choose how they can go along Moscow, so that there are no borders concerning the routes or payments. This is our target, that every Muscovite or the visitor of Moscow can have less borders, no limits, and a lot of thank you for so long. I wanted to have as much information as I could. Thank you so much, Maxim. This has been a great and a complex presentation. Moscow is an international leader today for the public transport system, and I hope that Moscow will start sharing nationally and internationally things the Muscovites haven't used already. Thank you so much. We expect novelties in the IT systems and modalities. And I would like to give the floor to Michael Kor. Michael is the executive fellow for the Center for Liable Cities. But he will speak about Singapore. Singapore is top 1 in the rating for the quality of life. we know that this rating is only for professionals who plan to move somewhere. And that is why the environment, the ecology are the basic indications here. So, Michael, could you please share with us how Singapore plans to meet the challenges by the pandemic? What are the plans to develop the new environments and the new spaces? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello from Singapore. Appreciate if I can just answer your questions and respond through my slide presentation. Well, every city has its challenges, its urban challenges. And in particular, Singapore, as an island nation, faces many challenges within its boundaries. Next. We are an island nation, limited resources, and we have to fit the requirements of a nation within our boundaries. COVID-19 is but one of the many disruptions that Singapore has faced. We have been faced with other disruptions in the past and plagued with polluted rivers, open sewers, traffic jams, flooding. But look at us today, 50 years down. We are now a global city, an endearing home. Next. We at the Center for Livable Cities are very interested in tracking high density and highly livable cities. Next. But it comes to what we call the Singapore Livability Framework, because we believe that every city wants to achieve the key outcomes of high quality of life, competitive economy, and sustainable environment. But it's how you get there that's really important. The systems approach through integrated master planning and development and dynamic urban governance. Next. The urban systems approach that we adopt towards infrastructure like transportation, waste, housing, all feeds back into achieving the key quality outcomes for our citizens and our city. Next. Now, taking an urban systems approach, for example, in terms of integrated master planning and thinking long-term is a very important aspect towards Singapore's planning. We plan strategically on 10-year cycles through long-term plans, such as what we call the concept plan on the right. This cascades down to the detailed master plan, which specifies land use, plot ratio, building height, fully transparent, available online for everyone. And it cascades down to further development plans on a local scale. Next. Now, the key strategies that feed into this plan, firstly, are planning for polycentricity. We have always planned for decentralization since 1991 and fitted our regional centers and our housing new towns to what we call the MRT network. And it's shown in concept form on the left, a branching network with a circular system that goes around the CBD. Next. And this is what it is today. The many regional centers that are distributed together with local neighborhood centers and sub-regional centers around the island, providing opportunities for work, access to facilities and retail and learning facilities close to where you live. So you don't have to just come down to the CBD, but you can access your facilities, regional centers, areas for learning right where you live. Next. Planning for high density and self-sufficient towns, a very important aspect for Singapore's planning, especially when 80% of our population lives in high density new towns. But each new town is planned to be self-sufficient with vibrant community spaces and retail and commercial spaces as well. Next. And this is what we mean by some of these neighborhood centers that you can see on the left, integrated with the green community facilities, retail, right in the heart of housing areas so that residents can attain very close access to it within, say, 15 minutes of cycle or even closer by walking and by public transport. Community facilities are located together, and this is an example here in our Tampines Hub, which has a library, performing arts facilities, sports facilities, a football field, and commercial and community facilities within its form, its building form. So building high-density, self-sufficient towns with facilities easily accessible by the residents is a very critical planning issue, and it has been shown that this is very convenient, especially during COVID lockdowns, where people need to have these facilities close to where they are instead of having to travel long distances. Next. Health is the key aspect of city planning. Cleaning the city or cleaning the nation, making sure that you have clean water, sewage facilities, all planned for and integrated within a beautiful setting. And you can see this, for example, in the second slide, whereby this stormwater pond is actually integrated with parks and facilities. And the hospital that you see has got greens and urban farming within the building, and it's all integrated within the context of this green environment. Promoting healthy living through walking and cycling has always been a key part of our plan, because we have always tried to encourage activity and sports facilities and a sporting lifestyle for our citizens. Next. Distribution of health facilities throughout the island is very important. And I'd like to draw your attention now to the new model of a integrated community facility called Kampung Admiralty, which is perhaps even a 2-minute city, because within its building form, you have housing for seniors 55 years and above, healthcare facilities, recreational facilities, childcare facilities, commercial facilities, and plugged into the local transit station, all in one building. Next. Planning for green and blue spaces, a very important aspect for green relief, for having a green environment for both our activities as well as for our own mental well-being as well. And not only do we have parks on a regional scale, on a neighborhood scale, but we encourage the green to also permeate through the buildings in skyrise greenery. And this always comes back to the leadership vision by our first Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, who believed that we should not have a concrete jungle because it destroys the human spirit, and we need greenery of nature to lift our spirits. Next. So this is the green and blue plan that you see, and 90% of residents will live within 400 meters of a park by 2030. So what you can see is some of the parks, the top one being actually a park that is designed also as a floodplain. It can actually accommodate the stormwater runoff during times of heavy rainfall. Next. Now, underlying this is the key horizontal of technology as an enabler. Trace together apps, for example, especially during this COVID period, whereby we need to do community contact tracing, safe entry app. But interestingly enough, other apps like Space Out, Safe Distance at Parks, which actually facilitate the citizens' access to data to show if these areas are crowded, and they can make their decision of whether they want to go shopping at a shopping center or to go to a park, depending on the crowdedness of these facilities. Next. Now, another underlying horizontal is bringing the community on board. Because if they don't activate the trace together, we can't do community tracing. If they don't participate and contribute the ideas, we cannot improve our systems for the future. And we found that even during this COVID period, we are able to engage the community through Zoom and virtual platforms. And the community is willing to participate and give their ideas. Next. Please look at our publications. They're all available at clc.gov.sg for us to share with you and share experiences, and also for you to share your knowledge with us. Next. And we'd like all of you to be invited to the World City Summit 2021 happening in June next year. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, господин Кома.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koma. We'd hope that We will have an opportunity to come to you in 2021, although everything is so unpredictable. We'll hope that vaccination will be of help and that at least in summer next year we can travel as much as we did before. And saying that, we'd like to pass the floor to Tim Stoner, Managing Director of Space Syntax. Mr. Stoner, your professional career is related to studying behavior, communication of people in the urban environment. We know that the lockdown undermined our behavior. How will the urban planning react to these new challenges? Will there be any consequences of COVID-19 remaining after this year and a half of the pandemic, or probably the people will change their behavior patterns and probably would use certain spaces more actively and would refrain from other spaces, for instance? Thank you so much.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Sergey, I wish I was in Moscow with you all, and hopefully next year we will see each other together in the same room. I'd like to address, thank you, your questions by starting with the idea that cities are machines for human interaction, and we really need to value them for that reason post-COVID. And we have cities because we need to interact for social, for economic, and for cultural reasons. But not all cities work as machines, as efficient machines. There are good cities and there are bad cities. And in fact, most cities today are a mix of both. Good cities are highly efficient machines. They create social and economic interaction, and they do it with very low impacts on the natural environment. Good cities are walking and cycling cities with strong public transport networks, as we just heard. Bad cities do the opposite. They're dependent on cars. And so we need to be careful that when we talk about cities, we understand which type of city we're dealing with, the good or the bad city. And to do that, we need to be able to measure the difference between one and the other. And this is the mission of me and my colleagues at Space Syntax, building computer models to measure the performance of cities, and then using those computer models to create plans for walkable, dense, and connected cities. Because cities have suffered throughout their history. They've suffered from fire, from war, from diseases like cholera, and they've always been rebuilt to protect them against fire, to clean the water, as we heard, and to rebuild after devastation. COVID is different. COVID is not spread by water, but by human proximity. And this presents, I think, a big challenge for us, because if we avoid human proximity, we fundamentally undermine the essential function of cities. And without cities, we're not human. So if we're going to go back to being human, physical proximity, we need a vaccine. And even when we have vaccines, we have to remember we now have other options for human proximity. We have digital options because we've learned to live with Zoom, with Teams, with Skype. And indeed, arguably, we've developed some new methods of human interaction that we didn't have in cities before. And this raises, I think, a really important question. Can we learn to live without cities? But I think the simple answer is no, because for all of its benefits, digital connectivity does not replace physical proximity. And the key reason that digital is inferior, I think, is because of what happens in physical meetings. And that is the informal interaction between people, the things that were unplanned, the people you bump into when you go to a meeting, when you're in the street outside the meeting, the new ideas that emerge from those unexpected things that happen in the physical world. Digital tools just don't provide the same context. The call starts, the call finishes, there's no informal interaction. Serendipity is the magic dust of cities, and that's why I think we always will need them. But we can't always assume that when we get the vaccine and go back to our cities, that this serendipity will happen automatically. And I think this is because before COVID, many of our cities were substandard. The serendipity machine was not working well. These car-dependent cities were not making the best that cities can offer. And what is the best of cities? Well, we've heard already from Sergey, it's about walking, cycling, public transport, congestion-free streets, clean air, shade, shelter from the wind, protection from seasonal and freak flooding, as we just heard from Michael in Singapore, buildings that meet the ground, give something back to the ground plane. In other words, cafes, restaurants, shops, and galleries, not blank walls of cold stone or sheets of polished glass, as so many of my architect colleagues like to give. Instead, we need the serendipity machine. Unfortunately, that means a lot of refit of existing cities. Think about the business trip that we used to make. If that's in a car to an air-conditioned bunker, back to a hotel in a car, back to an airport in a car, that's the serendipity machine broken. If instead, the business day begins in a public space with a cup of coffee, it moves by walking to the next meeting, and it's lived and played out in the public spaces of the city. If offices are open, not labyrinthine and cellular, if people genuinely have a buzz in the place they work, then the serendipity machine is working, and we will not go back to Zoom and to Teams. So the changes we need to make to our lives must not only be short-term ones about whether we have hand gel, but they need to be the long-term ones about, do we have the right cities to attract talented people? Do our cities foster innovation? And after all, with increased automation, increased robotization, the jobs that matter are the jobs that machines can't yet do. They're the jobs that support the innovation industries, the design industries, and not just the design of buildings and space, but the design of finance, the design of governance. So in summary, interaction, innovation, and serendipity are, for me, the three words that we should look for. And how do we achieve interaction, innovation, and serendipity? It's through walking, cycling, and public transport. And this will help us remind ourselves that cities are there to help us be human. The coronavirus is a great and deadly plague. If it has a silver lining, it's this: it's given us pause for thought to remember what we've truly missed about our cities, and therefore what we should be building more of in the future. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Тим.
Thank you so much, Tim,
За столь интересный доклад,
for such a very inspiring, inspirational
Я передаю сейчас слово
speech.
Марине.
And saying that, I'm passing the floor to Marina Lepeshkina, who is with us here in the studio. Megapolises or megacities are usually associated with their inconvenient conditions in terms of mental comfort, or such as noise interference, noise waste, etc. Your company did a research as to how to design big cities, major cities, from the standpoint of a psychological comfort and convenience for the citizens. In your opinion, what is the main criteria for the psychological comfort? How can we provide for that in megapolises? How we can make the living conditions even better? We looked at the cases of Nur Sultan or Astana, of Singapore and Moscow, in essence. What can we do about Moscow to make it even more convenient? Thank you so much for this, your question. Really, the topic of psychological comfort and convenience was raised when we discussed that at the conference of a comfortable city, when we realized that physical health, this is only a component of the overall health of a person. And mental health is also very crucial. Mental health is defined by a number of criteria, such as, for instance, reaction of a person to some irritants, and the WHO recognized mental health as one of the main factors for the residents. Amid the pandemic, we see that actually it was recommended to be less nervous, not to be so anxious, because nervous and anxious people would fill the beds in hospitals, although they didn't have any COVID positive tests, just because of the nervous breakdowns. People have to bear in mind that the difference is the same as just doing some exercise and doing professional sports. Usually the rate of noise is very high in the cities, and we are living not a natural way of life, and this is also a component of the urban life. All the phobias and depressions evolve much faster in the city. You lose your bearing in the city, and this is very typical of our city, especially when their planning is not good. A person no longer associates himself with a certain place or certain location. And social stress is on the rise. We know such cases very well. According to the research, we realized that the city residents react more painfully to certain stresses, and they do not inform the police about certain grave cases, so they have less social responsibility, and they don't want to know people around them. What are the factors which bring more stress to our life? Video ecology, this is a very well-known factor. One homogeneous visual field certainly impact the mental health of a person. And we know lots of cases when the people from the districts which are marked by aggressive outlook of the buildings, they have to go to downtown just to have something for their eyes to rest. So it means that people living in a city are always anxious, always alarmed, and the residents of megapolises or megacities have a very muted or subdued perception of the life. They use more reason than feelings when they act, and they have no public control, which certainly impacts their mental health. So this topic is far from being new, and in our research we used a study done by Ms. Dridze in 1960s when massive construction started. Kevin Lynch in the United States coined such terms as the ways and routes of movement of man. The districts, actually, these are the areas where a man would feel himself or herself a part and parcel of the environment. This is part of the psychology of a person. What are the normal living conditions and how we can create them? Safety and security, this is what a person would be looking for in any situation. And in a city, it would be a room or a territory where a person would understand that the boundaries not necessarily are the fences, but this is something tangible. A person has to be capable of predicting the future. When people lived in caves, they tried to anticipate certain dangers. Then, another thing, curiosity. Probably it contradicts safety and security, but people are curious, so they have to change the picture in front of their eyes. That's why people suffer it a lot when you couldn't go farther 1 kilometer away from your building, because actually all the buildings look the same. Some orderly way of life. You have to keep your bearing in the city, to have some milestones or some hallmark buildings in front of your eyes. Moscow followed that way. So there are totally recognizable buildings, recognizable districts, and the planning for certain districts are quite unique. It's quite unique. And as we have discussed, people don't have to go to the city of Moscow to have some rest or to walk around. People would go not to see the business centers, but would go to parks. And Moscow offered a very interesting project on increasing the greenery in the city. Sexual comfort is created by the greenery, just like Singapore with its green and blue plan. Has to make sure that a person would have a park at least 1 kilometer away from his home. And therefore, we want to have some mental rest in the areas for the rest. Therefore, what echoes the presentation which we heard in the very beginning about the natural territory, personalization of the environment. For instance, we may say that Moscow offered a very popular very popular service when you can rent a piece of garden and plant something and take care of your plants, which is very relaxing. We have to protect the cities of different noises and light impact, although we cannot put any blackout curtains or noise-proof or soundproof screens, and we have to be very caring about the natural landscapes. Thank you so much, Marina. That was a very interesting and comprehensive presentation. Thank you for mentioning such a really very important trend as gardening, farming, city farming, and urban farming probably will be one of the most demanded for type of activity. So it doesn't mean that we'll see goats and cows in the streets of the cities, but this opportunity, this possibility to get out of your house and do something about the courtyard. And we really know that there is a whole movement around the globe which is being supported by the local authorities. For instance, there is a flowering case in Moscow, some local projects which are very helpful to engage people into these kinds of activities. This is not just about beautifying, but rather about somehow feeling yourself comfortable and convenient psychologically there. I'm passing the floor to Marketa Kuta, Alta University. Marketa, good afternoon. Today we spoke mainly about megapolises such as Moscow, Nur-Sultan, Singapore. Alta University is located in a Finnish city, very cozy, small cities. How do you work? You have developed a very interesting methodology. You are working with some urban spaces. What you managed to do? And how this experience can be replicated in other countries?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can see my slide. Can you?
Yes.
I'm going to talk to you today about participatory planning, actually. And you probably know that there are many countries, including my country, Finland, where participatory planning is actually compulsory in all planning cases. And even if we have that legislation, there has been lots of issues in realizing the spirit of the law. Because it's very typical that even if you try to arrange participatory planning, only a handful of people end up participating. Timing is too late. The knowledge produced is not influential. And as a whole, the process is very demanding for all partners. So what is quite typical in Finland and in many other countries is that public hearings are the most common participation techniques, but there are problems with this one. Many people in these events are not, do not have courage to raise their hands and express their views. Of course, now during the pandemic, you cannot arrange these kind of events. You cannot even arrange topic group meetings, which are also very typical participatory planning method. Instead, you can arrange online participation, and that's what my team has been doing. Let me just still say that in traditional participation events, the knowledge produced is typically in a format like this. And what is often happening is that nobody goes systematically through the knowledge produced. It's not saved anywhere in a systematic form, so the usage will be very difficult. So my team has developed online participatory mapping methods that we now call Maptionary methods. That actually these methods have been used in Finland in most of the cities already, and also in other countries, actually more than 30 countries, including cities of New York, Denver, and so on. And here we are talking about a simple to use tool. Anybody can create a map-based survey that then can be used either in face-to-face meetings, or you can use your own computer, of course, at home, or you can use your mobile devices, and you can collect large data sets from thousands of people rather easily. And the knowledge produced is typically in point, route, or area format. And as a whole, you can produce really fascinating new kind of data based for participatory planning. Let me just tell you about one example. In Helsinki master plan process, we use this method, and about 3,700 respondents were participating in an online survey and produced about 33,000 place markings and wonderful data. And with the help of this data, we were able to produce new kind of knowledge about, in this case, where people consider good places for new infill projects and where you shouldn't build anything. And we were also able to identify different resident viewpoints. There were actually conflicting viewpoints. Some people wanted to develop certain areas, and other people wanted to support the very same areas. So it was easy to differentiate these kind of conflicting viewpoints and areas. And finally, it was possible to compare the views from citizens expressed via these map surveys with the plan proposal. And we could estimate that the fit between plan proposal and the view by people was something like 75% match in the plan proposal phase. And after this, of course, another huge public debate took place. And in the final plan, the match grew up to 87%, which wasn't bad at all, in my view. this kind of data, this soft geographic knowledge that people can produce, can be easily integrated to cities' data storage systems to guarantee the influential use of the knowledge produced by people. Let me finally just mention that this method has been used in research projects concerning a variety of themes, and now we have also studied how the use of different urban spaces by people have changed during COVID pandemic. We happen to have a very nice baseline data. We approached same people who had already produced data about their everyday life, place-based, and we asked again how they are using spaces now during a pandemic. And we have already found out that, for example, the use of green areas increased significantly. But we are going to realize a third step still, go back to these same individuals after pandemic and find out whether any of the lessons learned during pandemic has stayed and become permanent habit. That will be a very interesting research question that we can answer hopefully soon. This was all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Marketa, спасибо большое за ваш...
Marketa, thank you so much for your very interesting pitch, because really, to make a city psychologically and physically convenient and comfortable, certainly people have to participate in the designing. It should be a participatory planning approach, and following the case of Moscow, we know we have such a participatory process called Active Citizen Project, where people may make their own proposals, where people are engaged in the decision-making. All these cities have their own unique experience, and certainly the exchange of views and best practices always is very helpful in order to develop our mechanisms to come up with very interesting results. I'd like to thank all our speakers for today. First of all, thank you so much for very interesting presentations and systemic view. Secondly, thank you so much because we are right on time, which is not a simple task. As all the speakers have stressed, the pandemic only highlighted what we spoke before the pandemic. We need more time and more efforts to apply to our public spaces, the ones which are arranged not only for the aesthetics, but most importantly, public spaces is something where we are doing sports, we're spending time. We have to provide for the symbiosis between the work and private life. We have to pay a lot of attention to different spaces, to redesign them, proceeding from the challenges put forward by the pandemic. Thank you so much, dear panelists, and see you at our next session. Thank you so much.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья. Мы
Good afternoon, dear friends. We're starting our session on development of the territories. So today, online and offline, have great speakers, representatives of the Moscow city government, developers and architects. So here, I have Vladimir Yefimov, Deputy Mayor of Moscow, responsible for the economic policy and also the land and property. Vladimir Berlovich, head of the Moscow Territorial Center Etalon Group, Mark Williams, LDA Design, London, and Nikita Malikov, CEO, architectural company Malikov. So today we're going to discuss how we're going to live. In the industrial epoch, the zonage of the cities was very strict, and that is why there are industrial zones in different areas which change, having new functions, mixed type of construction, and also new living zones emerge. So we're going to discuss today the approaches of the development of this kind of territories, how much different kinds of cities and towns really use them, how can they influence these territories. This is what we're going to discuss today. And I would like to give the floor first to Vladimir Yefimov. We know that there are two big projects for complex territorial development are fulfilled, and this year an agreement was signed. So how do you think these two projects will impact the development of the city, and how can the city influence on investment? We know that this kind of territories, industrial territories, require a lot of funding, and also for the organizational structure. So, Vladimir, the floor is yours. You're absolutely right.
Владимир, слышно? Мы вас... вот теперь мы вас видим прекрасно.
Vladimir, I'm so happy to see you now. So, you're absolutely right. Development and renovation of the territories, which were the industrial zones before, is quite a tough issue. Before that, the industrial zones were about 15,000 hectares. Here in Moscow, part of these industrial zones are improved with new real estate facilities and other kinds of facilities. But some of them are still there. Some of them are used for industrial companies, and about 3,000 hectares are the depressive territories. Sometimes they're just storage facilities or just nothing, the territory which is not involved in the economic life of the city. And that is why we really welcomed the new code for city construction, which introduced the new mechanism for the complex territory development. It helps us to take decisions of this kind of landings, what to do with them. It also contains a very good, efficient mechanism how to deal with it. Today, we can see that on these territories, which makes about 3,000 hectares, 150 sites, so we can have more than 200,000 square mile of places, have about 7 trillion investments, and this will result in the improvement of the city's economy and new jobs. Let me explain why. In accordance with the national project Accessible Housing, we have to develop and to increase pace of provision our citizens with their apartments. We support this vision because Moscow is one of the regions where people have too little apartments. So a lot of people still need apartments. And they want the apartment of good quality. But on the other hand, we understand that we cannot just build flats and apartments. We need to develop rapidly, but as a complex. With complex systems. This is why the sites I've spoken about are very good potential for new jobs, new flats, new and new modern construction even. When we speak about the reconstruction of the industrial zones, we never say that all the industrial companies should leave Moscow. The reality of industry of today is so that we need to create modern, up-to-date industrial companies, and we do not need thousands and hectares of square meters. The industry of today requires less space and less people. A very good example is the car construction plant. Used to be the ladder company. Now we have Renault there, so we have 5 times less people, much less space they occupy, but they launch the same amount of cars compared to what happened before. So increased efficiency of the space in the city is important. That is why I'm highlighting the complex approach. We always bear in mind that we do not want just to construct something. We want to have good spaces. We have a complex approach to the improved life of our people. The approach which is rarely used so far, but we have 2 agreements signed on the complex development of further industrial territories. So we have a plan. We're going to look at the rest of the sites, about 150 of them, and we plan to prepare them for the investors within the coming year. So we hope that this mechanism will be in demand and will help to create comfortable, full-fledged regions with good environment. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Clearly, this is a very important trend of the cities of today. So, digital approach, modern technologies, and production reduces the amount of people involved in the construction, but the production does not go down. On the contrary. And all the leaders say that we need to attract as much new industrial instruments as possible, having new jobs, new spaces as a result of that. So we hope that this kind of redevelopment projects will help people to get new places to live and to work, because Moscow has always been a model here. We've discussed Moscow as a model for the whole country, and not only for our country, but for the whole world, globally. Because today we have great internationally recognized objects like the Zaryadye spoke. Thank you so much for such a thorough presentation. And we are going to the Etalon Group, one of very good projects for redevelopment. Maxim, the floor is yours now. Vladimir said that we need to have a complex approach in development, because it sometimes happens going around the country, we can see just blocks of flats and nothing more. What new will you have in this project, the ZIL South, and how can you meet this balance? Because your approach is balanced. Thank you so much, Natalia. Let me present several slides to you. When we speak about the development of the territories which were paralyzed for a long time, we use the term revitalization. We want this territory to live, to be vital once again. So together with the city makers and KCP companies, we decided to think how we could work with the territories having no business activity today. Let me bring about some data to prove that. Now, well, some platforms of the ZIL ladder construction plant is now part of the area, the southern area of Moscow. But still, we have this territory of the factory ZIL and of the South Port, which is located next to it. So clearly, we know that it will be a new city center and a place of interest too. So let me share with you the pictures. So on the left-hand side, we have the year 1915, and after that, there was the deforestation. All the woods were actually disappeared, and people gathered and trying to realize what to do with this territory. So many years later, again, we have a clear territory. After the first part, when there were a lot of industrial companies, we don't have anything there, actually, because the territory is paralyzed. You can see there is no activity there, no car traffic, and no functions for the citizens, no medical facilities, no educational, commercial facilities, no libraries. So we realized that before going in accordance with the plan, we wanted to look at the territory, to see the target we have in front of us, because this should be part of the city. So we decided to set a new target. That was to motivate the people to spend as much time as possible in their region. And just construction was not enough. We were to figure out for who we create the space, for the local residents or for all the Muscovites. We were to think how much time different people will spend to get to that recreation place. We need to think about the traffic jams all the time, because we have more and more traffic every year. This we discussed before the planning. So we took the plan and we decided to improve it together with the city government, because we wanted to adapt it to the demands of today. So we decided to have several routes, some of them just for the public transport. Then we subdivided Highways and pedestrian areas, you can see them in different colors. Also, we have some linking areas for everyone. You can see them with the green color. So all this work was part of the city plan. So we didn't have to change it really, but we realized that we could improve it, creating more comfortable environments. So the next issue is multimodality. Can we transfer from the standard ways of transport, personal cars, metro, buses, trolleybus, get to something different? And yes, we said, but we also realized that we had to change a lot of things. So we narrowed the spaces for transport, and we also created special places for bicycles, for recreation, for pedestrians, for walks. All the information we accumulated on the software, and also we decided to look for experts, and they started working with us. These were different experts on digital approach, on construction, on design, and the local residents too. So we tested it on the territory of the former factory, ZIL South. Speaking about the comfortable environment, we realized that everything should be diverse, not only the routes and the pathways, but the construction sites. So we decided to make it diverse. So as part of the first 200,000 square meters, we introduced 6 types of houses and blocks, so big towers, cascades, hybrid ones, and also smaller houses. And the detached houses closer to the park. We also wanted to make the park a linking territory. So speaking about redevelopment, revitalization, we need to focus on the social and cultural areas. So this is the start. After that, we speak about the documents for the construction. Thank you so much, Maxim. The project is really interesting. But what are the functions? But the housing you planned here? Well, our first target was the social areas, but next to the Marc Chagall embankment. You've probably seen it on the website of the Moscow city government. And plan to link this embankment with other territories and centers of the city. So the plan is to make a 13-kilometer embankment linking different areas in Moscow, Taganka, Pechatniki, so that people could just walk and not use their personal cars. So healthy lifestyle and entertainment is actually our target. It will look like the embankment we have in the Gorky Park. Social infrastructure is also important, you're right. So we plan to have a commercial cluster there, as far as I know. So we work on this ZIL South, but together with other companies dealing with other areas. Thank you so much, Maxim. We've discussed today that the pandemic will change the city environment. Some processes started before the pandemic, the digital approach, the online trade, for instance. That all started before the pandemic, but is developing rapidly now. This is happening in the United States of America, and a lot of transformation happened. For instance, the parking places changed into social environments. This is could be a good topic for you. And we're going to Mark Williams, LD. Is Design London, is really an experienced person. So your parks are the Queen Elizabeth Park and the redesign of the plane. So what projects do you think are most relevant? What challenges did you have and how do you meet them in your practice?
Thank you, and good morning from London. I'm very pleased to be here. I think it's been really interesting listening to Vladimir and Maxim, actually. The two things that shone through in their presentations. Firstly, Vladimir asking, how do we design spaces for future industries? And also Maxim talking about how we encourage people to spend time in revitalized places. Why do they want to be there and why do they want to live there? So the two projects that I'm going to talk through, both of them start with landscape. So one thing that we've found in our approach to design is whether that's in London or Moscow, landscape is a device that helps heal post-industrial landscapes and helps to create place. Both of the projects that I'm going to talk you through started with landscape as their vision. And the Old English definition of landscape actually means creating places where people belong. And for me, that is the big challenge of regeneration. It's that ability to create places where people want to live and where they want to feel a sense of belonging and ownership. The first project is the London 2012 Olympic Park. And many people will have seen that park or visited it during the Olympic Games or after the Games. But only 10 years sort of before the Games, it was an industrial site, heavily polluted, with extraordinary natural assets, including river corridors and pieces of open space, but heavily polluted. So in advance of the Games, we were responsible for the master plan and regenerating the landscape, including 10 kilometers of river that we restored and created new habitats. So the regeneration process of Stratford started with the Olympic Games. And really, everyone knows the Games and the celebrations that took place in 2012. But the landscape was the device and the powerful move that allowed us to start healing and restoring the river corridors. So what you can see here are some fantastic habitats. They also removed houses and homes in London from flood risk by providing additional flood capacity in this part of London. It also allowed us to create a landscape that would work after the Games, after 2012. So in amongst the chaos and the party of the Olympic Games in 2012, we also brought some calm, natural landscapes that residents could enjoy. And the park itself has now become a legacy. It's become a place where community has established. It's become a place where residents live. So bringing residents and people into regeneration, revitalization projects is crucial to get people living there. And the project continues to grow. So we always say, make no small plans, always think big, always think long term. And we did that with the master plan for the Olympic Games. We looked at a games mode that worked during 2012, and then a legacy mode that works to this day and is still evolving. And as part of that, we then delivered 3 additional projects after the Games itself. The first of which, here east, which you can see in the top left, was the former communications building during the Olympic Games. And we transformed that into a new digital quarter for London. It provides 7,000 jobs in the heart of London for digital companies and tech startups. Further to the south, we've also been delivering the master plan, which is now on site for UCL, a university campus, to come into the Olympic Park. And that was a really creative space that also has a unique concept for the ground floor of the university buildings called the Fluid Zone, where the community can come in. So it's a campus, but also the local community can enjoy the facilities as well. And we're now working on the design of the Stratford Waterfront, which is the new home for the London College of Fashion, the BBC sound recordings, Victoria and Albert Museum, and also Sadler's Wells Ballet Theatre. This is the biggest investment in culture in London since the 1950s with the South Bank and the Royal Festival. So a significant move for East London. The second project is private sector led, it's developer led rather than government led, and it's Battersea Power Station, an iconic landmark in London that originally was just half a power station and actually due to the demands of the growth of London, evolved into two parts and a full power station, which is the listed building in London, a protected conservation asset. But obviously its life deteriorated, and most people know it as the symbol from the Pink Floyd album with a pig floating above the above the factory itself. And it presented an amazing opportunity to regenerate a region and a network of spaces in London as well. So the master plan has some unique features. It delivers an extraordinary new park on the banks of the River Thames. It also delivers 400 meters of new waterfront public realm and public spaces. But in order to do that in London, regeneration is sometimes a scary process for local communities. So what we like to do on our projects is deliver change very early that the local community can see is positive. So we developed a strategy of very simple pop-up spaces that could be delivered during the construction program. So a very simple lawn against the backdrop of the beautiful listed building that allowed us to host events there. And during the construction phases, we've had 40,000 visitors every weekend. The detailed design as well on regeneration projects, it's really important to celebrate heritage and the past of the site. So we used reminders of the everyday detail of the chimney to inspire some of the public realm features, even down to the detail of the bins and the recycling facilities using the same materials as the chimney. Then to the current day and thinking about how spaces operate in the pandemic. During the summer, there has still been a curated events program with outdoor cinemas. One of the critical things to provide for the local community were affordable spaces so that the regeneration allows the existing community to still find a home and a place for their businesses to thrive within the new development. So under the rail arches here, we see some affordable spaces for local enterprises and local startup businesses. We now currently on site are getting 500,000 visitors per year. So the numbers have continued to increase. And the first phase units are sold. And the estimations are that 40 million visitors will visit Battersea Power Station when it's complete in the future. This includes the new UK headquarters for Apple to be located within the power station. Open spaces where everyone can come together. So it was interesting listening to Maxime talk about ZIL. We really want to encourage people of all backgrounds to come to Battersea Power Station and learn to play with each other, learn to thrive in the new community. And also to understand the role of the redevelopment and the regeneration in the wider London context. So thinking about how we connect into the city centre and also how we open up access to a site that for many years has been private and sterile. We can now open up the embankment and allow the public to move through. And just a final slide, I think, is as part of the creative process for regeneration schemes, always encourage everyone to think of the unexpected and expect the unexpected. At Battersea Power Station, we even had mermaids during the early phases of development. So expect the unexpected and you will achieve extraordinary things.
Марк, спасибо большое за...
Thank you so much, Mark, for such a detailed presentation, presenting your projects.
То, что
You're right. This is what we think as a complex project. When we have new functions, new territories, everything changes. The landscape changes, and we have new centers, new attraction centers, new social spaces, new jobs. And I would like to give the floor to Nikita Malika. Nikita, you work with other different spaces as a design company. So what criteria do you think are the most important for the new spaces, and what challenges are there? Thank you for this question. Let me answer as short as possible. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. So many times I've been in Azil. I haven't been to London. I haven't seen what you have done, Mark, but I hope I will do it. Studying redevelopment here, we can see that the majority of people are young specialists, younger than 40. I also joined this process quite early. So how did it all start? With the lofts, and everyone does the lofts now, but in the year 2006 and 2007, all this started, and it went to the regions. So clearly, this is the time when all the redevelopment started. Let me share with you 4 cases and 4 rules and 4 principles we'll figure out working with these cases.
The first case is that we only are in our infancy. Unlike Europe, we are lagging behind, but still we're gaining lots of experience. We are accumulating experience. We're doing that very fast. And the key role is to keep learning. And the very first case is a very typical thing which we may see in any city. Such buildings, such structures are typical of any city. We read in the textbooks that if you do renovation and you change the design code, then the flows of people would change, the economy of the place would change. But no one knew for sure, actually, how to calculate that, how to measure that. And very often we do some test cases, and this cost us only 7 million rubles, and we changed actually how everything changes, and the redevelopment showed that it may boost the economy dramatically. Next rule, we liked experiment so much that we went further. Next rule is you have to experiment everywhere and always. This is the city of Kazan, a plant which could not be demolished. It could not be demolished because actually it was a nuclear bomb-proof structure. It was built during the Soviet period, and our session is dedicated to the sustainable development. One of the principles of sustainable development is to demolish as less as possible. This is what we did. We didn't change anything. We added a few items, features, and we kept most of the structure of the carcass, saving up time for the demolition, and we actually saved in terms of the wastes, because if you do not demolish anything, then you don't have any wastes. The economy has to be economical. City of Kazan, the city arranged an architectural biennale in order to find out how to work with such territory. The owner of that territory started demolishing all the buildings prior to the biennale and kept the walls around the territory. 20 jurors were invited in order to somehow identify certain principles, how to work with that territory. And as was said before, let me repeat that once again. One of the key principles behind working with big territories is about creating public spaces and actually to provide for the walk-through capacity. And once we're speaking about the sustainable development, we have to keep the historical legacy. When we defended that project, one of the jury members approached us and said, why actually didn't you demolish part of the building, making a walk-through inside, actually? And I thought, how can we demolish that? Because we cannot build anything like that. There are facades, very flat ones and very gray ones. We cannot replicate such an architecture. Therefore, it is very important to keep such architecture, to work very cautiously with that. Really, the redevelopment project is about finding funds for keeping the legacy and to build something new, to bring the new life into this building. And this is a zero-gain building, the one which you see in the very center. This is an educational cluster where actually you can rent the space for 100 rubles per square meter, so that people are used to coming to that territory. And this is not experiment, and economically it turned out that it is very much feasible. This is how it looks like. On the left-hand side, this is our historical legacy. And we are adding new structures to that. And on the right-hand side, this is what the owner managed to demolish already. And some housing is being built there. And it is very important to combine redevelopment and construction of something new. And the most important case, which actually is not built yet, now, city of Tver is home to the barracks, quite old ones, 100 buildings, 44 of them are regarded as historical monuments. There are whole ensembles of monuments, an extraordinary plot which was built more than 50 years ago, housing for the workers, kindergartens, and 150 years ago, industrial tycoon Sava Morozov did what is totally unimaginable today. But this territory is totally dilapidated. 68 hectares of buildings which cannot be demolished. Different major companies try to relaunch that territory. Strelka Design Bureau and Dom.rf also is discussing that, and actually the approach is to demolish what can be demolished and build something new and reconstruct the historical monuments. But I do think that this principle is totally inapplicable. Another principle of the sustainable development is to keep at maximum the business which is available there. This is a little pilot project, a prototype. Firefighting depot, which now sells equipment for firefighting, and the owner of that building told me, let's renovate that, and it costs only 5 million rubles. Quite little money. After that, federal officials came to us to find out how we managed to do that. We didn't have to resettle the leaseholders. Why we have to move the businesses out of these buildings or residents out of these buildings? We can totally renovate the territory, attracting new businesses and new settlers. The first approach is when you ask for 20 billion rubles and demolish everything and then build something new. And my company tries to save up a lot of money and a lot of resources without any disputes, and it may cost 10 times less. One of the key principles of the redevelopment is to keep at maximum what is available there. You just retune it and reset that in order to provide for a different quality. Thank you so much, Nikita. We are finishing our session. We listened to very interesting presentations. Summing up what we have heard, we may say that, first of all, a lot would depend on the urban policy, and Vladimir Yefimov in his presentation stressed that Moscow consciously dedicate these territories. It looks where the support of the local authorities is needed in order to launch these processes. What Maxim spoke about. Really, we all are working in the existing legal framework, and we have to follow that. But the dialogue which does exist and which should be conducted between the developer and the local authorities is necessary in order to improve all the living conditions and making sure that the project is good for the authorities, for the developer, and for the residents. I'd like to thank our foreign guest, Mark Williams. Thank you so much for the presentation of the London case. The case of London. This is a very good example of how new functions are added to the territory. Moscow is living through certain sophisticated processes. For instance, we have a bunch of national projects in the area of education. We are developing the educational centers which are reshaping the campuses and the centers of the territory of the university. This is again about redevelopment when businesses may come to reshape the territory for their own purposes. Speaking about housing and residential territories, this is what Etalon is doing. A totally different approach to business units and totally different requirements. If we look at industrial sites, then again it would be a totally different territory, unlike what we saw before. And it resembles industrial parks, and this process goes on as well. And one industry is substituted with another industry, but with totally new creative functions. And sometimes, actually, we add innovative or digital quarters, which have the same approaches. And as Nikita said, we have to keep whatever we can, and this is true not only residential houses, but also the industrial houses. We actually should not resettle the residents because it is not economically wise. We actually say that, keep saying that a new developer will come and would do a miracle, but we have quite few developers, especially in the regions. Therefore, redevelopers have to be engaged into the process, and this is how we can create new spaces. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. In several minutes, just in 15 minutes, we will have a plenary session dedicated to the mega policies, how the mega policies react to the global challenges, how they change their strategies. Have a good day. Thank you. The number of cities with a population of over 300,000 people increased more than 5 times from the mid-50s of the last century to the beginning of the 2020. Today, 780 larger cities of the world account almost 60% of the world's economic activity. It is in the megacities where the most efficient use of all resources is achieved. At the same time, the world's largest cities are constantly facing key global development challenges, such as climate change, the growth of inequality and competition, consequences of technological progress, population aging, epidemiological challenges. In the last decade, there has been a reorientation of approaches and models of city management. The shifting of priorities is the result of the growing importance of the well-being of citizens. The priorities of cities are evolving from creating infrastructure to improving quality of life for everyone. Key factors for long-term sustainability of the megacity in the response to the global growing challenges are sustainable development, health, and well-being. The expiring year confirmed these priorities. Expenditure on maintaining health and well-being accounted for almost half of the global health expenditure. New trends in human-centered urban planning policy are health-oriented urban development, the urban health approach, management based on the principles of sustainable development. These trends form the image of a prosperous future, which is aimed at improving the quality of life and creating a comfortable and safe environment. What is the well-being of citizens, and what are the urban development aspects affecting it? How does human-centered city development meet sustainable development goals? What are the key health challenges facing the world's megacities today? And what kind of practices and governance mechanisms do cities use in response to these threats? Welcome to the plenary session, Megacities Against Global Challenges. How cities are changing their development paradigm. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm glad to see everyone, all those who joined us via some remote platforms, and it's a pity that we are not meeting offline, but we are used to that format, and what we're still lacking, still missing, is an informal conversation behind the scenes or on the sidelines of the forums. But on the stage, everything is as usual. The only difference is that our panelists will not be here in the studio except for Eugen, who managed to come to us, but most of the speakers would be using telecommunication means in order to express their views on a very sophisticated topic. How the cities are going to develop in future. The video showed that there are very serious technological and biological trends which are reshaping our cities. First of all, thanks to the technologies and healthcare, we are living longer and longer, and this results in aging of the population, and therefore we have to build the health system anew. Secondly, and this is especially crucial for the emerging markets, the cities are more attractive for living. More and more economic factors display themselves in the cities, and there are more people living in the cities, more money actually are flowing into the cities, and therefore the level of stress is going up. This is due to the man-caused factors and technological factors, and very often giant cities make people feel lonely, although the population of the city is several million people. It is obvious that the urban policy and development policy can address these challenges and construe their work respectively. We today want to discuss how we have to anticipate and predict the changes of the future, how we have to react to the questions which arise. Today we have a very good panel of speakers. With us are Andrei Bochkarev, Moscow Deputy Mayor for Urban Planning Policy and Construction, Maimuna Moht Sharif, Executive Director, UN Habitat, and Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Edward Glazer, the Fred and Eleanor Glimp Professor of Economics in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences of Harvard University. With us, representative of the healthcare industry, Niels Lund, Vice President, Novo Nordisk, Kristin Knudsen, Director of External Relations Strategy, Knowledge and Innovation, also from UN Habitat. Besides, on the stage, you may see Evgeny Kuznetsov. He has a very personal interest in healthcare, and besides, he's CEO of Orbita Capital Partners. This is a venture fund. And last but not least, Tigran Khudoverdian, the managing partner from Yandex. We'll start now discussing the questions which I've already highlighted, but still, I think that I would highlight three main vectors which are followed by the policy in terms of the urban development and management. First of all, this is the urban health policy. This is not the first time that at the Moscow Urban Forum we're discussing that. This is the policy aimed at the basic needs of people, and the basic need is about the health. Another basic need which has to be supported again, this is the well-being of the cities, and this is about the well-being of Muscovites, Moscow residents. And the third topic, the third priority, is how we treat the resources which we have in order to achieve the first two goals. This is the problem which is called sustainable development. How we can develop our economy, how we can address economic, political, and social problems or issues without necessarily destroying the resources base which we have to pass over to our next generations. We would kindly ask our speakers to focus on these three main areas, on these three main topics, so that we could understand how do we act in future. And first of all, I'd like to pass the floor to Maimun Moht Sharif. It would be a video address who will speak about the importance of sustainable development and interaction between the cities. Please watch the video address.
Excellencies, honorable panelists, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to those of you in Moscow, and good morning or evening to the rest connecting from all around the world. I'm delighted to provide welcoming remarks to this plenary session on megacities versus global challenges, a new paradigm shift in urban development. Congratulations to the City of Moscow and the Moscow Urban Forum Secretariat for organizing this online conference on City for All, well-being, health, sustainability. The organizers could not have selected a more relevant topic as we stand together against the COVID-19 pandemic that is putting great pressure to all cities and communities worldwide. UN Habitat is proud to be a key partner in today's event. As the UN Focal Point Agency on Sustainable Urbanization and Human Settlements, UN Habitat is grateful to the City of Moscow for following up to the commitments made in the new urban agenda. I had the privilege to participate personally in the Moscow Urban Forum last year and saw several positive dynamic urban transformations being undertaken in Moscow. We look forward to coming together again, hopefully in person in Moscow for the next forum in 2021. Let me take this opportunity to thank Moscow and the Russian Federation for the very significant support during the 10th session of the World Urban Forum earlier this year in Abu Dhabi. UN Habitat's global partnership with Moscow Urban Forum and with the city of Moscow is within the framework of our long-standing partnership with the Russian Federation in addressing some of the most pressing sustainable urbanization challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of international cooperation, including that between cities, has never been greater. We all thought that the world would turn the corner and start reopening our economies, but it seems that we are in the prolonged health crisis. Examples of countries and territories successfully dealing with the pandemic are also clear and continue to inspire us every day. It is certainly possible to build back better, greener, and fairer from COVID-19. The new urban agenda and Sustainable Development Goal 11 places urbanization at the forefront of development policy, recognizing its critical role for overall sustainable development and prosperity. It has become commonly cited that the battle to achieve the SDGs will be won or lost in cities. How do we manage our urbanization will therefore largely impact how we recover from the socio-economic impact of COVID-19. Cities and local governments represent the green shoots of the recovery process. The Secretary General's policy brief on COVID-19 in an urban world highlights that we have an opportunity to reflect and reset how we live, interact, and rebuild our cities. I would like to highlight 5 important principles from the report to guide us build back better, greener, and create a city for all. First, we need to tackle all inequalities and development deficit in urban areas and between urban and rural areas. Second, we need to strengthen the capacities and resources of local governments to deliver on their development mandate. Third, we need to protect, guarantee, and boost public services. Fourth, we need to engage communities in the decision-making processes, specifically looking at full participations of women and girls. And fifth, we need to use the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs as the overarching framework for our response. The steps required for sustainable cities are laid out in Sustainable Development Goals 11 and other urban-related SDGs. The implementation of the new urban agenda set out the how. It is encouraging to see more and more cities recognizing the significance of localizing the SDGs at city level. By March 2021, member states are preparing their first national report on the implementation of the new urban agenda, which is now hosted on the Urban Agenda platform. The platform also provides us with a wealth of material on how cities are making progress. It is through partnership, advocacy, and exchange, such as this Moscow Urban Forum, we can effectively share progress made, lesson learned, and inspire the action we need to take for cities to become healthier, more sustainable, leave no one and no place behind. I wish all of you a stimulating and successful event. Thank you.
We thank Ms. Moksharif for such an emotional address. In essence, the topic of sustainable development is very relevant for all the world. This is an agenda of all the major economic communities and various institutions. Skolkovo today is hosting a conference dedicated to artificial intelligence for the sake of sustainable development, and this is important for the cities. Apart from the long-term goals such as sustainability and well-being of citizens in the long run, we now have a black swan which we have to react to. My next question would go to Mr. Bochkarev. Mr. Bochkarev, are you with us? Kirill, good afternoon. I can hear you very well. We can see you now. Mr. Boshkarov is Moscow Deputy Mayor for Urban Planning Policy. You have always to be guided by long-term perspective. The projects which you implement in the city, the ones which you are planning for, these are the processes which we, as the city residents, will see in 3, 5, or 7 years to come. So it means that the project which was announced 7 years ago now actually materializes, comes true. But COVID-19 necessitated urgent measures necessary to save people's lives, necessitating addressing certain issues promptly, so in order to increase the hospital's capacity, saving up people's lives. How does the Moscow administration, how did Moscow administration react to COVID-19, this black swan, and how the urban planning and policy changed? Colleagues, good afternoon. Kirill, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you at the Moscow Urban Forum. You have asked a very important question. The matter is that certainly the situation of 2020 impacted the performance and implementation of the plans which Moscow and other cities put forward in terms of sustainable development and development of all its areas. COVID-19 certainly was not unnoticed by Moscow and drove major changes into our policies. The mayor of Moscow took extraordinary measures in order to minimize the consequences of the pandemic, which has a global nature. Early in the year, Moscow mobilized all its forces. My colleagues from the Social Protection and Healthcare Department probably are in the position to tell you more, because these are the people who are dealing with their healthcare, with doctors, healthcare workers. They have become the heroes of this battle. They're working day and night. But besides that, other services, including urban planning departments, were involved in drafting of response measures. For instance, apart from existing medical and healthcare centers, a decision was taken to somehow deploy temporary hospitals in case the wave of the pandemic increases the number of patients who would need hospitalization. Some of these hospitals were of temporary nature, needed to treat the patients not in so grave condition. And we also built a specialized infectious diseases hospital, which now is used for the most serious patients with the gravest conditions. It takes the area of 800,000 square meters, equipped with 25,000 pieces of medical equipment, and we did that within 24 days. This is a record. This is totally unheard of. That's true. In addition to that, we did a number of other steps to reset the work of municipal services and departments and divisions, but still the main objective was aimed at minimizing or mitigating the pandemic, and we progress a lot on that, so that the people who are ill, who are recovering, do not make us forget the long-term sustainability goals. Yes, I asked you about that hot burning topic because everyone actually is anxious about COVID-19, but we all realize that COVID-19 would be over, and next year the healthcare situation would be much better due to vaccination, and the long-term plans are still there on the table, and we have actually to move in three directions: sustainable development, healthcare, and urban planning. So please highlight these three issues. Despite the situation which impacts the cities and even countries, still in the city of Moscow, we are aimed at progressing on the programs which are put on the table, and we're doing everything possible that economy works, culture and sports evolve, and that the cities are convenient for people to live in. Sustainable development is provided not only by the decision-making, but we actually are providing health for the city, for the city residents, creating necessary living conditions, and certainly we meet the basic needs of the residents, not only in parts of where they live, but we cover other crucial and pivotal areas of life. In the last 10 years and in the years to come, we will continue this work. Let me say a couple of words about what we, the team, are doing in Moscow. The main areas or the main blocks we're working on, first of all, this is about the deployment of an accessible transportation network. Not always the city developed a balanced way. Lots of money actually has been invested into the development of the transportation network. Big attention is paid to the development of social infrastructure. And we focus on putting kindergartens and schools close to the residential houses. This is enshrined in the municipal legislation. The third block is about creating new jobs, diverse jobs for different technological intensity. The city cannot be only a place for spending leisure hours. This is about doing business. This is about well-being of people. This is about working. And we pay a lot of attention to creating cozy, comfortable, and convenient housing. We do a lot in order to improve the coziness, turning the city into the comfortable and convenient space, not just only the places of work, but we want people to enjoy staying in the cities. We improve the quality. We are setting up a state-of-the-art healthcare system, not only to combat the infectious diseases, but to improve the health of the cities. Another area of our work is about setting up sports facilities and the facilities for leisure hours. Moscow nowadays is one of the greenest cities in the world in terms of green plantation. According to many experts, we are almost #1 in the world among the megapolises of its size. More than 90% of the population have access to green territories, so to say, parks which are located in the walking distance from their houses. More than 60% of Moscow residents have in the proximity the items of culture and facilities to spend their leisure hours. There is a room for improvement for the development of the economy. It is about the transformation of a new territory which acceded to Moscow, which we call New Moscow, former Moscow region. We would like to build a well-balanced fabric of the city, where new jobs would be created, residential houses would be built, and high-tech industries would be located. Some growth points aimed at boosting the city's economy. About 60% of people who are living on the territory of the so-called New Moscow, they can work nearby. Over the last 7 years, thanks to the efforts of the Moscow administration, we see that more than 250,000 new jobs were created, and by 2025, the number of jobs would reach the figure of 1 million. This is a big gain for the city. The city is a megapolis. But creating 1 million new jobs is one of our most ambitious goals. Following the results of the work of the Moscow government, which resulted in acceding a new territory to Moscow, let me quote several figures. Since 2012, the Moscow territory increased 204 times. But the city doesn't live on its own. It is a part of a big agglomeration, including nearby administrative districts of Russia, other cities, smaller cities and towns. And therefore, the Moscow agglomeration population is about 20 million people. So these are the commuters who live and work in Moscow and the Moscow region. By 2030, the population will grow by 10–11%. This poses another challenge for us, but at the same time, it opens up lots of opportunities. The economy is on the rise, and it creates need for new jobs and labor force and human capital. This is a very positive trend for our city. In order to provide for the daily growth, to provide for the everyday economic functioning, Moscow administration, which is responsible for the urban development, has developed the main areas actually to fund capital construction. We have three main areas for funding: metro, or the Moscow Tube, as well as hubs, transportation hubs, also road construction, and Moscow renovation or gentrifying. I'd like to note that in the 80 years of Moscow Metro history, we built 178 stations and 200 kilometers of lines, and 156 new stations have been built over the last 10 years, and 150 kilometers of lines. So it means that we increased the metro capacity almost 2 times, and 58 kilometers more of lines, and 25 new stations are going to be built in the upcoming years. Our biggest project is about building a new ring road, metro ring road, which will be commissioned by 2030. It will have 70 kilometers of lines, 31 stations, and it will engulf 34 central districts of the city, connecting the sectors of the city, especially the ones which are remote from the downtown, and therefore it would relieve the transportation system of the city of Moscow, and therefore the people could go to to their working places and to places where they spend their leisure hours without necessarily going to the downtown. And we are going to complete that project in a year or two. As for the road construction is concerned, Moscow is building it the following way. The main centers are administrative authority, and most of the jobs allocated in the downtown. And the radial move from the downtown to the outskirts and from suburbs to the center put a lot of load onto the transportation network. We invested and we constructed 1,000 kilometers of roads of radial nature, and we built a lot of hordes in order to connect different sectors of the city so that the people, the cargo, and the vehicles, special services could move without going to the downtown, when actually they could use the shortcuts. It was a big program, and within 10 years, we increased the existing road network by 10%.
That's been a big program, and we're going on it. And we plan to construct more than 300 kilometers, a lot of bridges, tunnels, and pedestrian systems for the transport and for transportation of our inhabitants. A big amount of job will be in the renovation of the housing. In 15 years, we plan to move more than 15 million people. 1 million people will get new apartments. We also plan to break away more than 5,000 buildings. They require capital renovation, but the decision was taken to allocate this construction by the city budget to move people to the new apartments, and the remaining areas just used for the city needs. To speed up the improvement of the life, to improvement the economical life of the city, great jobs are done by the city to improve the healthcare system of Moscow. So we've constructed more than 94 healthcare facilities in 10 years. By that time, the system of medical institutions was good, but we've improved multifunctional centers, inpatient and outpatient departments. We also plan to construct 64 big hospitals and outpatient departments within 3 years. So this will be the facilities with the best, most advanced equipment. And everything will be in accordance with the highest standards. We invest a lot into the road construction and underground construction, and also to the sports and cultural facilities. As you know, the World Cup, the Football World Cup took part in Moscow, and for that a lot of new facilities were constructed. They will not only be used for sports events, but also by the Muscovites to promote healthy lifestyle, and these facilities really work, and we plan to construct about 30 of them more. So despite the fact that the year 2020 wasn't easy for the majority of them, for many people it was tragic. Many of us have losses, many people died, but life goes on. The plans were set last year, we fulfilled, and we hope and we're sure that the plans on infrastructure and sustainable, healthy development, comfortable development will go on. And we'll do our best for that, like we used to do all the previous years. Thank you so much for your attention, dear colleagues. Thank you so much. As a Muscovite, I really enjoy what is happening. I remember the Moscow of the end of 90s and beginning of the 2000 and what happened then and what we have now is a totally new city, and this is highlighted not only by the Muscovites and all the visitors. I would like to wish all the success to you and to your department, because we are all the beneficiaries. Yes, sometimes there are difficult moments during the construction and reconstruction, but in the long run, we have comfort. Everything, what you do is aimed at improvement. Thank you so much. We've did our best, and also now. My next question is a bit more global, and this is a question to Professor Glaser. Mr. Glaser, in many works, you saw potential for the economic development in the urban regions when there are a lot of people in the city and the population goes up. And you say that if we focus more on the young people, that could boost changes as the paradigm of the post-industrial revolution changes. But we're now today, we faced something unexpected, and the humanity wasn't ready for the pandemic. Yes, there were alarm signals 10 and 20 years ago, but what happened this year happened for the first time. And yes, there are a lot of people in the urban areas, and this high concentration of population turned from advantage into the disadvantage. Now, some people do not want to live in this high, dense paradigm. Do you think this paradigm will change? Will we turn back from hyper-urbanization to some other, to being less concentrated, or will we remain as concentrated as before? What do you think, Professor?
I think that humanity will remain committed to density. Cities have been powering creativity, opportunity, and the march of human connection for millennia. Unfortunately, there are also demons that come with density. Density brings with it traffic congestion, high housing prices, sometimes crime, and most terribly of all, contagious disease. If two people are close enough to communicate an idea face-to-face, they are also close enough to communicate a bacteria. But we have had a blessed century in which for 100 years, we have not been faced with a plague on the level of COVID-19. But we are in some sense back to the old normal, back to the age of the 19th century when cholera and yellow fever stalked our cities, or even earlier, to the age of just the Emperor Justinian, when the first appearance of Yersinia pestis on European shores ended that emperor's attempt to reimpose the Pax Romana on the Mediterranean world. But we must remember the lessons of the past. We must recognize that in order to survive this new era of pandemic, our cities must come back in a way that is both smarter and more equitable. I want to highlight with this graph 3 main points. This is a timeline of death rates in New York City over the past 200 years. A boy born in New York City in 1900 could expect to live 6 years less than a boy born in a farm during the same century. That was about the same life expectancy gap that existed between London and the rest of England during the time of Shakespeare. The second point is that New York, like all of the cities of the world, only became healthier by spending an enormous amount on health-related infrastructure. America's cities and towns were spending as much on clean water and sanitation at the start of the 20th century as our national government was spending on everything else except for the post office and the army. That is a suggestion of just how much we should be willing to spend to make sure that this pandemic is a once-off event, that it never happens again. The third point I want to make from this is that infrastructure is never enough. You also need institutions and you need incentives. So I was raised on a story of engineering triumphalism, that New York had been filthy, and then the good engineers built the aqueduct, built the water pipes, and then all of a sudden the city was healthy. Well, you can see on this graph that the aqueduct was built in 1842. Hopefully you can see Croton Aqueduct opened there. New York continues to have cholera pandemics for 25 years after that aqueduct was opened. And the reason for that is that you have the same last mile problem that you see in the poor world today, that poor people weren't willing to pay for the connections. They weren't willing to pay the cost of being connected with the aqueduct. And consequently, they continued to get cholera. They continued to die. It wasn't until 1866, and you can see here the Board of Health opening in 1866, that you start having rules that are imposed on tenement owners. The remarkable Dr. Stephen Smith starts having regulations that require the Board of Health to connect tenements with that water. And finally, you see cholera falling. Two other smaller points that come from this. One of which is that despite cholera, and cholera was a far deadlier disease than COVID-19, despite cholera, cities continued to grow during the 19th century. And I think that reminds us of how resilient our urban world ultimately is, of how much people actually want to be connected with each other. The last point is that both cholera and yellow fever came in from the global trading network, of which New York was already a hub in the first part of the 19th century. The connections that bind our world must not disappear, right? I am terribly, terribly sad that we are not in the same room with one another, that we cannot connect in person. But as long as those connections exist, we are at risk. And that is yet another reason why our world needs to make the investments that we need to do to make sure that this never happens again. Now, when we think about building back smarter, infrastructure is part of the story, but incentives and institutions are in other parts of that story. Singapore is the second densest country on the planet, and yet its streets move smoothly during prime hours because it has rules that charge people for the price of the congestion they impose. Because Singapore has had electronic road pricing for over 20 years and has had congestion pricing since 1975. Right? If you think you can just build your way out of traffic congestion, you are mistaken. There's something called the fundamental law of highway traffic, which is that vehicle miles traveled increase roughly 1-for-1 with highway miles built. This has been identified and established by Gilles Duranton and Matthew Turner. If you build it, you will just get more drivers. Only if you have pricing of roads, right, will you actually get people to use the roads in an appropriate fashion, will you get roads that are actually livable. In a world of climate change, it is even more important that we do not artificially subsidize people to drive, people to make trips. And consequently, using prices is absolutely vital. But we need to make sure that we have the right rules that make sure that you use the health infrastructure, rules that make sure that you don't overuse roads, but not roads that actually artificially stymie the creativity that we need. In the US, in much of Europe, this COVID pandemic is a small business Armageddon, right? 45% of the small businesses in the US were closed as of April 2020. And yet small businesses, entrepreneurship, are the lifeblood of urban reinvention. 50 years ago, the economist Benjamin Chinitz compared New York and Pittsburgh. And as you can see by the graph, by those two pictures, this is an image of New York and Pittsburgh's primary industries. New York was a city built on the garment industry, an industry with very few barriers to entry and few economies of scale, in which any smart individual with a good idea and a sewing machine could get started. And so it was a mother of entrepreneurship. People started entrepreneurship and did hundreds of new things. They built skyscrapers, they started movie studios, they went on to change the world. Those entrepreneurs proved to be very resilient. And when New York faltered, the garment industry was clobbered in the 1960s, those entrepreneurs did remarkable things. As you can see on the other side of that image, Pittsburgh had a different industry. Because of its coal mines, it had US Steel, an industry that thrived on a large corporate structure, and it trained company men rather than entrepreneurs. And when US Steel faltered, right, those company men were unable to reinvent themselves for a new age. It is remarkable, given how weak our measures of entrepreneurship are, that they do such a powerful job of predicting urban success. And you can see that in the graph that I'm showing you right now, that there's a very strong relationship between average firm size and subsequent employment growth. And as you can see, the bar marked 1 shows those metropolitan areas with the smallest average establishment sizes. The bar marked 5 shows those establishments with the largest establishment sizes. And you can see the very large gap in employment growth that's associated with the small firms. Often the smartest economic development strategy at the local level is to attract and train smart people and then get out of their way. And indeed, as we look forward, we really need to make sure that we make entrepreneurship, particularly the entrepreneurs who employ the least educated people, do not face artificial barriers. One particular challenge in entrepreneurship is the entrepreneurship of women. And what you can see across the world from the World Bank Enterprise Survey is the share of entrepreneurs who are women in different countries. There's a big gap here between Afghanistan, which is the lowest of these, and Romania, which is the highest, more than 50% in Romania. Female entrepreneurs need 2 things to survive, to thrive. What they don't need are good ideas and energy. They have plenty of that. They have plenty of brilliance. But they do need rule of law and gender norms that are actually accepting for women to be successful. And this just shows you across the world the relationship between one of the measures of traditional gender norms, restricted physical integrity, and the share of businesses that are owned by women. So, but you need both. You need both rules to protect women from exploitation, from expropriation, and evolution towards a world in which anyone, be they male or female, black or white, can get started with a new business. And the most important thing that city governments can do is to make sure that they have an easy regulatory environment, that the people who actually create the economic future for the city, the small businesses, actually are able to move forward. 2 last points, one of which is cities have always been forges of human capital, places where people get smart by being around other smart people. And you can see there on the left the relationship between population density and per capita productivity across America's metropolitan areas. Very strong positive relationship. But too often, they're not places in which cities fuel opportunity. What you can see here is the measure of upward mobility in cities on the right-hand side, and that one's actually going down. Plato, 2,400 years ago, writing in one of the greatest of all urban environments, wrote that every city of whatever size is in reality 2 cities, one a city of the rich and the other of the city of the poor, and they are perpetually at war with each other. Cities should never apologize for their inequality. They are fundamentally unequal places because they attract the rich and they attract the poor. They attract the poor with public transportation, with the ability to get around without a car, with better social services, and with economic opportunity. But cities can only tolerate their inequality if they are always being escalators, always being places in which they are enabling the poor to become rich, right? And when they fail in that, as too often they're doing in the 21st century, then they are failing in their historic mission, and then their inequality is turned into a curse rather than a blessing. And indeed, in this case, education is the vital key, and leveraging the resources of the city, the ability to tolerate competition, entrepreneurship, and new innovation are absolutely crucial. Last point I want to make. Cities are partially so vital because they are one of our best weapons against global warming. It is a great irony that the spaces that look brown are green and the spaces that look green are brown. This shows a map of carbon emissions throughout the Boston metropolitan area. The dense inner core is green. The outer areas, which are in fact very leafy, are brown. And the reason is the people who live in those leafy areas, they drive longer distances, they live in larger houses, and they consume more carbon, right? They emit more carbon into the atmosphere. The people who live in smaller urban apartments, the Muscovites, the residents of London, the residents of Kolkata, these are the people who drive shorter distances or walk and live in smaller apartments, and they commit less carbon. One way of seeing this is if the great urban economies of India and China see their carbon emissions rise to the level seen in the sprawling United States, global carbon emissions go up by 125%. If those carbon emissions stop at the level seen in wealthy but hyperdense Hong Kong, global carbon emissions go up by less than 25%, right? We have a lot to gain from urbanizing our world, and we will urbanize our world, and we will continue to urbanize our world, despite the threat of COVID-19, despite the pandemics that occasionally connect with cities, right? Because in fact, we are an urban species, and we are at our best when we learn from one another, when we work from one another, and when we are able to do that, we have worked miracles from that age of Socrates and Plato 2,400 years ago up until the present, where the age of urban miracles is not done, and the best years of cities are still ahead of us. Thank you.
Professor Glazer, спасибо большое за очень интересный доклад.
Professor Glazer, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. I have a couple of minutes. I would like to ask a quick question. Really, I agree with you in essence. I do believe that urbanization will stay with us and that the density in the cities will rise for social and psychological reasons, which we have mentioned. I'm working for Skolkovo Fund, which supports development of technologies. And in that part, I have certain questions related to the fact that the technologies which are being developed and implemented and deployed, they are connected to the changes to infrastructure, which you mentioned as one of the factors behind urbanization. And we also have extra incentives created by the cities. Thanks to the technologies, these incentives, advantages of living in the cities also change. For instance, education, which you mentioned at the end of your presentation, becomes more remote. People can get knowledge without necessarily living in cities. Distance learning, I mean. So will the technologies decrease the requirements to incentives and to technologies in the cities, and people will just comfortably live outside the cities, or the technologies will not change anything?
That is a question that I have been grappling with for the last 30 years of my life. The first person who claimed that new technologies would lead to an end of face-to-face contact and the cities that enable that contact was Alvin Toffler, writing in The Third Wave. I thought he was wrong then. I still think, even in an era of Zoom, that this is wrong now. For most of the past 30 years, cities have enjoyed a remarkable resurgence, despite the fact that it seemed like the rise of personal computers and the internet and fax machines should cause us to decentralize. And I think the reason for that is what globalization and new technologies did is they rapidly increased the returns to being smart. And we are a social species that gets smart by being around other smart people, right? Anyone who's ever taught knows the hard part about teaching is not speaking your words or knowing your subject material, but grasping whether or not anything you are saying is getting through to your students, right? That is vastly harder to do when you're not in the same room with one another. I know how to say the words of economics. I do not know how to inspire 19-year-olds to think that mathematical economics is a good thing to do for their lives unless I am in the same room with one another. And I think that struggle is being faced by companies and by teachers throughout the world. That in fact, connecting in cyberspace will never compare to sharing a meal or a kiss or a smile. That there's just no possible difference. There's no possible way to do this just remotely. It is true, assuredly, that many people will in fact continue to switch to being remote. From our own survey work, 40% of the companies that we polled said that 40% or more of their workers who switched will stay switched. But people who are not hiring new workers for remote jobs, and the remote working phenomenon is overwhelmingly a phenomenon just for the most educated. 70% of people with advanced degrees in the United States in May were remote working. Only 5% of high school dropouts were remote working. And for that reason, I think we just cannot tolerate a world in which we have given up on face-to-face connection. And I think the last reason, which is probably the most important, is just even if it can be almost as productive as being there, it's just not fun. It's just not joyful in the same way, right? And the whole trend in work over the past 40 years, especially for young knowledge workers, was to create work environments which were fun, which were exciting, which were seedbeds of innovation by connecting smart people and enable them to riff off one another. After all, you think that if all the companies in the world could have managed remote working prior to COVID, it would have been Google. But that was the last thing Google did. They bought the Googleplex. They bought 1.5 million square feet in downtown Manhattan. They insisted that their workers be right on top of each other, partially because they thought it would make them more creative, but partially also because that was what the workers want. And we have seen every time the COVID-19 regulations are eased, young people have rushed back into the city, have rushed back out again, have clamored to be next to one another. And I think for that reason, you really should never count cities out.
Спасибо большое, профессор. Я также разделяю вашу страсть к большим...
Thank you so much, Professor. I share your love for big cities. I'm not a rural resident, and I hope that we will never kiss each other through internet, and we'll do that when we see each other personally. Actually, we have discussed how Moscow reacts to the new challenges. And we talked to futurists how the big cities will feel and develop, whether the pandemic would affect that or not. But still, in terms of the fundamental requirements, in terms of the fundamental needs for people in a big city, in a small city, and outside the city, we bet on health. And my next question would go to Vice President of Novo Nordisk, Mr. Niels Lund. We wanted to discuss the program, Cities Changing Diabetes program, improving the patients with diabetes lives. Mr. Lund, I know that such a challenge, which you have addressed, is really very difficult. I'm a doctor. In terms of my background, I know what a metabolic disorder is about. And I know how the lifestyle may affect the number of people, patients, and the gravity of the disease, the approaches which your company uses. I know that you are building a community of people. You're working with the NGOs, civil society, civil society organizations. But how does your work affect the urban planning or urban development?
Okay, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you for inviting me back to Moscow. I attended the Moscow Urban Forum in 2019, and I thought it was a really great opportunity. I come from a healthcare company, and for almost 100 years, we've been focused very much on the biomedical domain of disease. But I think it has become clear and clear over the past couple of decades, and certainly in the last decade, that if patients don't use the medicine, it doesn't work. And why is that? And what impedes the use of medicines in that regard? I would claim that diabetes is one of the greatest healthcare threats, and then you would say, what planet are you living on? And of course, COVID-19 is the imminent healthcare threat of the moment. But if COVID-19 is a pandemic in fast motion, then I think diabetes is a pandemic in slow motion. And it is continuing an upward trend. In the last couple of decades, we have seen a doubling of the prevalence of diabetes, and it's continuing to grow, which with great negative impact for individuals, but also for economies. And that is why we analyzed this and said, where's the intersection of this challenge? It is between health and urbanization, because more and more people are living in cities, slightly more than half the world's population, but already now 2 out of 3 people living with diabetes live in cities. And it's not because cities are magnets for people with diabetes and then they move there. It's because the way we live, the way we eat, the way we transport ourselves, the way that we live in the world. I think there are important learnings from COVID-19 in the sense that it helps us understand the importance of both treatment and prevention. And I would say that COVID-19, diabetes and obesity is a really, really bad cocktail. We see that very, very clearly. And there's probably something with biology here that the inflammation caused by diabetes and obesity, also has a negative effect on the prospect for COVID-19. But it is just as much the social and cultural factors that are at play here. And it's if you're not in secure housing, if you don't have access to healthcare services, if you are out of a job, then your risk of bad outcomes from COVID-19 are high, just as they are for diabetes and obesity. And we see that actually across the world with increasing rates of both morbidity and mortality in that cross section between diabetes and obesity. And that's therefore we need to address the disease from a biomedical point of view, but also to look at both infectious as well as chronic diseases from both a social and cultural determinant point of view. I think that's, if we don't do that, we're missing the point, and we won't be able to address those challenges. We looked at Moscow, in addition to the 36 other cities that are part of this public-private partnership called Cities Change Diabetes, where we tried to, through an anthropological listening approach, studied what is the conversation about diabetes for Muscovites. And I think it's interesting to see something that is particular for Moscow, but also something that is generalizable. First of all, that men in Moscow are less likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. One thing is particular to Moscow is that they don't get diabetes as often as in other parts of the world. The prevalence is quite low, but that's because the life expectancy of Muscovites is almost 10 years younger than women. But what is common around the world is that men don't go to the doctor, and they're not likely to talk about their diabetes. There's a stigma around this that's both for men and women, but it's probably more for men. For women, they go more. They're more willing to talk about the diabetes, but they are also, to some extent, stigmatized with diabetes, both in the workplace and in society. And then they face this double challenge of both living with the disease themselves, but also being a caregiver in the family. And I think these are, understanding these factors and how stigma, maybe also you can say the mistrust in public institutions, maybe a belief that is a couple of decades old but still persists, and other factors that drive mistrust and social isolation. We need to address those factors in addition to having set up the best possible healthcare systems to address disease. And I think that's goes for Moscow as well as for other places. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, господин Лунд.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lund.
Мне бы хотелось, чтобы ваша программа двигалась вперед.
I'd like your program to move forward, so that more and more patients or people who run the risk of diabetes are included into your program, and therefore, together with the Moscow government, together with the city authorities, we could address this problem. My next question goes to Christian Knudsen, Director of External Relations, Strategy, Knowledge and Innovation, UN Habitat. Ms. Knudsen, are you with us? Can you hear us? Are you connected? Are you tuned?
I'm with you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. We know that in 2016, at a UN conference, a program was adopted which is called a new program for city development, which in essence laid the foundation of what we may call sustainable development of cities. 4 years later, in 2020, we can look back the measures which were incorporated into that program. Which of them are most popular? Which of them were had most success, and what has to be changed? And such a sudden factor as the pandemic probably also would reshape the program in the next years. So what we succeeded in, and what do we have to change due to the new factors which emerged? I mean, this black swan, COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Deputy Mayor, Dr. Glazer, Dr. Lund, thank you so much to invite me to join this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to be with you. And as have already been said, I would wish very much that we were in your beautiful city of Moscow. It's been many years since I have returned, but hopefully we'll be able to meet again there soon in person. And I really did want to take just a moment to thank and warmly congratulate the Moscow Urban Forum as this unique and dynamic platform. UN Habitat very much appreciates our long-standing partnership with you, and thank you for organizing today's important conference and this very dynamic panel that I've joined now. As you know, sustainable urban development is at the very core of our mandate at UN Habitat. And we are also, as you have noted, the UN agency mandated to coordinate the follow-up and the review of progress on the implementation of the new urban agenda. Why is this important? I would argue, as many of our other speakers have said, it is now more important than ever. With 55% of the world's population now living in urban areas and some expectations that that will rise to 70% living in cities by 2050, we see cities as the vehicle to address global environmental, social, economic, and health issues with people where they live. And less than 3 months ago, we celebrated the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations. The key findings there identified that local action and local and regional governments are in the spotlight for the future of humanity. So bringing together local action, local government, and ensuring the urban agenda ahead of us, I think this is a very timely discussion for us to have today. As Madam Maud Sharif, our executive director, noted earlier in her remarks, the battle to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, all of the SDGs, will be won or lost in cities. And the ways that cities respond to these needs, arising from an increasing concentration of population, can lead to vastly different outcomes. These cities can exacerbate challenges to sustainable development, including inequalities, social and economic exclusion, and environmental degradation, or they can generate economic growth, social and cultural development, and strengthen the efficient use of natural resources. UN Habitat recognizes and commends the many metropolitan areas that are championing the localization of these sustainable development goals. And to complement that national review process, we are seeing more and more cities who are entrepreneurial and innovative and taking on those SDGs, applying them in local contexts. This is primarily through the use of an instrument called the Voluntary Local Review, the VLR. And I just wanted to spend a moment on that because the local reviews are not only a mechanism to report and monitor progress against the SDGs, but they complement the voluntary national reviews and are an excellent mechanism to mobilize citizens and broader stakeholder base towards the achievement of these global goals locally. Major metropolises like Moscow, like New York, Tokyo, Bogota, Sao Paulo are embracing the 2030 agenda and localizing them into their city development strategies in many different ways. And that innovation, I think, is something we must embrace and share. We're also discovering that in many cities, the leadership, the mayors, the senior officials, and the technical cadres are not yet sufficiently familiar with these commitments that their national governments have made to the global agenda. And for this reason, UN Habitat is engaging actively in more than 90 countries and in many fora, just as this today, to work globally to continue to sensitize, disseminate, develop capacities to implement the framework of the new urban agenda and achieve the SDGs. And I'd like to pause here just to highlight some tools which could be useful in this regard, including the Urban Agenda Platform, which is a broad stakeholder space for national reports, civil society reports, core commitments coming out of the World Urban Forum, where we have more transparency, engagement, and sharing of that vision together. We have a new online course on the new urban agenda, a new illustrated handbook, which allows a much easier access to that information and understanding in many languages. So all of these are, of course, available on our website and will be available through the Moscow Urban Forum as well. It provides a stronger practical understanding because if we stay in theory, if we stay in ideas only, we know that we will struggle. The practical and the pragmatic is where all of you excel and where we must continue to make progress, as was noted by the deputy mayor earlier. And we have a series of these successful city cases where we have a best practice repository to inspire and to learn across the board. We need to keep producing that kind of knowledge material, that kind of normative guidance, so that cities and local government in all phases of the localization have a chance to share, grow, and innovate and create together. As we consider at UN Habitat, really the solutions start with cities in making this progress globally. Now, looking ahead, we now only have 10 years away from the critical 2030 agenda threshold and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which I think we all know and have been well documented and shared. This has considerably slowed our collective global progress. Now, the pandemic has revealed underlying challenges to achieving the priorities spelled out in the SDGs and the new urban agenda. It has also clearly shown that the goals and principles remain valid and robust enough, perhaps more than ever, in the context of the pandemic. The critical areas for collective recovery are also highlighted in a document that the UN Secretary General has produced, a policy paper on COVID-19 in an urban world, and I commend that document for your consideration. Habitat was the primary facilitator of this process, working with many agencies and, importantly, bringing local authorities themselves into the policy debates. This brief highlights inequalities which are deeply rooted in our societies and discusses how cities may tackle and manage the pandemic and its deep consequences going forward. And it also shares a vision, a quite realistic vision, I would argue, of cities which can and will emerge from this pandemic as vital hubs of creativity, resilience, and innovation. As Dr. Glaser had said, I think much more eloquently, the best years of the city, the brighter future of cities lies ahead of us, and we must rise to that challenge and tackle that together. The SG's, the Secretary General's policy brief, calls for conscious policy choices and priority actions across the board, but with particular respect to three areas. First, tackling inequalities and development deficits to reduce urban vulnerabilities and strengthen human rights and the respect of the rights of all. Second, strengthening the capacities of local governments, human, technical, financial, and enhancing multi-level coordination. And third, pursuing a resilient, inclusive, gender equal, and green economic recovery. As has been mentioned, the gender dimension of this recovery cannot be underestimated across all of these areas of our attention. Key priorities consist of improved access to basic services such as healthcare, education, and providing increased support to those places hit the hardest by the pandemic, including boosting economic recovery and employment while remaining the focus on fighting climate change. All of these priorities fall into the mandate and work of local and regional government, which have not only proved essential in fighting the immediate consequences of the crisis, but are key to ensuring sustainable and inclusive recovery for all. Progress in sustainable urbanization will be reviewed through key milestones in the next 2 years, and it will be, I think, a very interesting and insightful exercise to engage in a whole of society approach. All governments are invited to prepare their national reports on the progress in implementing the new urban agenda. These will be coming forth due in the first quarter next year. And this will give us critical insights into the overall progress and the challenges encountered so far in the sustainable development of cities and the quality of life for all in urban areas. In 2022, the Secretary General's quadrennial report on the new urban agenda will also be presented, informed by these reports and other contributions. It's through follow-up, review of progress on the SDGs and the new urban agenda that we can see where, in exact terms, more effort is needed to achieve the sustainable and inclusive greener cities that we all want. This also provides us with an evidence of success to allow us to celebrate and inspire action. Thank you very much. Спасибо большое, and very much looking forward to the continuing debate and conversation. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, госпожа Кнутсон.
Thank you very much. A giant thank for your great presentation, Ms. Knudsen. It will be especially important for us at the beginning of the next year, the first quarter, to see and to assess the changes concerning the program for sustainable development. My next question is to my colleague of the innovative branch, Evgeny Kuznetsov. He's not a venture capital specialist. He's a futurist. He always looks at the future from top down, and he's trying to assess the global trends. He has a personal interest for that and also to make the investment successful. So what do you think about the change of the transport infrastructure of the big cities? We know a lot of jokes about the first transport revolution. When was it? And people said that it happened when the cars emerged. And when the cars emerged, at the end of the 19th century, people said that it would be impossible for cars to move faster than 30 kilometers per hour because it will be impossible for people to breathe. But today we can see drones, we can see different new cars. So what will happen? What will change? Thank you for your question, because dwelling on it is the dwelling of what has been discussed today. Clearly, cities become more and more efficient when the maximum amount of people start collaborating, when there are opportunities for different entrepreneurs in different spheres, when the cities are built not around the monotype business, but when there are a lot of businesses, services, and this requires environment, space. We have Geiger agglomerations as in China, where Hong Kong, Macau, and this is a giant agglomeration of megacities. And using the transport we have today, it is impossible to do this system enough for this kind of spaces. Even in Moscow, the way from one place to another can take as long as 2 hours. But bigger cities, more people, and people want more comfort. So step by step, we have to use the air for our logistics so that we can not only go by car, by bus, or by air. Helicopter has launched their start in Singapore. Johan starts the same flights in Guangzhou, in China, and they start to use drones for logistics, supply also, and for the delivery. Yes, this is a revolution. I hope this will be step by step. So for several years, these will be pilot experiments and tests. Everyone will look how it works, but as soon as everyone assesses the perspectives, the industry will increase. And especially it will happen when there will be a system to regulate this. So I think that in 10 years, moving by air will be important component of all the transportation system. But what is the target? To make the person more involved in the environment they're used to. Yes, we all remember and we all know how cars appeared. Yes, they save a lot of time, but they take more time from us and even health. But if the city becomes more formal, with a lot of formats, you have more opportunities to walk and to create this space better, so that thanks to different transport means like a flying taxi, to go somewhere rapidly and to walk there. The air transport will quite logically be not concentrated everywhere, but around the transportation hubs. In other words, the city becomes more formatic, allowing people to be more active physically and mentally and to be more free to choose the opportunities to go, to move, will no longer be cut off from services or cultural facilities. These people who spend in the suburbs and who live in the suburbs now have to spend several hours to get to the center of the city for some entertainment. These new transportation means will increase the quality of life and open new opportunities for people to work and to do better and to be healthier. And it takes the burden from the current infrastructure clearly, because there are a lot of cars, a lot of public transport means, and they are filled. There are a lot of people. There are also couriers and delivery systems with the boxes, and all this is on the same road. So I don't think that the passengers will go off-road first, but the smaller cargoes. Yes, Yandex has launched the delivery using the drones. They go to the center of Moscow, Belaruski Square. They also go to Skolkovo, so the process has started. But people do not understand what happens.
So this is a kind of a tractor which is at very little speed, is moving posts and mail and parcels. So we're looking forward to many more such innovations. So I do think that it would develop very rapidly because the cities need very much to take the load of the transportation network and the transportation network systems. Thank you so much, Evgeny, and have a very good opportunity to preach it with the presentation by Tigran Khudoverdian, the managing director of Yandex. That's great that Yandex emerged in our conversation on its own. It was not planned for. But probably you heard what Mr. Glazer has said. He said that the main magnet for the main interaction for the big consideration of the people in the cities, this is either the benefits related to the benefits and incentives which can gain only in the cities. The technologies, obviously, have to somehow accentuate these bonuses and these incentives. Does Yandex somehow improve the benefits of living in the city? Good afternoon or even good evening. So what we are observing all over the world, COVID-19 made a real revolution everywhere related to the goods delivery. And actually, lots of revolutions took place, and I would like to highlight almost all of them, or at least several of them. Russia is among the countries where commerce and trade was not very well developed, and now we see the rise in the online shopping. The mentality of people changed. How does it impact us and our cities? So it means that the couriers phenomena has accelerated. We see a lot of couriers, branded ones and non-branded ones, who are delivering lots of goods. And there are scooters, minivans with no logos, with no brands, which are delivering goods all over the city. But actually, it increases the load on the transportation network, transportation center, and this is the last mile and all the areas, and this is a new challenge for the mankind. In essence, it turns out that if we imagine that half of the goods would be shopped online, in Russia, online shopping actually accounts only for 5% of all the goods purchased. So you can imagine how many couriers we'll see in the streets, how many scooters and vehicles delivering goods we'll see in the roads. And this is a problem which we have to address before the rovers and drones are not so popular. Obviously, the impact of the online trade, e-commerce would impact urban planning, urban construction. We will have to reshape the spaces, the buildings, and realizing that this is not just a purely Russian national problem, this is a global problem, and we invest heavily into the unmanned vehicles or rovers in order to address the problem of shortage of couriers in the future. Making a rover which would mount, go up the ladder, for instance, and would push the button and hand over a parcel is hardly imaginable. But at the moment, still there are routes where rovers can be used in order to deliver a parcel or a product to some pickup point. This is very much related to what is going into the cities. Lockdown amid COVID-19, and technologies would be very handy. Another story is related to logistics. If you talk to the people who are employed in letting office spaces, they would tell you that there will be no business in the years to come, because we see the change in the mentality of the businessmen, of the directors. It turns out that actually you can work remotely. Working from home becomes a phenomenon, and many companies fully or partially give up their office spaces. I'm not sure how the situation would unfold in the future, but dozens of percentage points of people who now are sitting in front of the computers in the offices probably would do the same, but sitting at home. And it would change the life in the city. It means that you no longer have to go from one part of the city to another part of the city to work, and it means that people will have more free time, and they will spend more time in the areas where they live, and this is a change which we are looking forward to. And it will change the mental health of these people, psychological conditions of these people. We notice it that first it was real fun to work from home, but being locked down at home creates new challenges and problems for people never heard of before. And we see the rise in the number of people turning to psychologists, being locked down, staying at home without communicating to people physically, without actually taking metro to go somewhere. This is a real challenge for them. This is a stress for them. What we are anticipating in future, these are the issues which we have to address now. There are lots of theories how actually the urban area is going to be arranged, and probably the working hours would be more flexible, or I think that on the contrary, people would work from home and no longer have to go to work somewhere. This is my viewpoint, and certainly I do think that these changes would have a positive impact on the people. Everything would be delivered online, and you will work from home. These are the two main changes which I anticipate in 2020, 2021. Tigran, actually, I'm a subscriber to Yandex Plus, and I decided to become a subscriber because I'm using your Kinopoisk, or just like Netflix, Russian Netflix. And do you think that entertainment would be done online as well, or as social animals, we still are going to go to the theaters or to circus? I think that we'll be surrounded by TV, nothing else. Nothing else. Well, I think that online channel is something which we are having incrementally. This is a new addition. Online theaters, online cinemas, online entertainment. Before, it it was at the disposition of just tiny share of the people, and most of the people just played computer games. But now it has become a major part of our life, just like TV has not forced all kinds of entertainment out. I think that online will become just a part of the world of entertainment. I don't have any doomsday ideas about the life which we used to have before. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. It was a very interesting session. We don't have much time for Q&A, and I have a last question for all the speakers, and try to be as brief as possible. Today we have discussed that technological approaches highlighted by Evgeny, by Tigran, the approaches to the urban planning and urban management based on urban health, sustainable development, and taking care of the well-being of the people, at the end of the day, should result in making people happier. And I have a very brief question to everyone, and be as brief as possible. Just 3 words, if you may. In your opinion, what happiness is about? How can you increase the happiness rate? Professor Glaser, over to you.
Happiness is one's own freedom and the ability and the opportunity to empower everyone else around you.
Очень четко и кратко.
Very concise, very brief. Thank you so much. Evgeny, over to you. As far as actually you were almost the last speaker, what do you think? Happiness is a very comprehensive parameter, multifaceted parameter. In order to make a person happy, he has to be healthy. He has to clearly understand how his life evolves. And he has to find himself in a very comfortable and convenient environment. Where we're moving to in terms of the urban development, the modern concepts, so they are aimed at making a person more sustainable, happier and healthier, because this person is more productive and he or she helps other people to live more productively. Therefore, there are various technologies, transportation, healthcare, digital technologies. They all create a platform for a new breakthrough towards happiness. We have resolved the problem of famine, hunger, longevity, and now we have to address the problems of how to make life happier and more conscious. This is a Maslow pyramid. Ms. Knudsen, what do you think about happiness? Happiness of urban residents. What happiness is about?
Tough questions to finish our day. So we know that urban design and city structure affect the well-being and happiness of people who live in them. And if we accept that, I'll give you 4 ideas. Integrate health into urban planning. Make sure that we're looking at density and planning it well, not overcrowding. Consider 15-minute neighborhoods where you have a compact and designed mixed-use space within 15 minutes of walking and easy access. And sustainable mobility options. Expand them, make them affordable and inclusive.
Спасибо большое. Тоже очень интересный.
Thank you so much. Also very interesting and very specific. Mr. Lund, how...
If it's just one sentence, then it's the ability to live life to the maximum of your ability, and making sure that the opportunities to realize those abilities are there, and that is not just the responsibility of the individual. It takes the whole of society.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Tigran? I will try to be very brief. I will speak not as a professional. Just happiness is about having free time. And the cities should give a lot of free time to the residents to take care of themselves, to do something interesting, to spend less time in public transport or traveling, waste little time onto purchasing something, having free time. Actually, I will agree with you. The modern urban residents do not have much of free time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for interesting contribution, interesting answers to the last final question, which turned out to be quite sudden for our speakers, and answers were very straightforward. Thank you so much. We discussed the questions related to how mega policies react to the global challenges, including the pandemic, and how actually the cities are changing the paradigm of development. Hopefully to see you physically next year. Thank you so much.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We continue our online conference of the Moscow Urban Forum, City for Everyone, Health, Well-being, and Sustainability for Everyone. I'd like to introduce you our star speaker, who doesn't need any presentation. This is Edward Glazer, Professor Emeritus from Taubman Institute of Big Boston in the University of Harvard. Edward, good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I do think that we all are professionals, and everyone who is interested in economics and in city management certainly are familiar with your book, The Triumph of a City, how actually the innovations make us healthier, greener, etc. And you have listed the main factors, and you will help us speak more about that, and we'll have some time for discussion.
Thank you. Shall I begin? The translation was not working for me, so I didn't understand all of that. But
yes, please go on. Please go on.
We have problems with translation.
Is the translator ready?
You can start. You can start your presentation. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be with you. Thank you for that kind introduction. And I'd like to speak to you about the enduring strength of cities. So prior to COVID-19, prior to 2020, it seemed clear that we were looking at a world that was driven by urbanization, both in the developing world, where we had learned in 2007 that we had become a majority urban species, and in the wealthy cities of the West. What you're looking at here is a figure of density across the European Union, because at their heart, cities are the absence of physical space between people. Cities are density, proximity, closeness. The blue line shows the relationship between per capita GDP, or productivity and density, across the European Union. And as you can see, the densest parts of Europe are twice as productive per capita as the least dense parts of Europe. This is something economists call agglomeration economies. The tremendous advantages that come from enmeshing yourself in a maelstrom of economic activity. The red line shows the relationship between population growth and density. So as you can see, the line goes up as you get denser, which tells us that, in fact, places that started with more crowding only became more crowded over time. So whereas in the start of the 19th century in the US, Americans were leaving their dense enclaves on the eastern seaboard to populate the empty spaces between the oceans, just as Russians were leaving the east to go west, leaving the west to go east. In the start of the 21st century, instead of spreading out, we are clustering in. Within the United States, and you should be able to see this map here, the largest problem that the US and Europe had, or one of the largest ones prior to 2020, was the rise of long-term joblessness. Between 1967, when I was born, and the past 10 years, the share of prime-aged men who were not working has tripled from under 5% to over 15%. That share, that rise of joblessness, is very much of a spatial phenomenon. In dense cities, in big metropolitan areas, in places like Moscow, there are jobs in the urban service sector. But in low density parts of America, as the manufacturing jobs left, there was nothing that could take its place. And whereas I could imagine a world in which the creativity of urban entrepreneurs would continue to create work, even in an age of automation in cities, I couldn't figure out what people would possibly do in the least dense parts of America. As COVID-19 has shut down our ability to connect face-to-face, I worry that all of those service sector jobs, that's 1/5 of the American labor force, will disappear entirely. And that, in fact, we will look at a world in which all of work is in peril. Now, as you can see, this image that I'm showing you here is often associated with the plague of Athens. It's actually not. It's a biblical plague painted by Nicolas Poussin, the Baroque artist. But the plague of Athens reminds us of what an existential threat pandemics can be for cities. The backstory behind the plague of Athens was that Pericles had devised a strategy for fighting with the Athenian enemy state of Sparta. Because Sparta was better on land and Athens was better on sea, Pericles would summon his friends behind, his citizens behind the walls of Athens, where they would be protected from the Spartan soldiers, and send out the Athenian fleet to harass the Peloponnesian coast. It was a perfectly sensible strategy militarily. The walls did keep out the Spartan soldiers, but they did not keep out the pandemic. Plague came into Athens through its port because cities are nodes on the great transportation network that connect our world, and that makes them particularly vulnerable. On top of this, the crowding that occurs within cities, the connections between people, often allows the pandemic to spread quickly, and that is indeed what we've seen over the past year. As diseases have worked their way in through cities and cities themselves are shut down. We've had a remarkably good picture of what's happened in cities that has been a result of the cell phone records that have been made available. And what you can see here is the decline in mobility in Brazil, the US, Mexico, Italy, and Germany over the period from March, which is when mobility really crashed, to July. You can see Italy is particularly struck. There was a 90% reduction in mobility in Italy in March and April relative to the pre-pandemic period. And in some sense, if cities are all about connection, the social distancing that we saw post-COVID is in some sense a rapid de-urbanization of our world, an abandonment of urban connection. Moreover, in the first stages of the pandemic, it struck cities most terribly. In the US, the pandemic entered through New York City, just as earlier pandemics did, and then it filtered out towards other dense areas first. And here you can see the relationship between population density and the level of the pandemic about May, okay? But as it has spread, it started off, as you can see in this map, it started off in the dense enclaves of the Eastern Seaboard, and then gradually it spread everywhere. Because in fact, this pandemic does not actually require urban proximity for it to spread. It just requires some human connection. So it starts in New York, it starts in New Orleans. And then as you can see now, this is over the last week, it is most.
Edward?
Edward, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
We don't hear you.
In Brazil, in India as well, the disease came first to the most dense parts of the city. This is the relationship between the share of the population living in a favela, that's a high-density informal settlement in Brazil, and the spread of the pandemic as of June 3rd, 2020. This is the relationship between the share of the population living in slums and the spread of the pandemic in India. The Indian pandemic appears to have worked its way out in slums. The work of the IDRC and Anup Malani suggests that, in fact, we may have already reached in some Indian slums herd immunity, that over 50% of the people in the slums may have actually acquired antibodies. Now, it is important to recognize that it is crowding, it is personal connection, not density, that necessarily spreads this disease. This is a map of Manhattan and the rest of New York City. And for those of you who don't know the city, this long sliver of an island, this here at the center, this is the densest part of the city. It is also the part of the city that had the fewest cases by May 2020. Whereas it was the less dense parts of the city, the outlying areas where the disease was most terrible. The reason for that can be seen on the right-hand side of the figures. Here you can see the reduction in the number of trips. And in fact, the densest parts of the city were the areas where you saw the strongest behavioral reaction, where you saw the decline in trips, partially because the people were wealthier and partially because they knew that moving around created risk. And it's precisely because you have this relationship between density and the reduction of trips that you have a relationship between density and the disease that's actually negative, not positive. This shows you the relationship between the change in the number of trips and the number of cases. The estimates that I've done with Stephen Redding and Caitlin Gorbeck show that a 10% drop in trips was associated with a 20% reduction in the number of cases. And these trips are measured both with cell phone data and with data from the public transit system. This crisis, of course, is not just a health crisis, it's an economic crisis. The unemployment rate in the United States, which reached 15% in April 2020, has not been seen since the Great Depression. In some sense, our whole evolution of our urban world has put us into a maximum point of pandemic vulnerability. If you think about our arc from farm to factory work to urban service work, right? We have moved ourselves from an employment mode where, in fact, farmers benefited from the pandemic in the medieval period, from the Black Plague. It was terrible. It killed 1/3 of Europe. But since wealth in an agricultural society is based on the amount of land per person, because there were fewer people, there was more land per person and more wealth. The factory economies of the industrial age were also slightly less vulnerable because the product of the factories didn't hinge on face-to-face connection. And whereas the influenza pandemic of 1919 and 1920 was associated with a short, sharp drop in economic output, it was over quickly and the economy restarted. By contrast, the face-to-face urban service jobs that you can see here, the worker who is selling a latte with a smile that someone is willing to pay for, those jobs have been a safe haven in an era of automation, in an era of outsourcing. But those jobs can vanish in a heartbeat when that smile becomes a source of peril rather than a source of pleasure. And the 32 million American workers who work in leisure, hospitality, and retail trade, the key face-to-face jobs, are the ones who are at most risk. The level of economic carnage really was extraordinary. This comes from work that I've done with a series of co-authors surveying small businesses in the US. We found that as of April 1st, 2020, 45% of small businesses were shut. This was not something that was uniform. In some industries, like, for example, personal services or arts or entertainment, more than 70% of the businesses were closed. In other industries, such as finance or professional services, less than 21% were closed. Perhaps the most shocking thing that came out for us from this data was the share that expected to be closed in December. 37% of our businesses expected to be closed as of now. To a certain extent, very large financial measures from the American government have tried to stave that off. But this is an economic crisis that will take years for us to sort our way out. Now, the last thing I want to say something on is whether or not this shift will actually cause a major reorientation away from face-to-face contact in the cities that enable that contact. Will we all Zoom our way to work going forward? In some sense, this is part of an age-long dance between technology and the city. The image that you're looking at here is the aqueduct at Segovia, which is one of the most classic examples of a technology that has shaped cities. And it is a centripetal technology. It is a technology that enables us to connect closer to one another. Much of the 19th century was an era of centripetal technologies like the streetcar, like the skyscraper. The 20th century, however, was a centrifugal age. Technologies like cars, like radios, like televisions enabled us to disperse from our urban spaces, enabled us to build suburbs, to build exurbs, to live farther away from cities, and people moved out from our urban ages. Urban industries dispersed, and you can see here an image of the garment industry in New York City, which was the largest industrial agglomeration in the United States during the 1950s, larger than automobiles in Detroit. And it was killed off by automation and outsourcing. 500,000 jobs were lost in a few short years. That decline of urban industry led prognosticators to think that, in fact, new forms of technology, like the fax machine, like the personal computer, would kill off the service industries that remain, right? And so when I started in this business 40 years ago, people like Alvin Toffler were predicting that these technologies would stop cities from being relevant. So would they kill off finance and urban infrastructure? Now, for the last 30 years of my life, I've argued that those predictions were a mistake, and that what globalization and new technologies did is they radically increased the returns to being smart, and that we are a social species that becomes smart by being around other smart people. That's why Google didn't send its workers home, but it bought the Googleplex. That's why finance remained in big cities, because in finance, it is incredibly important to know exactly what's going on. And face-to-face contact enables us to become smart by being close to other smart people.
And so for 40 years, Toffler has looked like he's completely wrong. But now perhaps he is right? That is the fear that's been brought up, right? You can see here the decline of people going to work over the past 6 months, 50% reduction in people going in. So what do we actually know about this? And I'm going to share with you 3 figures, and please leave the figures up and stop taking them off for a second, because I really do want people to see these. So the 3 figures give us 3 pictures that are important to understand about remote working. The first of which is how large a phenomenon it is, but how unequal a phenomenon it is. So there were 50 million Americans who had lost their jobs due to COVID-19 in May 2020, and there were 50 million Americans who were remote working. But that was very unequally distributed across the education distribution. Only 14% of people with advanced degrees had lost their jobs due to COVID, and 70% of them were remote working. But among those who had high school degrees or less, 20% of them had lost their work, but less than 15% of them were remote working. And so the view of people who think that there is a remote job for someone who does not have an advanced degree, that has no bearing in the data. Second fact that I want you to sort of pay attention, please keep the graphs up. We polled these small businesses and we asked them, both small businesses and large businesses, what share of workers who have switched to remote work would stay remote working after COVID. Our small business network, the Alignable Network, 40% of businesses said that 40% or more of workers who switched would stay switched. The National Association of Business Economists, 36%. And that's what you're seeing here, 36% who said that they switched would stay switched. So there's no question that this is a major realignment for these businesses. But that doesn't mean that our cities will remain empty or that businesses will not come back. One impact of a reduction in demand for commercial space in cities is that prices will drop. And this will cause new businesses to move in as old businesses left. And this is the last fact that I think is quite interesting. So this comes from the work of Morales Alia and Daboin, who look at both employment and job postings, looking at burning glass data. And they separate out the jobs into the jobs that can be done remotely. So those are more high-tech jobs, and those jobs that cannot be done remotely. So the non-remote jobs, you can see here, you have a both sharp drop in employment and a sharp drop in postings early on. So both the firms fire workers and they don't hire new workers. For the jobs that can be done remotely, and you're seeing that on your right, there is an immediate sharp drop in postings, but they don't fire the workers. So the workers remain. And you saw that in the high-skilled workers who were zooming it in. But look what's happened to postings. The postings have come back for the workers who can only work live, but they have stayed down for the remotable workers. And I think this very much suggests that we are, in fact, in our jobs that are remaining virtual, we are in some sense coasting on fumes. We are living off of relationships that were built face-to-face. And it is much harder to bring someone on, to acculturate them, to make them excited about their job when it's all remote. You know, as a teacher, right, I can say that I find it extraordinarily difficult to handle any sort of new students and get them excited about their work when it's remote, whereas old relationships work. And in some sense, this suggests that it's going to be new firms that are going to be most excited by coming to cities. Looking forward to the future, I think everything depends on the duration of the pandemic and the duration of pandemic risk. So if the pandemic isn't cured next year by the vaccine, if we get another pandemic in the next decade, I think this will be a permanent and painful shock for cities that they will have trouble reacting to. It will also be absolutely catastrophic for the urban service industry, for those 32 million Americans who are in retail, trade, leisure, and hospitality. I think that the downsides of that are so extreme that our elected leaders will have to take every step possible to make sure that that doesn't happen, that we are prepared next time and this is a one-off event. But even if this does end quickly, even if we're done with it in 2021, even if we make sure that we make the health investments that make sure that we stop things from ever happening again, there are still going to be major shocks. In rich cities, there will be a drop in demand for commercial real estate. That means that prices are going to drop. It doesn't mean large-scale vacancies. This means that commercial space may decline, but I think we have seen over and over again how much human beings, particularly young human beings, are eager to reconnect with each other in real life, in real space, to come back out again. I think this suggests that cities are going to come back as places of pleasure and proximity more than places of productivity in the short run. That may mean that commercial space gets reallocated to residential space, and it means that cities must compete more than ever as places of fun, of places of pleasure, as places of creativity. This means that the young will be the ones who will re-urbanize first, who will come back out again. They're less afraid of the pandemic risk, correctly, and they are more eager to connect again in person. This reiterates the importance of consumer amenities, right? I often say the right urban development strategy is to attract and train smart people and then get out of their way. Attracting people is going to be really critical. And if we think about what will make for great cities in the post-pandemic world, it really is going to be about, making the city attractive for people to live there as well as for people to work there. Finally, public transportation will continue to face challenges. People are afraid of being on transit close to other people. That will have to be fixed. And I think going forward, it's important to remember the value of flexibility in transit, the ability to change routes, the ability to change seating arrangements. And cities will face the challenge of reductions in international travel probably for quite some time. So I think it's going to be a difficult 5 years, but cities will get through this. Cities have survived far worse. They've survived plagues that are far more catastrophic than COVID-19. And if there's one thing that seems clear about our species, right, we are far more productive, far more joyful, far more creative when we are connected to one another. That is what cities do, and that is why cities fundamentally power our humanity. Thank you.
Edward, спасибо большое.
Edward, thank you so much for this, your contribution, for this, your intervention. I have several questions, very brief questions, that we could at least discuss your very busy presentation, busy slides. My first question. You really told us about the technological solutions, which last century resulted in the change in the shape and in the economy of the cities. In your opinion, what new technologies may give more opportunities for the new economies in the cities? What competences in terms of economic development should the cities have in order to become superstars?
So actually, I think the most important technologies right now are in the health field. The most important technologies are around vaccines, around early warning systems, around the pandemics. I think this pandemic has revealed our vulnerability. We need to have a larger battery of vaccines which are tested for safety, if not for efficacy. And so we can roll them out even more quickly. We need to have a better early warning system that tells us when a pandemic is starting and tells us when to shut down international travel more quickly. It has been an amazing year for health technology research, but we need to not let it stop when we have a functional vaccine, and we need to make sure that we prepare going forward. Technologies continue to be important in the transportation field. And there, I think it's hard to know exactly where we will go, but autonomous vehicles are certainly a thing that will exist. In the case of autonomous vehicles, the critical measure is we need to have congestion pricing sooner, not later. The first order impact of an autonomous vehicle is that it reduces the cost of sitting in traffic. What we know is that this will make people more willing to sit in traffic, which will mean that we will have even more traffic than ever. And far from being liberating and far from being empowering of travel, autonomous vehicles therefore have the capacity to clog our city streets even more unless we actually impose congestion pricing that charges people for the congestion that they create. The last thing I want to highlight is we've had a series of technologies over the past 20 years that have been about sharing goods and sharing information. So think about the various technologies that enable us to learn which restaurants are good to eat at, or enable us to share cars or share apartments. The COVID-19 pandemic has made sharing less attractive, right? We wanted our own space. But in a post-pandemic world, sharing is still at the heart of what a city is about, right? Cities have always been about sharing. What is an urban restaurant but a shared dining room and a shared kitchen? What is an urban park but a shared yard, a shared backyard? The beauty of these technologies is they enable us to share things more efficiently. The reason why we didn't have shared vehicles in the 1970s is that you'd go to pick up your car and there'd be like a dead body in the trunk or something, and it would be terrible because you couldn't trust the safety of it. Now you can, and it enables us to share city space more safely. That, in some sense, is the most important thing that technologies enable us to do. They enable us to work together, to collaborate, and to learn from one another.
Thank you so much, Edward. You showed a very interesting flowchart, which was dedicated to deurbanization, when people amid the pandemic tended to move to the rural areas. At least major Russian cities, Moscow and St. Petersburg, also showcase the same trend. But this was typical of the young people. The elderly, on the contrary, despite all the limitations and restrictions, tried to stay in the cities, because actually the healthcare system in the cities is more effective. And the ambulances could reach them faster. In your point of view, first of all, what would be the optimal size of the city in future? We say that we have global cities, which have always been the points of global growth of the last 50 years. Will the pandemic change that trend or not? Or this is a trend which is with us, and it will stay with us for some time?
Great questions. So first, I want to emphasize your point about the healthcare of cities is really a central one, that this is another example of sharing, that great urban hospitals are a shared resource, and they continue to be one of the things that actually makes cities successful. Secondly, is there an optimal size of cities? I have long believed that there is no such thing, that cities are ideally archipelagos of neighborhoods, and countries contain all sorts of hierarchies of city sizes. Ideally, people should have choices about where to live, about how big a city to locate it. I'm a friend of cities, but I recognize not everyone wants to live in a city, and not everyone wants to live in a big city. And it's a great thing that countries have big cities and small cities and rural areas to give people choices, because ultimately, freedom is the greatest currency of human life. It is certainly true that as cities grow, there are both advantages and disadvantages. People become more productive, nightlife becomes more fun as the city gets bigger, but there are also demons that come with density. Crime, contagious disease, traffic congestion, high housing costs, all of these things accompany urban size. Now, the downsides of density are mediated, are lessened by effective governance. And so this, in some sense, is the great challenge of the 21st century, is in fact making urban density livable, humane, making sure that our cities are not plagued by contagious disease and do not get overwhelmed by traffic congestion. This is a particular challenge in the developing world, where cities are most crucial, because there is no pathway out of poverty into prosperity that does not run through city streets. And yet at the same time, because of poverty, because of a limited quality of government, you often have these cities that fail to actually provide basic city services. Fixing the cities of the developing world, making our urban world more safe, is one of the great vocations, one of the great callings of the 21st century. Your last question, which was, do we think that the cities that are the bright nodes, the bright parts of our global network, do we think this will be changed by the pandemic? No, I have absolutely no fear on this whatsoever, right? That in fact, we will look forward to the 21st century as a world in which we will be more connected with each other, more desirous of being in the same places as each other. And I think I speak for everyone I know in thinking that we are just desperate to get out again and connect with each other in city streets and enjoy the joys of being once again in human contact with one another. Because in fact, this is what brings human potential. This is what brings human happiness, is actually being in a real room with someone else, not just having to connect virtually.
Edward, thank you so much for this your very interesting conversation. To my regret, we have to finish our session. Although we can speak hours and ask endless questions to you regarding your book, Triumph of the City, I'd like to say that in 2014, this book was translated in Russian It was initiated by the Moscow Urban Forum. Unfortunately, the circulation is limited, but as the organizers told me, everyone can send a letter to the organizers, and we can send a copy of it digitally. So I do hope very much that lots of people will get familiar with your ideas, and we will spread your ideas among the residents not only of Moscow, but of Russia in general. And thank you so much once again for joining our events. Thank you so much, and see you.
Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Alexander Avanesov. I'm managing partner of Author the Little office in Russia. I'm an expert in the Lab of Future Mobility supported by our company. I will moderate this session. We are going to speak about driven by data new technologies in urban mobility in Moscow. Mobility and urban mobility. This is the territory where the new technologies deploy in a full scale. There are lots of different interpretations and areas where they can unfold. And therefore, we can discuss that. We have to make a crosscut, discussing in a nutshell what happens to mobility technologies. And as far as big data is also part of our topic, we will pay attention to the data management and the role of data, the technological components, and what role they play in the urban mobility. Also, we're going to speak about mobility as a service. Although this is not in the title of the topic, but as a concept, this is very much related to the big data management, and this is one of the key trends in the area of mobility. Let me introduce to you the panelists of that session. Next to me is my colleague Alexander Polyakov, Director and Research and Development Institute for Urban Transportation Mostrans Project. Thank you so much, Alexander, for being with us physically. Sitting next to me, good evening. Also with us, remotely, Karen van Kleissen, Secretary General, Polis.
Regina
Klevlo, co-founder and CEO of Populus. Pavel Kozlov, Business Development and Sales Director, HERE Technologies. Greg Lindsay, Senior Fellow, Mobility New Cities Foundation.
Добрый день всем спикерам.
Good afternoon to all the speakers. I'm glad to welcome all of you at our panel session. There are several questions which I would like to ask immediately to all the speakers. These would be very general questions which would be common for all our pitches and all our interventions. What new we have in terms of the mobility technology, as far as this is the headline of our session? Can you please speak about the novelty in the technologies? The second item is about big data. You're part of the ecosystem where you're working, where you're living, what role big data is playing, and probably you also can speak on the mobility as a service, MaaS. Does it justify our expectations? In terms of the time limit, we are speaking about the future. This is a foresight session. We give a glimpse of that future. There won't be any discussions there, but I do want to have some time for Q&A. So you have up to 6 minutes for your pitch. The main idea is not to deliver the whole presentation, but just to share your expert view on these issues and questions which I have raised. Saying that, I'm passing the floor to our first speaker, Alexander Polyakov, representative of Moscow administration. Moscow is our host, and certainly Moscow as a test site for technologies. And Alexander is one of the participants or even one of the drivers of these technologies. A lot is being done, and we heard that there is a question of digital twins, the question which is being raised in Moscow. I know that You are among the champions of that process. I wonder, probably you could share some technological overview, and in terms of the digital twins, we'll have an individual conversation. Thank you so much for this year's invitation. Let's start with the mobility technologies. So let us watch a video how the mobility technologies are hitting the roads. Driverless automobiles, different districts of Moscow, 2020. February 2020, the first autonomous vehicle. It works in the Basman district of Moscow. Its navigation is a digital twin of the road. The work of the autonomous vehicle is overseen by an operator. Mostrans-Projekt, as a company, develops the vehicle to everything technology. It communicates to the street lights, to the detectors, and can transmit the data. September 2020, the autonomous vehicle on the territory of the first municipal hospital. 8 trips a day, 40 kilometers a week. This technology made doctors relieve of the contact with the potentially hazardous cargo. We are designing the future. Usually I have to be the last to speak, that's why I actually decided to use a very energetic music. But let me very briefly tell you about the presentation. I will show some slides. Can we have my presentation, please? I will show what we really achieved, and we studied different experience of various colleagues and everywhere. For instance, the strategy which was developed everywhere. We see that security is a top priority. We are creating a technology for something, and for instance, we have some very positive things. For instance, reduction of number of trips per vehicle, reduction in the share of the private vehicles, reduction in the average trip time, and reduction in the road accidents and number of casualties. In 2019, the average number of deaths in the car accidents is 3.5 people per 100,000 people. And thanks to different means and technologies, there is still room for improvement. And if you look at the distribution of the number of injured and killed in the car accidents, probably autonomous vehicles may have an impact, and technical failures for the vehicles. If it is a full-fledged autonomous vehicle, then it has to make a check-in prior to the ride and should check every node, every item, and identify whether it can move forward or not. And identification of the obstacles. A man reacts differently. Sometimes the latency is bigger in a human being rather than in a machine, in a vehicle. And regulation, actually, if the turn on the right is banned, then autonomous vehicle will never turn on the right because of the digital twin of the road. And drink driving also will not be among the causes of car accidents. And it means that 51% of causes are somehow intertwined. But all in all, we see that 51% of car accidents happen due to man-caused factors. 49%. 43% of the causes would no longer be relevant once we use autonomous vehicles. So ranging from 43% to 85% of number of deaths would go down. And again, autonomous vehicles would improve the congestion, would improve the traffic.
больше, ну, порядка 2000 ДТП, то 10...
For instance,
Хоть снег, хоть гололед, хоть что угодно.
once we have 2,000 car accidents, so immediately we have a lot of traffic in Moscow. But once we don't have car accidents, then despite flooding, despite snowfalls, the roads will be free. So security is on the rise, security rate is on the rise.
Ну и, соответственно, вы сказали сделать видение, и что же будет?
You asked me to share my vision, and this is my grasp of the development of the autonomous vehicles. We will reduce the number of car accidents, but how this may happen? So private vehicles account for 30% of trips, and this figure would reduce to 10%. And these would stay connected. Again, ride-hailing services and car sharing would be on the rise as well, and the railway transport would rise to 45%, and the same is true of the autonomous vehicles. Among the key results of that technology, you may see the number of car accidents would go down, the number of vehicles in the streets would go down. Robo-taxi or even a private vehicle can make more trips, for instance, once you decided to rent it while you're working. And this is my fantasy, but still it can be very much feasible. Let's proceed with the digital twin. That's a BIM technology, what BIM technology may give us. And this is usually being discussed at the Moscow Urban Forum. For 7 fleets of Moscow bus fleets in Moscow, we developed digital twins, and we have digitized the 73 buildings. This is how it looks like in a computer game, but on top you may have an engineering solution. You may see what every beam is about, whether you have to replace it or you have to just demolish the whole building. Such an analysis allows us to make a digital twin in order to maintain and service these buildings. I'm speaking about digital twins because it is something which can be attributable not only to the buildings but also to the roads. This is very relevant for the cities. For instance, a map for the autonomous vehicles actually has the accuracy of up to 5 millimeters. We have video and photo recording systems installed. All the vehicles are connected to the street lights, and this has been included into the digital twin of the road transportation model. This is something which may interact with autonomous vehicles. In order to kickstart the vehicle, we actually have installed the system to control over 1,000 vehicles.
Я бы сейчас, вот что интересно,
which is also quite interesting.
Сейчас уже автомобиль мы начали в первой половине сентября запустили.
In the first decade of September, in the first 10 days of December, actually, we started using these autonomous vehicles to service the territories of hospitals. So the distance between the buildings is 10,000 steps, and actually now we free the staff of this hospital from the necessity to walk in the rainy days. And 10,000 steps, actually, this is a very big work which has been done by the autonomous vehicles right now, delivering parcels, etc. Big data. Big data is usually needed for something. Autonomous vehicles also are needed for something. Since 6 in the morning until 4 in the evening, we collect the data from that hospital, and I asked the operator to work longer, so we are uploading the analysis data. And it means that in real life, almost online, we control all the data and all the functions. I would like to say that all the functions have to be used immediately for the sake of the citizens. If this is just thumbsuck technology, then why, or far-fetched technology, why we need it? You collect big data and to translate that into a digital twin, etc. Thank you so much. Certainly, Moscow can boast a lot more than actually you may speak about in 6 minutes, and that's good. We see a very impressive initiative, and naturally, it will result in dramatic results. I do hope that the number of victims in car accidents would be zero casualties. So thank you so much, and we proceed on with the international agenda. I'd like to pass the floor to Karen Van Kleisen, Secretary General of Polis. This is the leading community of European cities and regions. Karen, in terms of your community, what trends do you see? What role big data will play? What role the data flows would play? What priorities are there?
Yes, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Thank you for introducing me and for inviting me to this panel. I'm Karen Van Kleisen from Polis, which is a European network of cities and regions working together on sustainable urban mobility and urban transport innovation. So innovation is very much at the heart of the discussions that we have with our cities and regions. And I'm happy to see that the overarching scope of this conference is the city for all, well-being, health and sustainability. Because if you want our mobility to deliver on these goals, it needs to be a mix of measures with multiple benefits that we bring together in a systems approach and integrated packages, where modal shift really away from the private car is at the core of such a sustainable mobility ecosystem, with public transport and active travel as a backbone. At the same time, we've seen blurring lines between the public and the private sector over the last couple of years. And we see that increasingly services that used to be the preserve of the public sector are also being delivered by the private sector. And that kind of begs the question also what the role will be of the transport authority of the city in the transport system of tomorrow. And this is really at the heart of the discussions that we are holding with our cities and regions within Polis. So we've seen many innovations coming our way over the last couple of years, all at a very fast pace and all at the same time. And the question is now how, as a city, we should respond to these innovations and how we should integrate them in a smart way, basically. And what is very important in that respect is that cities cannot just be reactive. They really have to be proactive, and they have to be strategic in the way they deal with and approach these innovations. Because depending on the way you regulate these innovations, they will or may not actually deliver on the big promises that they are bringing and that they are telling us about. When we decide as a city whether or not to implement a certain innovation, the fear of missing out a certain technology is never the right way of deciding. We first need to look at the local challenges we face and the problems that we want to solve, and then look at the innovation and see whether it can help you in solving those problems or reaching certain policy goals in the field of sustainable mobility. And when we look at the innovations, we see that depending on the way we regulate them or not, they might or might not deliver indeed. Automation, it was just mentioned in the context of Moscow. If you just let those automated vehicles arrive without setting the rules of the game, they could also lead to more kilometers driven in cities because travel time will be perceived differently by people. At the same time, of course, they could also enhance safety and free up urban space if you regulate them well. Same for electromobility, which needs to be multimodal, otherwise we'll still have congestion, or micromobility, where we need to make sure that we mitigate negative externalities with regard to the use of urban space. And I'll come back to the role of mobility as a service in a minute as well. But the overarching message we give our cities when it comes to innovation is that you need to anticipate what is coming your way, understand possible positive and negative impacts of these technologies, and in that respect, maximize opportunities, but also minimize possible disbenefits and negative externalities. And that will unavoidably require a policy which is combining carrots and sticks, incentives and disincentives, and obviously a very profound cooperation and exchange with the private sector and new forms of public-private partnerships that maybe we haven't seen in the past just yet. The overarching message is really that we need public sector oversight for innovation to deliver on policy goals, and that it's important for cities to be in the driver's seat in that perspective. We see that many of these innovations that are coming our way indeed are inherently digital in nature. And it can help also cities to move towards more evidence-based and data-driven decision-making. By collecting that data that is available out there, they can better understand the impact of these different services on the urban ecosystem. And they can also monitor what is actually happening with these services and regulate and enforce certain rules. That obviously requires good data sharing agreements between the public and the private sector, not just in terms of data formats to be used, but also in terms of agreeing on what data we want to share and for what purpose, because we also understand that there's commercial sensitivity and privacy concerns involved, and both parties, public and private, need to be aware of that. And when we talk about data sharing, obviously, we also enter into the field of mobility as a service, where we want to bring these different mobility services together in one big integrated package for the user to make use of in a seamless way. And talking about seamless and talking about bringing together, I think if ever there is momentum for joining forces and for public transport and new mobility services to be better integrated, it is today when we are facing this health crisis, because we have to make sure that the sustainable modes come together and reinforce and support each other to offer a viable and valuable alternative to less sustainable modes. If we want people to shift away from private car use, we have to make sure as well that the alternatives are of high quality and can be easily combined. So I think there is a momentum that we have to make use of to also avoid a massive turn to the private car as the ultimate safety bubble, again, making even worse the crisis we have already been dealing with for many years, including congestion, road safety, and air pollution, for example. Now, coming back to mobility as a service, we see that there are a number of positive outcomes potentially by integrating these different modes into one digital platform. It could help to promote sustainable travel and reduce car dependence indeed, and also improve the efficiency overall of the existing mobility services. And the user-centric approach that is inherent to mobility as a service can also make our urban mobility ecosystem as a whole more inclusive by offering a wider range and making the services also more accessible. However, coming back to the point of the risk of a purely commercial mass approach, if there is no public sector oversight, there is the risk that those modes that are being prioritized in a mass environment are maybe the ones that are generating the most revenue and not necessarily are the most sustainable. A famous example in that respect is the role of walking. We see already in Google Maps, for example, that they're trying to nudge you towards using an e-scooter if you're asking for a walking route. That is not the kind of modal shift that our cities are looking for and is not making our cities more sustainable. At the same time, someone will have to pay for this cost, additional service as well. And that's why there is a risk that maybe transport might become more expensive for the user or for the provider. So how are we going to solve that issue? And also, how are we going to make sure that the connection between the customer and the providers, in which a lot has been invested very often by the service providers, is not lost? So we have to make sure, again, that we have public sector oversight also for the rollout of mobility as a service. And digital integration alone will not be enough. We will also need physical integration on the ground where these modes come together in interchanges at mobility hubs and can easily be combined also from an infrastructure perspective. So coming back to my point at the beginning about integrated approaches, I don't think there's one silver bullet that is going to help us to transform transportation. It's really a matter of bringing together carrots and sticks, incentives and disincentives, and also taking sometimes unpopular decisions in terms of putting a price on the most polluting modes, for example. That's why digital technologies also need to help us serve a purpose, serve a policy goal to make our urban mobility systems more sustainable and available to all, to meet also what you are mentioning, a city for all with well-being, health and sustainability at its core. Thank you.
Thank you
so much. So you covered almost all the questions which I've raised. May I have a quick follow-up question in terms of the best practices of the cities, because you have a city community and you may compare different cities. Which cities, in terms of regulation and innovations and incentives, can be the best, something we can replicate? Which cities are the best?
There are several cities, and some are better in one and others in other issues. But of course, cities that do stand out are, for example, Paris, because they also have a very interesting combination of investing in smart technologies and innovations, but also really making this trend of giving the streets back to the people stronger than ever. So they wisely combine innovation in policy with innovation in technology. They have been regulating increasingly micromobility. Everybody was looking at Paris in terms of how they were dealing with these new modes and how they also gave them a role in the urban ecosystem, but also regulated them in an intelligent way. Other interesting cities are London, for example, which is also not afraid to take daring interventions in the field of urban vehicle access regulations, for example. But also smaller cities are cities that we can learn from. The current European Capital of Innovation is a city of 100,000 inhabitants, Leuven in Belgium, and they have been rewarded because they have a very innovative approach also in the way they involve their citizens, for example, which is very important.
Спасибо большое. Да, я извиняюсь.
Thank you so much. I apologize because we have to move forward. We heard several examples. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Karen.
Подключиться к нашей дискуссии.
Then I would like to invite Regina
Populus,
Cleolo, co-founder and CEO of Populus. Regina, over to you. What do you think?
ключевых технологиях и может...
What do you think of the key technologies? And probably you can look at the macro and micro level, how we manage the streets.
Вот такой сделать drill down.
Can make such a drill down from top down to some details, practical details. Over to you. Over to you.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for having me. As you mentioned, my name is Regina Clulo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Populus. We are a digital platform for cities to manage the future of mobility. And today I'm going to be talking about some of the innovations that we've seen over the past decade, but in particular over the past 2 years. I'm sorry, my computer is having a bit of an issue in not advancing my slides.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста, можно загрузить? Ну, может быть, вы можете продолжать пока слайд понять.
Go on speaking.
Without the slides. So I'm going to share a little bit on how transportation has been changing over time. Specifically, we've seen significant innovation in the transportation space, primarily in the private sector. About, almost 20 years ago, we saw services like car sharing start to emerge in cities. Soon after that, we had services including Uber and Lyft and other shared ride services that emerged almost, I guess, about a decade ago. And then we've seen that evolution in the form of new mobility services that are being delivered by the private sector. And as Karen mentioned, one of the key challenges is understanding now then what is the role of the public sector in managing how these new services that are increasing in size and volume access and utilize the public right-of-way, including our roads and our streets and our sidewalks. We have also seen a dramatic increase. I think this has been accelerated by the current public health crisis in the rise of delivery services. This has been a trend that had been ongoing before COVID, but now we've seen it continue as more and more people are interested in having packages and goods delivered to them versus venture out into the world. And so one of the core challenges for cities really is that much of the public infrastructure that was not developed with these many new use cases in mind. It wasn't developed with shared electric scooters and the volume of delivery services that currently occur on our city streets as part of your original plans. And so the challenge then is how do cities then adapt that space to make it more usable for those services while also maintaining progress towards key goals that fundamentally, I believe, only cities can be responsible for and address, which are improvements in transportation safety, improvements in transportation efficiency, and improvements in transportation sustainability. So what Populus does is we actually deliver a platform that cities are able to utilize in order to bring together data from these fleet vehicles in order to understand their travel patterns, their parking events, and then to harness that data and leverage it in order to communicate new policies about how that public space can be used. Our platform then allows cities to easily and quickly and more dynamically create new policies around parking and trip patterns and communicate that information to these fleet operators. We currently bring in billions of data points from fleet vehicles, including shared scooters, shared mopeds, and shared cars, as well as insights for commercial delivery so that cities can then utilize that data to set more effective policies about how their roads and their sidewalks and their bike lanes should be used. We have a couple of different products that we've rolled out to cities. I think the first one that I want to describe is a mobility management platform that is really designed to help cities gather data from shared modes. So what we've seen over the last primarily 2 years is that as shared scooters and mopeds began to expand in the form of micromobility in cities around the world, because they were in many ways much more prepared from their prior experiences with car sharing, they decided to put in place many regulations that, as a fundamental cornerstone, required data from these services so that cities could then more easily manage how they utilized the public right-of-way. And by virtue of that, we've seen significant growth in the ability for cities to be able to access data from those services and make more effective data-driven decisions. And as Karen also mentioned, which I really appreciate, we've seen now with the current public health crisis, the opportunity for micromobility services and cities to work towards some shared common goals, which is that we have a lot of space that's allocated in our cities to private vehicles and cars that now many citizens are calling to be reallocated for safe pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. We have cities around the world that have allocated 100 kilometers or more, in some cases almost overnight, to safe pedestrian and bike infrastructure, putting in place some of the terms that we hear in the US are slow streets or shared streets that prioritize bikes and pedestrians and don't allow for through vehicle traffic. Through our platform at Populous, we're actually now delivering solutions that allow cities to not only identify where those street segments are, but communicate that to a wide variety of stakeholders, including the general public. Citizens can then engage and request slow streets in their neighborhoods. They can also comment on the ones that have been put in place in their neighborhoods. And then more interestingly, in the context of this forum, we also have digital tools that then allow cities to communicate these more dynamically changing street policies to mapping stakeholders. So Google Maps or Waze, and specifically AV companies, will then know where certain streets have been closed or where regulations have changed that are redirecting traffic so that we can prioritize safe and sustainable mobility. What we've seen is as cities have access to these digital tools, the impacts are obvious. They're able to more easily measure progress towards their public goals because they have access to this data. And we have a lot of common city use cases that we are seeing cities gravitate towards, especially in this current time, for closing off streets and making them more available. Prior to COVID, there were a lot of common use cases that cities had, including construction closures, weather events. There are a lot of needs that cities have to more dynamically change access to space. Those are going to continue to increase as more and more connected vehicles are utilizing that space. And we're just excited to be a part of the solution for cities to be able to deliver a digital future that is prioritizing our public goals in partnership with them. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Действительно, ваша
Thank you so much. Really, your platform, Mobility Manager platform, is a very interesting thing. It's a very interesting structure, very interesting system,
дополнительного изучения.
Which deserves a lot of attention. Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking. Seeing that, I'm passing the floor to Pavel Kozlov, Development Director for CIS in Russia. I would like to speak about geolocation problems of data, what Pavel specializes in. In one of the interviews, he said that any map is a live system, and we know that for sure. But when we say live, there are some extra emotions associated with that, whether it is going to die in the nearest future or not. Pavel, we cannot hear you. Pavel, please unmute your microphone. Unmute your microphone.
Скажите, пожалуйста, еще несколько слов.
Can you say something?
Нет.
No, still cannot hear you. But we can see your presentation. Well, the presentation without a speaker is not a presentation at all.
Давайте попробуем, может быть, я не знаю, это...
I don't know. Probably let's pass the floor to Greg Lins. Greg?
Можете вы выйти на
Hi,
связь?
I was on mute. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Да.
Pavel, we'll come back to you. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me. I want to thank my panelists as well. I don't have a presentation. I'd just like to add some comments on Karen and Regina, who we know very well at New Cities through our Commotion Mobility Conference arm. So it's a pleasure to see both of them here today. I just want to add a wrinkle in particular to some of the things that Regina spoke about in terms of what cities are doing in this. I mean, Regina, of course, operates one of the firms that really sort of partners with cities to help them understand that. We're particularly close to Los Angeles, for example, and the Open Mobility Foundation, which is a network of cities that includes Los Angeles, Miami-Dade, and dozens of others around the world that has formed sort of in response to many of the challenges that Karen has laid out and many of the trends that Regina has talked about. To me, what's interesting is, LA represents a sort of trend here of cities that are trying to fight fire with fire, so to speak. So several years ago, LA DOT, their Department of Transportation, developed, as far as I know, sort of the first software standard for mobility developed by a city. They, of course, hired a software firm to build it for them, but really specified it out on GitHub, the Mobility Data Specification. And what's interesting about it, and what's made it extremely controversial, is that not only does the city of Los Angeles now require private mobility operators, such as, of course, the micro-mobility companies, primarily them, but it's implied that it will soon be put to use on ride-hailing companies, drone operators, any future modes. But the idea is both send data on the status of every vehicle, where it is it charged, is it available for hire, but also ultimately a separate set of APIs to allow the city to push instructions to it. And this is where it's proven very controversial. The notion that the city should be able to dictate terms and conditions in real time. And this is what Sleeta Reynolds, the general manager of LADOT, is referred to as code as the new concrete in terms of its ability to regulate. This has raised several challenges. The LADOT is facing lawsuits raised by Uber, for example, which of course has claimed privacy violations. Very interesting coming from Uber, which of course collects extremely granular data on its private customers, but arguing that the government is different. And they've been joined in this lawsuit by various civil rights organizations, the ACLU, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, for example, arguing that this is effectively government overreach. And when Pavel has a chance to speak, I might get interested in some of this as well, because LA took a step further last year and actually asked the mapping companies, including Waze, Apple Maps, and Google Maps, to basically allow the city to insert instructions into the mapping layer to allow them to divert away from certain areas. The test case was going to be a school in a relatively affluent white neighborhood. And this, of course, raised all sorts of interesting questions around equity, for example. Should the city of LA be able to basically divert traffic and protect areas, schools in privileged areas? How does this tie into their sort of policy recommendations? And I think this has been very interesting because we've also seen these kinds of battles or these kinds of technologies extend over into the streetscape and, of course, the curb space. And, we've seen, for example, I think, Regina alluded to, the huge uptick in delivery. It's funny to me that a year ago, we were particularly focused on, ride hailing was a massive problem for congestion in cities. We've seen all the data on this. But now, of course, we're now focused on this huge explosion in e-commerce with companies like, here in the West and, Amazon here in North America, placing an order for tens of thousands of its own private electric delivery vehicles and maintaining its own fleet of delivery. So there we're seeing this emerging battle for the curb in terms of who gets to use it when, how should that be priced? In North America, for example, FedEx and UPS, the major delivery services, pay, I think, on order of $50 million a year in parking fines to the city of New York alone. This is just simply the cost of doing business, of simply basically their way of hacking the curb. But Amazon, from my understanding and talking to folks, such as Kevin Webb, for example, who's at the Shared Streets Foundation, which is another nonprofit, Amazon and others have approached cities that they don't want to have that kind of problem. They want to create a sort of shared mapping interface where Amazon could simply pay into that. And if cities won't develop it, then we're seeing private third parties develop that. Chord is a spinoff of Sidewalk Labs that basically set out to map every curb space in Manhattan. They're partnering with cities across the United States to basically create a usable digital twin of the curb. And now we're seeing a sort of a rush by various startups to basically use LiDAR and others to create these new permanent map layers. One startup that I've come across is called Compound Eye. They're using LiDAR to sort of map the permanent features of various cities like San Francisco, which they can then, basically make available to private companies, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's very interesting to see that, that basically, we're seeing this increased rush for digital twins, and also, in terms of like how that allows us to divvy up the street space and by whom. And this raises tons and tons of equity issues and equality issues. I've read another, for example, there's a startup that I've worked with called Clear Road, and they basically are developing GPS-based onboard software for vehicles to allow mileage or kilometer-based pricing anywhere. Now, one of the things they talk about is that, this would allow you to basically divvy up the streets or create a congestion zone anywhere you like. But how does this tie into the notion of, what is a regressive policy? Who should have access to streets at what times and for what uses? And it also creates legibility issues, the ability to understand this streetscape. I'm reminded of debates, for example, in San Francisco from a few years ago, where the public park system put park availabilities on a digital app. So this basically enabled, technologically savvy people to understand when to book parks, but the lower income Hispanic communities which used it were unable to. And these are the kinds of things that we are going to be dealing with as mobility data comes to the fore. Who has access? Who understands it? Who has the ability to regulate it? So with that, I'll pause and give more time back to Pavel and my panelists. But I think there's some really interesting issues about this as we see cities become increasingly desperate to apply sticks, as Karen alluded to work with private partners if they're unresponsive to the carrots, the kinds of partnerships that we've seen. So thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure and look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Greg. First of all, it was very emotional, and you managed to touch upon the court management and digital twins in terms of the court management. This is something which Moscow still has to do something to make progress in. You spoke about mapping companies. So attempt number 2, I'm passing the floor to Pavel. Pavel, over to you. Pavel Kozlov.
С Павлом у нас не получается перегрузиться.
Obviously, we failed to talk to Pavel.
Пока с Павлом вы пробуйте все-таки хотя.
So please give it a try once again. Can you share my presentation? I will make several bullet points about mobility as a service. Whether mobility as a service meets our expectations, I do think that this is of interest for everyone, because this concept enjoyed so many credits over the last couple of years, and that we keen to find out what is going on. Mobility as a service is beneficial for everyone, first of all, because it improves the consumer's experience, and you may opt for this or that route due to the environmental friendliness, modality, cost, and what mobility as a service is designed for. This actually facilitates the move from ownership to use. In essence, the city authorities also benefit from MAS because actually this is the pedestrian street which can be used, the public transportation can be more extensively used. And the last mile is going to be integrated, an integral tariff menu can be offered, and assets could be managed. This is very beneficial for the service providers as well, because they understand the consumers better, they can give some service offers, and also it acts as a very good communication channel. But as we see now in our mobility lab, and we have lots of projects being done, there are lots of challenges and bottlenecks. Deployment is not very rapid. The consumers are not ready for that. So there is no shift in mentality. Service providers do not feel the benefits. We don't see any attractive business cases, and the operators also fail on that. They cannot feel the benefit. So the question which arises is whether MAS business case is a reality or not.
And we have to respond to that question. Many who are parts of that movement, they try to tackle with it. Classical MAS is an individual one for private persons, but G2C and B2B MAS are on the rise. And this is when the state assumes more responsibilities for designing the system. B2B is when actually this has been done for corporate clients and through them to the natural persons. And this means that it offers services for the corporate clients and improves the economy. A question arises is to what extent the mobility as a service have to be subsidized by the state, bear in mind that it creates lots of benefits. How MAS was affected by COVID-19. Many experts and we believe that in the long run, mobility as a service will make a good contribution to the architecture of mobility. I have no doubt about that, but certainly mobility as a service was undermined by COVID-19 because the trust to any public spaces goes down. Sharing mobility is dramatically hit. So these are not the best times for MAS. But mobility as a service is very good for getting out of the crisis to restore the trust to the public transportation. Why? Because through mobility as a service, we can do the right settings and we can manage the system proceeding from the big data. What are the prerequisites so that the business case comes true and that it is a success? First of all, we have a unified regulation of the data exchange or data sharing for all the modalities, for all the stakeholders, including the private ones, for the platforms, etc. Secondly, PPP and open source systems, public-private partnership. Without the state, you cannot do anything. It is crucial, but without an efficient interaction with the private sector, nothing would come out of it. The concept should not be closed. The IPs have to be open. It has to be an open source system. And finally, MAS, this is not an application. This is not just a digital service. Mobility as a service will not work without a physical seamlessness. Therefore, first of all, we have to establish a seamless physical infrastructure and governance or mobility. This is a concept which we have developed in our lab. Mobility as a service through the cloud and through the supervision of the state. Only in such a setting this system may become effective. So therefore, there is still some potential, whereas the expectations are not met. COVID affected mobility as a service, and still the potential of overcoming COVID consequences huge. We need physical seamlessness, we need collaboration and partnership, and an integral model for managing the mobility. In that case, it would be a success. Thank you so much. And attempt number 3. Okay, sounds good. Pavel, I apologize, but I do think that the right to be the last speaker would compensate for these glitches. Can you hear me? Oh, sounds good. You speak about mobility. Good afternoon. I apologize once again, and thank you so much for inviting me. I think that the discussion was very interesting. I will present our vision of mobility. As we know, we are very knowledgeable about that issue. We have a whole company. We have a necessary platform for that, including for mobility of the operators of the cities. We have certain departments or divisions which are monitoring the trends in different industries. I am happy that all the speakers are speaking about the same thing. Probably the bearing is right. We know in what direction we're moving, how it is going to look like. Speak about mobility. We know that there are some social trends because mobility will have to meet the expectations of very inhomogeneous population. I'm a digital migrant, and my children are digital indigenous people. Therefore, the adults, people of age now, they stick to the private transportation, whereas the young people, they no longer need private cars. The mobility service for the city means a lot, because the cities are now estimated as to the convenience of living. If we add such trends as futurologists' statement who believe that soon, in the run of 30 to 40 years, we will no longer have countries, we'll have some agglomerations, urban agglomerations, which I cannot imagine, but still, urbanization, this is one of the drivers. Therefore, mobility is of paramount importance for the cities. We do believe that mobility changes the way we treat the society. You mentioned congestion zone in London. Moscow also stated that it'd like to reduce the number of private vehicles in the roads. And Moscow shows that the downtown, the center of the city, should belong to the pedestrians and other stakeholders of micro-mobility, people who run bicycles or scooters. Also, the cities have to reduce the CO2 emissions. Therefore, we have to change the concept as to how we move around the city. For instance, I just keep thinking of buying an electric scooter just in order to reach the metro station because traffic jams are just awful. But after COVID-19, it has changed. What we can do to make mobility a success? First of all, we have to improve the paving. That's very important. A lot would depend on connectivity. In Moscow, there were 3 or 4 different projects which actually highlighted which district is a donor, which is more appropriate for working or moving in this very time of the day. Many people prefer to live outside the city, and social distancing is also very important now. But still, we do not see any fear of proximity in the public transportation, because until people run into a problem, they will not keep social distancing in the public transportation. At least I don't see that. How will the mobility look like? It would be connected, it will be smart, it would be online, it would be collaborative or shared. So probably it won't be enough in future just to move from A to B. It has to be multimodal journey. So we start walking on foot, we actually hire a scooter, go to metro, but on the way we'll have to actually reach one or the other destination. And probably you heard about the story when the riders would try to talk the cab drivers to go to this or that point on the way. Now it's been prohibited because the ride-hailing companies, they are counting every kilometer, but probably there should be the servicing tariff. So actually, if the client wants, then pay-as-you-go tariff is being engaged. And it has to be done very flexibly. This is my vision for us to understand that there are 3 stakeholders in that mobility. There are 3 interested groups, the consumers, the city authorities and business operators. We have to understand that these three groups very often have very controversial requirements and demands. Consumers want the best price and to do that the best way, and the business wants to have increased prices. All the mobility companies are fighting for the future market. Not all the companies are cost efficient, not even reaching the break-even, and the revenue itself is not enough in order to invest heavily into that business. So back to the question raised by Alexander. He spoke about companies with public participation. Probably we can have a look at such companies. It can be a solution, speaking about the big data, how the big data impact the mobility. Certainly, big data have a lot of value in terms of connectivity between the districts, keeping track of congestion, where bottlenecks occur, and what regimen can be selected. Sometimes you have to move slower in order to avoid the congestion.
Мы работаем над системами машинного обучения, которые позволяет поставлять, например, маршрут.
We actually have to develop a solution which would do the routing, cargo routing, light vehicles routing. The types of routing are vary actually from operator to operator. For instance, you may set a rule that the vehicle cannot move faster than 60 km per hour. Other operators would say that it would move as fast as other vehicles are doing. We have to give them the data to calculate the route. I think that such customization or tailoring required by the market would also be one of the factors, one of the drivers. This is what we're working on as well. Certainly, this diversity of operators has to be aggregated on one platform. Many stakeholders mistrust the neighbors. We have very good examples in Russia when a major ride-hailing company is owned by a big search engine, and it also offers the mapping services. But this is only this operator which benefits from that. In order to bring together all these operators on the types of mobility, we need one platform as a roof. Speaking about open IP, open source data, we announced that we are making an open source platform. The clients are invited to bring their data and to place their applications on our platform. This is a very interesting concept, bearing in mind that no one can solve this problem alone. And each of us would have their piece of cake, so to say. And there are mobility service providers which would somehow offer the mobility services. We are behind the schedule. Can you please sum it up, wrap it up? Okay, speaking about the big data in essence, I would argue that big data is being shared, and this is a solution which we did along with our partners. And big data really reshaped our urban mobility. To sum it up, bottom line, we do not know how the mobility would look like when actually you hail a taxi and there are only 2 people in the vehicle. Why we need a 5-seat vehicle? I think that will change in the types of cars which are riding our streets. Thank you so much, Pavel. I apologize for technical issues. Well, we work as an agile team, and we support each other, and we didn't lose anyone.
Обсуждение в рамках нашего вот такого совместного диалога.
And we, I think, enjoyed this dialogue. Let me sum it up, and let me thank all the speakers for a very interesting contribution. It was a very difficult task to speak about new trends in the area of mobility, and certainly we scratch the surface of digital twins and boosting innovations in the systems, how to manage the systems, and data management was also discussed, and mobility as a service was delivered by me. I hope that we managed to ram it home to our viewers the fact that data is the new oil, but there are lots of issues in how to use these technologies, and new regulation will be needed, and new mental maps have to be developed in all the stakeholders. So we need new interaction models, but we do hope that bring our efforts together, efforts of stakeholders, investors, and regulators, we will solve these problems. Thank you so much. I wish you every success. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Actually, this is rather a good evening, and today we start our final session for today of our online conference. It is called The Art of Justice Dealing with Inequality in Cities. My name is Natalia Trunova. I'm Vice President, Head of Special Development Center for Strategical Research Foundation. Really, inequality is a global problem. We know that the World Bank has published new data on inequality, which will arise due to COVID-19, and 5% of households will see their incomes go down dramatically. 25% of jobs in cities, primarily in cities related to the industries most affected by the pandemic, such as catering, tourism, would become redundant. The lecture delivered by Edward Glaser also showed the transformations pertinent to the urban economy in the United States. And today we're going to speak about different territories. We have speakers from various countries. United Nations Habitat believes that territorial inequality is one of the key issues in Agenda 2030. Access to jobs, access to social services, to public transportation, certainly to housing, which has to be affordable. These are the top priorities for United Nations Habitat. We know that one of the national projects is aimed, one of the goals of the national projects is to alleviate poverty. We know that the problem has some territorial component in it. Let me introduce to you our speakers. First, I will start with those who are with us remotely. Graham Alabaster, Chief, United Nations Habitat Geneva Office. David Napier, Professor of Medical Anthropology, University College London. Guillermo Pinoslosa, Founder and Chair of 880 Cities, Ambassador, World Urban Parks. And with me is also Olga Vendina, leading researcher, Institute of Geography, Russian Academy of Sciences. Olga, my first question goes to you. You did a unique research dedicated to the inter-city inequality between different districts of Moscow, proceeding from different indicators. Can you tell us more about that research? What are the main conclusions, and how can we address inequality in such a megacity as Moscow? Thank you so much, Natalia, for this kind introduction. I will not deep dive into the research because its results been published. As a researcher, I'd like to speak about the internal changes which are taking place in Moscow and dealing with Moscow primarily. As a researcher, I'm more interested not in the questions of socially vulnerable social strata, which is very important for the politicians or managers. I'm rather interested in the sources or causes of inequality which create this inequality of access, not only to the financial resources, but to diverse social opportunities, including the access to education, access to power, if I can put it like that, access to accumulated social and cultural capital or assets created by the family. So we're speaking about the diversity of the sources which inequality originates from. I am a geographer by background, and therefore I am very much interested in the special manifestation of inequality. First of all, segregation, neighborhoods, proximity, and interaction between different social groups. And the third question is, again, the question which we have asked: how can we react to the occurring changes? As we know, our policy is not proactive, but rather reactive. Speaking about Moscow, we see a traditional controversy between egalitarianism and inequality, despite the fact that in terms of the property inequality, which is marked by Gini index, can be compared to Washington, London, Paris, the biggest global cities, but still, for Moscow, an egalitarian nature is very typical, meaning that we don't have slums, hoodlums, and in Moscow we don't have any ethnic ghettos or enclaves or some suburban banlieue, for instance, or areas which are populated mostly by certain ethnic groups, which is a distinguishing mark of Paris. For some time, and this was a legacy of the Soviet Union, we had a division of the society not by the property features, but rather by social and cultural features. For instance, the profession or the level of education were the distinguishing factors. These defined the city, and once we shifted to the market economy, it created a segregation, which included not only the social and cultural diversification or stratification, but it caused other factors into being. This map is called a reputational pressure of the place because it takes into consideration certain factors. The life of the people, the size of the apartment, the price per square meter, the level of education, political preferences of the population, and also the beautifying of the urban territory. We see here that despite an equalizing of the urban environment and visiting certain city districts, you will not tell one from the other. Still, by these social parameters, you may see that there are differences. Sadly, we cannot but mention COVID-19 and its impact. COVID-19 has exacerbated the inequality which does exist in the urban area or environment. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. On that map, you see the difference in the behavior of people amid the pandemic depending on the property. The red color stands for reduction in the number of the people who, after lockdown was introduced, stayed at home. Prior to the pandemic, there would be many more people living in these districts. So it means that these people got an opportunity to move outside the city, and instead of being locked down in their flats, could move freer, had freer access, could walk around their country houses or in some other villas and cottages. We also see the rise in the number of people who had to stay at home during the lockdown. If we compare the map of image of the districts and this special behavior of the people during the pandemic, during the lockdown, we'll see that these spatial structures coincide. It means that social inequality has not only the social dimension, but also has a spatial dimension. And negative reputation, negative image of the district is related not only to the level of education of residents who are living there, but it is also related to the property owned by the residents. Certainly, it causes a lot of dissatisfaction. Next slide, please. Slide number 3. Thank you. This map reflects the social dissatisfaction. The more the population is anxious, the more people have certain phobias, the darker colors we have on the map. The survey, which was done by the Jubidatum and Urbanist Center in Moscow, showed that the districts populated by more anxious people discussed COVID-19 most often, and COVID-19 was always a top priority. And this was true of the suburban areas. But in the downtown of the city, the atmosphere was more calm. These 3 slides bring us to 2 conclusions, which has something to do with inequality. First of all, the reputational image of the district, which is not tangible very much, but it is very sustainable. And it becomes it turns out to be very difficult to change that reputation. And it is not just limited and reduced to building new buildings. So it means that in order to improve the living conditions, not only you have to support the vulnerable social strata and beautify the district, but you have to pursue certain information policy, awareness policy, and improve the image. Second conclusion is, despite the fact that when we look at how inequality is distributed about Moscow, and the map shows that very well, we see actually that the inequality rises from the downtown of the city to the suburban areas, and sometimes actually it overshadows the problems of the peripheral part. In the suburbs, you may find people who are more differentiated. And these are the suburbs of Moscow which need more attention. Do I have more time? Well, actually, a couple of minutes. Okay, we can continue our discussion. And we approach a very important thing, in the sense that the sources of inequality are changing, as it would necessitate the change in the policy, how to manage this issue. Before, during the Soviet times and even after the break-up of the Soviet Union, we spoke about the intelligentsia districts populated by artists, by white-collar workers. Now we're speaking about the native inhabitants and the migrants. We are not speaking that this is a labor on artists district, but we say that this is a migrants district. It means that the whole token of inequality has changed. Before, we spoke about deterioration of the material position. It means that in order to move from one district to another, you have to improve your social mobility and improve your education. Now, the inequality is showcased by migration. Guest workers, working migrants, usually associated with the people of Central Asian origin. And it means that no longer you have to work in order to move to other country, but actually this problem is being extrapolated onto the migrant community, and this creates a problem of migrants, minorities, national minorities, migrants associated with ethnicity, but at the same time they're associated with poverty, being very low in the social ladder. This is a very serious problem, not only for Moscow. For Moscow, this problem is not so pronounced due to the fact that until now we may enjoy the legacy of the Soviet past, when the most egalitarian city environment was created and when the social system with a single system of education, public transportation, and the social services sector was created, but still this problem is exacerbated every now and then. And next slide, please. It shows the districts populated by migrants. Although this is a quite outdated map, but still this is a map for the non-Russian population. And unfortunately, we cannot update that map as far as we do not have one single database, but the districts with the worst reputation, which is home to the people who have lots of fears, who are always anxious. These are the districts which have a very big community of migrants, and it causes a lot of controversies and disputes between the local inhabitants and migrants. COVID-19 also exacerbated this inequality, which does exist between the local citizens and migrants. I'm speaking about labor migrants and ethnic migrants of post-Soviet republics' origin. The difference in the living conditions between Muscovites and migrants is huge. Speaking about the share of people who have to live together in one room, in one flat, at least 3 people in one room or 3 people in one apartment, then this share among the Muscovites is 3 times less. So speaking about the incomes, sometimes migrants would earn more, but they have to work more. And the migrants are less protected in terms of the employer. COVID-19 again, migrants would lose their jobs twice as often compared to the Muscovites. Should Muscovites have, at least the residents of Moscow would have some cushion, financial cushion, migrants would not have any spare money. Solidarity among the migrants also was showcased. And usually, actually, we have a stereotype that migrant communities are very strong and that they support each other, unlike Muscovites, native citizens. But COVID-19 showed that this is not true in such a critical emergency situation. Moscow residents, native residents, they supported each other, unlike the migrants. Thank you so much. I hope that we'll have an opportunity to discuss these questions more. I would like to turn to our international speakers, and then I doubt that we will get back to the toolkit, what we can do about these problems. I don't hope that our international speakers
Also would address the question of the indicators and how we may address inequality, how we measure inequality, and what factors are there, what factors impact inequality. I'm passing the floor to Graham Alabaster, UN Habitat Geneva Office Chief. Graham, are you with us? Are you tuned?
I am, yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the invite. Honoured to be speaking to you all. I'm going to just share my screen here and attempt to give some sort of thoughts of UN Habitat's sort of take on this issue of inequality. I think perhaps the most important thing is, and I mean, it's been mentioned before, that COVID has indeed been something like an X-ray, and it's brought out these inequalities which already exist. I mean, as many of you know, the impact of the COVID crisis is going to have a huge impact, and it's reckoned that lots of people's living standards around the world are going to decrease by as much as almost a quarter, and it's going to be pushing us back in terms of attaining the SDGs. There's been nothing so serious as this since not even the Asian financial crisis in 1988. But of course, this inequalities that are showing up, that we've seen as a result of COVID, it's hit mainly the marginalized communities and those areas of cities that are poorly planned, they're neighborhoods where there's lack of services. And these people, because of the situation, are exposed to the disease, and they have a much worse outcome than those who live in greater income areas. In the developed economies, where the disease profile is much more related to non-communicable disease, there we see that the comorbidities of other factors like obesity, diabetes, or heart disease have also impacted. So we've seen this huge inequality existing. There are really many factors that we need to understand because, yes, spatial planning is one point, but there are many other things that we need to look at. We've heard from the previous professor that, of course, the spatial planning aspect is very right, but we also need to understand much more issues of density. And in fact, it's not actually density that we're worried about, but we're more worried about overcrowding. And by overcrowding, we mean, of course, lots of people living in close proximity in their housing, but also overcrowding with respect to access to basic services. You know, there are many, of course, other demographic factors that affect COVID and other such health issues and one of them is the issue of migrant workers, and that was the very clear evidence that's been coming out of the migrant communities, the workers in Malaysia and Singapore, has shown the incredibly high rates of spread of COVID-19 there. So these issues of age distribution and transportation are very important. If you look at these two countries, the way these different countries have impacted and what's happened with the COVID crisis, the fact that, you know, in Kenya, the population, the overall population of the country is much younger than a country like Italy, where we know had very serious outcomes of the disease. These factors also hugely we need to understand. And not only this demography, this is overlaid by the socioeconomic status as well. So it's actually quite a complex issue. So really, what do we need to do? Well, I think more than anything, this crisis has shown the amazing capacity that exists within cities and their communities to support national governments and particularly ministries of health to manage this crisis. You know, we've seen marvelous examples from cities around the world. They put in place local strategies to manage the outbreak, and that is very encouraging news. But of course, in many places, there's still a lot to do to untap that community spirit, that capacity within communities, and how cities and city managers can make the best of those resources. One of the issues, of course, that the COVID has shown up is that, yes, we can do things that, you know, basically can address the immediate problem. There's something like a sticking plaster. They deal with the initial problem, but of course the issue of sustainability is there. We may, in the short term, deal with some of these critical inequalities, But if we're not putting back we're not building back better for these communities, they will be at risk of going backwards again. And of course, they lose any opportunities for resilience in future pandemics. So really, we need to look much more at the long-term drivers of this urban inequity and what we can do. And of course, bearing in mind that many of the poorest in society, they don't just suffer from poor housing or poor water and sanitation or, insecure livelihoods. They often suffer from many things. So we really need to look at strengthening, social protection systems, along with improving the living conditions to ensure that, those disadvantages communities' needs are met. Looking much deeper and perhaps a bit more longer term at some of the sort of structural drivers of inequality, there's a lot to do around the issue of regulation in land and housing markets. And of course, the discrimination that comes with that in urban planning, investments and housing and infrastructure and services. So, we tend to concentrate the resources and efforts into the more wealthy areas of the city. But of course, if we don't plan and provide facilities in the poorer parts of the city, a disease like COVID and other future pandemics, of course, shows no boundaries. So, the whole city will suffer if we don't deal with those who are the most disadvantaged. So basically what, we need to do in terms of our recommendations, we need to address a lot of the discrimination that exists within urban settings. We need to look at those who are most in need. The only way we're going to do that is if we have better data. We saw the excellent maps of the city of Moscow. We need that sort of data from other cities around the world. We need to understand these inequities, these intra-urban differences, if we're to target which communities need our help the most. We do need to do what we can to enhance this self-resilience and build community capacity. There's been lots of work done on this track and trace systems. They rely very much on participation of communities. And we also need, in the longer term, to use these methods to feed back into our decision-making processes at city level. So I think I'll stop there. I've tried to be as brief as I can, but those are really the main elements of what we're trying to deal with and what we really need to address if we want a longer-term impact of urban planning and organising our urban cities more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Graham. I have a quick question to you. UN Habitat, does it put forward an objective to reduce inequality between urban and rural territories, as far as I know? In your opinion, what are the key mechanisms which can be engaged?
Absolutely, very critical question. Of course, UN Habitat works in human settlements of all sizes. So, whereas many people still seem to understand urban-rural as a black-white issue, it's actually not the case. Urban is a continuum from very low-density rural settlements to the most dense populated cities. It's incredibly important that we look much more closely at the relationships between bigger cities and their rural hinterlands, but also the relationship between cities of different sizes and conurbations, because nowadays, transportation, trade, migration between these different centres is critically important. So we can't exclude the rural centres. We have to look much more closely at the interaction between urban centres, the cities of all sizes, and their rural hinterlands.
Thank you so much. Saying that, I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, David Napier. David, at several sessions today, we discussed the question of health in the cities. We know that Nordic, along with their Strelka, are preparing a diabetes map. But also we speak a lot about the environmental friendliness. What criteria you are using in order to assess the health in the cities?
and what the municipal authorities can do in order to improve the efficiency in that area in terms of health.
Hello, I'm David Napier. I'm the Global Academic Lead of Cities Changing Diabetes and Chairman. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I'm going to talk a bit about diabetes, obesity, and health vulnerability. Now, as a researcher, we all love numbers and we love data, but sometimes a comparison is a more powerful way of expressing a human need. Now, we all know that about a third of the world's population is currently obese or overweight, but to put it in graphic terms, if diabetes were a country, it would be the third largest country in the world with some 463 million inhabitants. This is why back in 2014, Novo Nordisk, the Steno Diabetes Center, and University College London joined together to start Cities Changing Diabetes. And those of you who were able to hear the talk by Novo Nordisk Vice President Niels Lund this afternoon will understand a bit more about the nature of that collaboration. Niels gave a really quite interesting talk about that. But what I want to do today is I want to focus on vulnerability specifically, and also on urban vulnerability. Now, suffice it to say that we all know that cities are complex, they're in flux, and they're often changing, meaning that diverse drivers can affect illness and its lived experience in society. What this means for us is that drivers are actually quite complex. They're heterogeneous. Risk factors are not like one another, and indeed they compound one another. So you can come up with a list such as we have here of diverse biological, social, geographical, cultural risk factors. And what you see immediately is, unlike in normal scientific research, in randomized control trials, for example, where we eliminate variables in order to understand relationships between, say, obesity and risk for diabetes. In the social world, in the lived world, in the real world, and in the urban world, these factors compound one another. And of course, you can draw lines across this any way you want between BMI, access to resources, distance to work and home, access to food, or peer appearance, how you look compared to other people. You can draw these lines up and down the columns, but the point is that it shows us that these factors are compounding, and that compounding nature needs to be understood because they also fuel one another. And it's the actual fueling of these risk factors that creates a certain levels of vulnerability. Now, how do we know that the social compounds the biological, for example? I don't have time to talk about this in great detail, but let's just think about what's happening right now with COVID-19. Those of you who heard Niels Lund's talk earlier today heard him emphasize the fact that health occurs largely outside of the health sector. Now, if we think about so-called diseases that are impacted by our lifestyle, like diabetes and obesity as it relates to food choices and exercise, put that in the context of COVID-19. A recent study by the University of North Carolina, funded by the World Bank, showed that death for COVID-19 was up 48% among obese populations in intensive care, and that literally 3 out of 4, 74% of all admissions to intensive care for COVID-19 involved complications of obesity. So you see here that the way we live and what we do actually connects across domains, making it not just a medical problem, but indeed quite a social one that's deeply impacted by the way we live and how we live. Now, in Cities Changing Diabetes, that's why we developed a vulnerability assessment, which looks at not only service utilization, which most real-world data does as it relates to healthcare delivery, but also we dive down into communities to see how their structures, as we saw in the previous presentations, how community structures, levels of engagement and adaptation, what we oftentimes call social capital, has an impact on the way in which people respond in the presence or absence of certain service utilization services that people can take advantage of. But we do one other thing. We try to drill down and understand vulnerability. And in fact, you can take that vulnerability assessment and you can transform it into this image, which we call the vulnerability vortex, which shows that once you get below the vulnerability threshold, where you're really involved in calamity coping, and you're actually basing all of your activities on survival needs, you really lose your capability, your opportunity, and your motivation. And this is something that's been brought out really quite in a fascinating way by the work by our Moscow team colleagues in Cities Changing Diabetes, a great team of field workers and digital ethnographers who are showing how, in the absence of people being able to meet face-to-face, we really do depend upon these communication techniques. And often the most vulnerable people are left out of that picture because they don't have, either they don't have access to those resources, or they're so engaged in the basic survival needs that COVID-19 or diabetes or obesity may be 8th or 9th and 10th on their list of concerns, if indeed it's on there at all. And this is because those people are engaged in simply what we call calamity coping, as we found out in our study of homelessness in London, where in times of crisis, when inequalities tend to be exaggerated, as you can see here, the number of homeless is up a third on last year in the context of coronavirus. African Americans in the United States, 30% of them know someone who's died of COVID-19, 31%, whereas less than 10%, 9% of white Americans do. The point being here that at all levels, when these exaggerations take place, people do descend into being incapable of actually engaging in all of those behavior change programs that we'd like them to. And what this means is that we need to understand that vulnerability happens across the spectrum. Any one of us can become vulnerable. Even a wealthy person in Park Avenue now living in an apartment where you can't open windows is probably more vulnerable to COVID-19 than an elderly person living in suburbia alone and with being able to socially distance. So the take-home message about vulnerability, to put it simply, is this: to understand it, you have to go out and find it, because it's unlikely to represent itself if it's too preoccupied with basic survival and calamity coping. We could say a lot more about that, but there's another take-home message here as it relates to the relationship between health being constructed outside of the health sector and what other sectors need to be involved. And that's the importance of the Health in All Policies framework, where more than ever, we need to understand the health impacts of housing, water, and sanitation, transportation, occupational factors, in addition to physical activity, food production, and so forth that relate specifically to diabetes and obesity. We spent a lot of time talking about this. It's been around since the 2006 presidency of the European Union by the Finnish contingency, and it's something that we really need to take a whole lot more seriously as a take-home message from COVID-19 and its relationship to diabetes and obesity. Now, how have we acted on this in Cities Changing Diabetes? Just a final comment. I'll give you two examples that are different than the one Niels Lund gave this afternoon. One is our colleagues in Italy, under the directorship of Professor Andrea Lenzi at Sapienza University, have developed a Health City Manager program. The goal of this program is to institute in cities across Italy a healthy city manager whose job it actually is to understand what we know and don't know about health and all policies in each of those cities, and how people across sectors are working, what they know, what they don't know, and what they need to know. And this actually has developed into a formal curriculum, which is being rolled out as I speak across Italy. A second quick example, and a very different one, comes from our Mexican colleagues. Here you see our colleague Simon Barquera, who directs the nutrition center at the National Institute for Public Health in Cuernavaca. And their work has shown and had a strong impact on creating new policies across Mexico. Here we see on the left of my screen, you see over 2 years running now, the soda tax has resulted in a decrease in soda utilization. And what's even more interesting, on a positive note, and that's the graph the bar that's going up, it's resulted in an increase in water use. A real success story that we think needs to be celebrated, and one that we're very proud to see happening through one of our colleagues in the program. So all in all, I just want to say that it's a great pleasure and an honor to be involved in Cities Changing Diabetes with our now 36 cities and growing. And I look forward to working with my colleagues across the world well into the future. Thank you very much.
David, спасибо вам большое.
David, thank you so much for a very interesting report. Really, the diabetes problem is one of the most crucial, one of the most relevant, which every country is facing despite COVID-19, as far as diabetes doesn't spare anyone. All the layers of the population are vulnerable to that disease, and without that, your studies will help us to cope with that disease. Saying that, I would like to pass the floor to our next speaker, Guillermo Penalosa. Apologize, it is evening already. I may mispronounce your name. Gil is known as a person who develops city parks, city spaces. One of the outstanding cases is setting up a park in Bogota, which brought together two parts of the city, connected two parts of the city. And this was a bridge, bridging the gap of inequality. So tell us how, by means of such projects, we may address the inequality problem.
We don't hear you. Gil, we don't hear you. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Half of the homes that will be around in 40 years, half around the world, do not sorry, it's not, the slides are not moving. Hello?
Hello? Извините, у нас маленькие технические.
Apologies, we have a technical glitch.
Okay, now.
Ага, вот, теперь все заработало. What's
half of the homes that will be around in 40 years in the world do not exist today. Do not exist today. Today we have about 3.5 billion people living in cities, in urban areas. Within the lifetime of our children, of our students, it's going to double to 7 billion. And it could be, we need to decide how do we want to live, because it could be very civilized, where people walk and ride bicycles and use public transit, and people can enjoy nature and each other. So we have a fantastic opportunity, but more than an opportunity, a responsibility, because whatever we do or don't do in the next 40 years is how billions of people are going to live for hundreds of years. So if this is going to happen in the next 40, we can see what has happened in the last 40. Because if what we've been doing is good, let's just do more of the same. Unfortunately, in the last 40, this is how we've been doing cities, segregating people, sending the poor people to the worst places where there is no mobility and no jobs and bad quality of housing. Even in the wealthiest country, in the US, here we see cities by life expectancy. We see that in the same city by postal code, If you are born in one neighborhood, your life expectancy might be 60. If you are born 10 minutes away, your life expectancy might be 90. It's horrible. In the last 40 years, we've been focusing on car, and not on people's happiness. And this is how we've been doing the cities to solve mobility. Billions invested, and we haven't even solved mobility doing all of these investments. So we need to improve the cities that we have today, but we also need to create great cities for many, many millions of people. We must create cities radically different. We must manage cities radically different. It doesn't matter if the city is 2,000 people or 500,000 or 5 million or more, the issues are the same. We need public transit in all of them. It's a different public transit in each one. And we are dealing with all of these issues, and we were working on climate change, and we see the symptoms everywhere when all of a sudden COVID-19 arrived. And some people say that COVID-19 arrived and all changed. I think more than all changed, I think that the perception changed. All of a sudden, it was like if we had some magnifying glasses, that we were able to see things that were in front of our nose, but we were not paying attention. For example, equity. Now we see people sleeping on parking lots to be physically separated when 90% of the hotel rooms are empty. But on the positive side, with fewer cars, we saw how we have cleaner air. So are we going to go back to this horrible quality of air, or are we going to take advantage of a new, better future? I think the post-COVID, we need to focus on health, on equity, on sustainability. We need to have clear, how do we want to live? How do you want cities in Russia to become? And I think the goal is that people must live healthier and happier, and cities must be equitable and sustainable. We should evaluate cities. It's by how do we treat the most vulnerable citizens? How do we treat the most vulnerable? Who are the most vulnerable? By age, the children and the elderly, but also everyone that is poor, everyone that has disabilities, people from racial minorities, from ethnic minorities, in many countries, women. So these are our most vulnerable. So this is what we should be paying attention to in the recovery on the post-COVID. As an example, children and older adults. Children, we should have in Russian cities playability everywhere, on the sidewalks, on the parks, on the streets, waiting for the bus stop. And some people might say, why is it that play is so important? Yes, it's fun and games, but it's also how children learn. Playing is how children develop their muscle strength, their sociability, their language, their friendship, the sense of belonging, the cognitive thinking. And not only children, older adults. We are living longer, much, much longer. And people are enjoying gardening and having ice cream and playing with the grandchildren. The population over 60 is going to double. The population over 80 is going to quadruple. We should have a movement of citizens alive to tell people we are alive. Older people can live healthier and can live happier. Older people are givers, they are not takers. In Russia, the life expectancy doubled in the last 150 years. I mean, people have been around for 200,000 years. And up until 200 years ago, there was not a single country with a life expectancy above 45. Today, there is no country in the world with a life expectancy below 45. We learn to survive. But when we start all of these issues of climate change and public health and congestion, we need to learn how to live. So we need to plan cities differently. We need to change. Why don't we change? Because change is hard. Doing more of the same is easy. But we know that the cities we've been building are not sustainable environmentally, financially, not good for health. So we need to change. 3 recommendations. Change is not unanimous. Second, the general interest must prevail over the particular interest. And third, the cost of doing nothing is not nothing. So we need to change. And these are not technical issues. We know what needs to be done. These are not financial. We have the money, but we're investing it in the wrong places. It's more about policy, but not of political parties. We need it with a big P, everybody needs to participate. We need to be bold and be ambitious with the goals. We need to develop alliances with the school and the faith groups and the university, the public sector, the private sector, the not-for-profit. We need to develop a sense of urgency. And one more urgency than COVID-19. But maybe this crisis will provide an opportunity. With fewer cars, we've seen how many cities are building bicycle corridors, interconnecting, something that would have taken years in other time. Now they're doing it in weeks. We need spaces to be around that physically separated. Now people are taking over streets. If we look at cities from the air, between 25 and 35% are streets. The streets are the biggest public space, so they can have different uses, as in Auckland, New Zealand, or Oakland, California. And we are doing bus lanes all over the place and using streets. The street is public for markets. And we are also seeing how golf courses have been turned into public parks. So instead of having golf courses in the city where 200 people can play, we have public parks where thousands of people play. The businesses are reinventing themselves. So the impossible all of a sudden seems possible. But there is so much more that we need to do. We need to develop a shared vision. Like, for example, in New York, people say, oh, the Blacks and the Hispanics are getting affected by COVID. No, it's not the Blacks and the Hispanics. It's the poor Blacks and the poor Hispanics. The wealthy Blacks and the wealthy Hispanics are working from home. They are not getting infected. It's the low-income people where 90% of the people have to work away from home, have to be with others. So we need to develop a shared vision of the cities that we want. But vision is not enough. We need action, action, action. And if we have a shared vision and lots of action, we are going to be able to create cities that are more equitable and more sustainable, where all people are going to be able to live healthier and happier. So I invite everyone, listen and let's do it. But we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gil. And to finish our session, I'd like to give 1 minute to every speaker so that we can answer one question very briefly. What we have to do in order to minimize inequality in the cities? We know that we cannot just eradicate that problem, but probably something to alleviate inequality. Well, in 1 minute, I do think that the mechanism is very well known. This is about civil society solidarity, support of the policy which works for the sake of that solidarity. The problem is that the modern life drives us away from that solution, because the mobility, instead of bringing people together, would disintegrate them, drive them apart. New technologies also work not only for the sake of solidarity, but for disintegration. Migration flows also undermine local communities. What is left? We have to find the right balance between the possibility to live in the modern society using modern technologies, but at the same time, we have to use the centuries-long skills of cohabitation, coexistence, and solidarity and mutual support. Thank you so much, Olga. Graham? Just 1 minute to answer that question. What do I have to do in order to bridge this gap?
I think for me, there's a greater need for more disaggregated urban data to understand exactly these inequities and where they exist, to understand from all backgrounds, aside from socioeconomic data, also the living condition of people, the quality of their housing, the quality of the access to services, how they behave when they need to seek treatment when they're sick. All of these issues need to be collected together so we can understand some of these complex mix of determinants that governs people's health. Once we've got that data, then we can empower cities to do a lot more, to work more closely, with communities, to untap the capacity in communities, not only to monitor and track what's going on and to give feedback, but also to be involved in the decision-making and the investment decisions that the city needs. We're only going to be as good as a city, the best we can be, if we take care of the poorest and the most vulnerable within our cities. And that's really what we have to focus on. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Дэвид.
Thank you so much, David. Over to you. Bearing in mind the features of your work, how do we provide for the best access to medical healthcare?
Yes, thank you very much. I believe that that we really need to focus, as the previous speaker said, on understanding vulnerability. And to do that, we need not to look at an evidence base. We need to go out and find an evidence base, because most of these complex risk factors and this case definitions of vulnerability that they create need to be characterized. And once they're characterized, we can scale up this lived experience to the level of evidence. We can understand what it is that keeps people from not being able to cross over from being engaged in complete calamity coping to being advocates and agents of their own health destiny. And we need to understand how cooperation across sectors is absolutely critical. I think that taking COVID-19 as a learning lesson means it's not just a matter of just recovery. It's a matter of just preparedness for the next event that inevitably humans will face at some point in the future. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Гил.
Thank you so much. Gil, just 1 minute to you.
Вам с тем же самым вопросом.
The same question.
I think the issue of equity is not a technical issue. We know the solutions. We know they exist. It's not a financial issue. The money is there, but we're putting it to build highways. For example, we know that there is no city in the world that has solved mobility through the private car. None. Nevertheless, cities continue to invest billions and billions in highways. You go to Nairobi in Kenya, where only 13% of the people have cars, and they're investing billions to put a highway through the middle of the city. When there are no sidewalks, no protected bikeways, the public transit is bad. So this is not technical, this is not financial, this is political. We need to have the politicians develop alliances between the public sector and the private sector and the NGOs, and really to make equity a priority. We know that everybody needs to have a park within walking distance, because then people are going to be healthier and happier, but many people do not. We know that people need to walk or bike. People need to be physically active. So I think we have more than enough data. We have more than enough examples to act. But the key issue is to act. And we need to take advantage of democracy. Elections matter. And we need to put a lot of pressure, because there is a clear sense of urgency. And finally, we have done a lot of good things. When I was born, more than 60% of the people in the world lived in extreme poverty. In only my lifetime, it has gone from 60% to less than 10%. So we have done some good things. But of course, we need to do much, much more. Not technical, not financial, it's political.
Гил, спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gil. I would like to thank all our speakers for very interesting discussion. I'd like once again to bring us back to the development section, because we spoke about inequality from different viewpoints, but this is about economic inequality as well. Let's hope that the comprehensive development of territories projects will step by step address that problem, because the jobs matter and the quality of the jobs matter. Because as we saw, most vulnerable districts are the industrial ones, where the gravest situations occur, and people are very anxious about COVID, and these districts are not most favorable. So let's hope that all the plans, all these tracks would come true and would result in more sustainability and flourishing for our cities. Thank you so much once again. We call it a day. Thank you so much.